Song Ke opened his eyes later that night to find himself lying in one of the rooms of the tavern. After looking around blankly for a moment, he realized that the events which had occurred earlier in the day were no hallucination. On the one hand, he almost felt like crying, but on the other hand, his rage burned hot. How could this be happening? I worked myself to the bone for an entire year. I skimped on food and clothing. I risked my life. And by Xiaochun. Why? 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 By now, tears really were threatening to well up in Song Ke's eyes. As he thought back over his life, he realized that it had consisted of two main segments. The first part of his life had been flush with success. He had been a chosen of the Bloodstream sect, with unlimited prospects for the future. However, that part of his life had ended when he had met by Xiaochun, and then the second part began, a life of humiliation and suffering. I wasn't his equal in the Fallen Sword Abyss, in the Bloodstream sect, or in the River-Defying sect. And now the same thing is happening here in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. I don't match up to him in any way. Enraged, Song Ke decided that he simply didn't have the face to stick around. Gritting his teeth, he walked out of the room and flew up into the air to leave. But then, with no warning whatsoever, a beam of light exploded out from Sky Quarter Rainbow and shot down toward him. Stunned, he quickly checked his merit points, and then his eyes widened. Sure enough, he had more than 2 million merit points, which was far more than the required amount to become a yellow-robed disciple. In fact, it was enough that he didn't need to personally go hand them in. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect spell formation would automatically promote him to the Rainbow District. Those were the rules in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. As the light descended, all of the cultivators in Sky City could see it, and it caused their eyes to shine with envy and hope. As for Song Ke, mixed emotions could be seen on his face as he looked back down at the tavern below. Even he wasn't sure exactly what he was thinking. He was the first among the River-Defying sect group to become a yellow-robed disciple, and the first to be promoted to the Rainbow District. However, in the end, he was actually the biggest loser. Even as he stewed in his thoughts, Bai Xiaochun emerged and looked up at him. Clearing his throat, he gave a farewell wave of his hand. Focus on your cultivation when you get up there. Don't lose face for your aunt and me. If you run into any problems, or if anyone bullies you, make sure to tell me. As your uncle, I'm family. Make sure to stay in touch. Song Ke's mixed emotions got even more complicated upon hearing that. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he sighed as the beam of light surrounded him, and he vanished in the direction of the Sky Quarter Rainbow. After he left, the only thing that remained behind was a 7-colored glow that caused all onlookers' hearts to surge with the desire to experience the same thing themselves. Having seen Song Ke off, Bai Xiaochun returned to his room feeling wonderful about himself for his good deeds. He could only imagine the look on Song Junwen's face after he returned and told her how he'd cared for her nephew. Ke sure is lucky to have an uncle like me. Feeling very much like a magnanimous member of the senior generation, he sat down cross-legged to work on his Frigid School will-evolving incantation. Now that he was in the Frigid Adept level, his cultivation speed had increased, which led to a greater energy drainage. As such, he had to eat a shocking amount of spirit food every day. Since he had plenty of food to replenish his energy, he decided that, in terms of his undying tendons, it was time to move on to his head. Bai Xiaochun felt that the fist was the most obvious weapon to use in combat, and at the moment the speed and power of his left leg was already sufficient for use in a fight. As for what an opponent would be least on guard against, the head seemed the best choice. The thought of suddenly headbutting someone in the middle of a fight got him very excited, so it was with great enthusiasm that he set about refining the tendons in his head. Business in the tavern had stabilized, and fewer incidents occurred. The Azure Dragon Society's profits had also evened out, and they were starting to build up some savings. By now, they were something of a unique organization within Sky City. They were very famous and powerful, and were essentially on equal footing with the Celestial Sky Society. They had far surpassed the old version of the Azure Dragon Society. However, as it became clear that the Live Forever Tavern was going to be a part of Sky City for a long time, the leaders in the Celestial Sky Society felt like they were going crazy. Sadly for them, the tavern was built on private property, and none of their plans to deal with the situation had any effect. Even if they tried to physically fight it out with Bai Xiaochun, they would lose, and besides, that would be a violation of sect rules. The only thing they could do was bring the matter to the attention of their superiors in the Deva clan they were part of. It had been a year since the Celestial Sky Society's income had begun to decline, and at long last, the elder in the clan who managed outside affairs took note. After reading the latest report from the Celestial Sky Society, he snorted coldly and said, "Trifling orange-robed disciple, what tremendous gall! Bully people if you want, but how dare you steal things that belong to our clan?" This particular elder was a nascent soul cultivator, and although he wasn't one of the most important people in the clan, his words carried a lot of weight. After a bit of thought, he decided that it would be best not to do anything rashly, so he took out a jade slip to do a bit of research into why Bai Xiaochun had been given personal property. The Sky Quarter Peak Lord traded it to him for the formula for fantasy pills. Well, I don't care if this Bai Xiaochun has some connections to the Sky Quarter Peak Lord. I'm gonna go teach him a lesson anyway. Flicking his sleeve, he was just about to issue some orders to go beat up Bai Xiaochun and take back the land when, all of a sudden, a piercing sound rose up outside of his room. Moments later, a violet jade slip flew through the spell formation protecting his room, then came to a stop right in front of him. The nascent soul elder's face fell when he looked at the jade slip and saw the character Heaven inscribed on it. Trembling, he reached out with both hands to respectfully accept the jade slip, then scanned it with divine sense. As he did, his eyes widened. What kind of backer does this Bai Xiaochun have? Violet light spilled out of the jade slip, and it vanished. When the jade slip was gone, the nascent soul elder's face returned to normal, although a bit of fear could still be seen lingering in his eyes. He immediately ceased any thoughts of issuing orders to the clan, and at the same time, felt his anger rising at the realization that he had almost done something which would have brought harm to the clan as a whole. Snorting coldly, he immediately sent people to bring the boss of the Celestial Sky Society up to the rainbow for a meeting. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society was a middle-aged man who, when he was told a nascent soul elder from the Deva clan had summoned him, hurried over to the teleportation portal as quickly as possible. His initial assumption was that he would be given orders to go beat up Bai Xiaochun and take back the entrance to the necropolis. However, what he found was that the ashen-faced nascent soul elder had called him up to issue a tongue-lashing. "I can't believe you annoyed me with such a small matter as this. Why didn't you just take care of it yourself?" The nascent soul elder was virtually yelling, causing the boss of the Celestial Sky Society to tremble with fear. After voicing numerous subservient words, he hurried away, almost on the verge of tears. Whenever he had to deal with Bai Xiaochun, it felt like no matter how much power he had on his side, he would always end up hitting his head against the wall. What did he mean, small matter? Boss Azure Dragon has personal property. I'm just a core formation cultivator. How can an outer clan member like me deal with something like that? Sighing continuously at the unfairness of it all, he walked through the clan courtyard, musing that since the clan didn't seem to care about the matter, he probably shouldn't do anything to provoke Bai Xiaochun. Whatever. If this is how the clan wants things to be, then fine. Just when he was about to teleport back to Sky City, he looked over and saw a young man in an extravagant yellow robe, walking along with a group of other cultivators. This young man had a high place in the clan, and the arrogant expression on his face fit him perfectly because of it. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society instantly recognized him as a clan-chosen, Li Yuansheng, who had reached core formation in less than 100 years. A few years ago, when he was still in Foundation establishment, he had come to Sky City to collect some merit points from the Celestial Sky Society, which was why the boss remembered him so clearly. The boss immediately clasped hands and called out a greeting as the group passed by. Li Yuansheng stopped and looked over. Recalling their last meeting, he said, "What brings you here?" The boss of the Celestial Sky Society felt his heart pounding with excitement. Immediately, he launched into a very vivid account of the frustrating matter of Boss Azure Dragon. Li Yuansheng's friends immediately began to make some teasing comments. "Brother Li, does your clan really just let people steal their business? How amusing. The boss of the Azure Dragon Society is a mere core formation cultivator. And yet he dares to steal from the tiger's mouth. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society clasped hands and bowed deeply, then said, "Young lord, could you please take charge of the situation?" Li Yuanxing's eyes flickered, especially because of the words just spoken by the other cultivators. Snorting coldly, he said, "Well, I'm bored today anyway, so I might as well go check the situation out myself. I can't believe this guy has such incredible gall." The boss of the Celestial Sky Society was delighted, and immediately began to lead the way. As for the other cultivators with Li Yuanxing, they were all silk pants from various clans in the Rainbow District. Because of how they had been showered with cultivation resources by their clans, their cultivation bases, despite being in the core formation stage, were extremely high. Generally speaking, they had little to occupy their time, so seeing that something interesting was afoot, they all followed along with Li Yuanxing, laughing and chatting the entire time. One by one, they entered the teleportation portal and were zipped down to Sky City. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society was very excited, but he knew that when it came to silk pants like this, however quickly they got interested in something, that was also how quickly they would lose interest. Therefore, he wasted no time hurrying in the direction of the West District. "Boss Azure Dragon Society is a complete villain," he said. "He created that ultra-fasting aid pill which hurt a lot of fellow disciples. He was also the one who invented those fantasy pills which were so bad the sect outlawed them. Given the extent of his vile deeds, it's impossible to even guess how many people in Sky City hate him. Young lord, you're not just acting for the benefit of the clan. You're wiping out an evil that threatens the entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect." Along the way, the Celestial Sky Society boss continued to spout all sorts of stories to Li Yuanxing and the other silk pants. They found it all very amusing, although they didn't believe much of what they were being told. "I can't literally wipe him out," Li Yuanxing said coolly. "If he has his own personal property, then he definitely has powerful backers. But considering he's offended a Deva clan, that won't help him." Although Li Yuanxing was a silk pants, he was also a chosen from a Deva clan, and despite his arrogant nature, was not the type to lose his head because of a bit of flattery and oily words. "Of course, after I handle the matter, you should know how to proceed going forward." With that, he gave a meaningful look to the Celestial Sky Society boss, who immediately understood what he was implying. Li Yuanxing wanted some merit points in compensation for his help. The Celestial Sky Society boss quickly nodded his head to indicate that he understood. Li Yuanxing responded with a slight smile. As far as he was concerned, going to pick a fight with the Azure Dragon Society wasn't a big deal, so he simply continued to laugh and chat with his friends as they headed toward the West District. Along the way, quite a few Sky City cultivators noticed them, and many of them looked very shocked. With the exception of the boss of the Celestial Sky Society, everyone in the group was a yellow-robed disciple. The sight of so many colorful yellow robes caused many hearts to tremble with astonishment and envy. Clearly, this was a group that had come down from the Rainbow District. It didn't take long for some people to realize which direction these yellow-robed disciples were heading. The West District. As speculations rose about what they were planning to do, many people began to follow along cautiously. Soon, a crowd of several hundred people was following them. Li Yuanxing didn't pay them any attention. As a chosen from a Deva clan and a yellow-robed disciple, he would receive a reception like this just about wherever he went in the Eastern cultivation world. The group didn't proceed along with any great haste. Eventually, they reached the desert, from which point they could just make out the ruins and the enormous tavern next to it. There were still quite a few cultivators coming and going, despite the fact that it was already evening. However, as soon as the cultivators in the area noticed Li Yuanxing and the other yellow-robed disciples, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Yellow-robed disciples. Look at how many of them there are. And look at that guy with them. Isn't that the boss of the Celestial Sky Society? It's no wonder. The Celestial Sky Society is backed by a Deva clan, and now they've finally come to deal with the Azure Dragon Society. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Li Yuanxing and his friends flew toward the tavern. unleashing their core formation cultivation bases with reckless abandon. Instantly, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and a huge wind kicked up. Intense pressure weighed down on the area, causing all cultivators to tremble in place. It was like layer upon layer of pressure descending from the heavens, like numerous mountains crushing down onto the shoulders of all the cultivators. As for the cultivators of the Azure Dragon Society inside the tavern, their faces fell, and they began to cry out in alarm. Master God Diviner rushed out into the open, his eyes shining with a strange light. Thanks to his enormous income of merit points, he had recently been able to surpass the great circle of foundation establishment, and was now in the quasi-core stage. Big Fatty Zhang also appeared. His progress in cultivation was the fastest among all of the Tao protectors. Perhaps it was because he had an affinity for the spiritual energy near the source of the Heavenspan River, or perhaps it was because he was so skilled at spirit enhancement, but those things, coupled with the help of some merit points, helped him to break through into the great circle of foundation establishment. Thus, he made quite the impressive figure as he rushed out to see what was happening. Su Baokai and Shan Manyao also appeared, expressions flickering with uncertainty. When all of them saw a group of a dozen or so yellow-robed disciples in the air above, all of them radiating the pressure of core formation, they were completely taken aback. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society looked extremely excited as he shouted, "Tell Boss Azure Dragon to get the hell out here this instant." Obviously, he hated the Azure Dragon Society down to his marrow, so being able to utter such words left him feeling very satisfied. The group of several hundred onlookers who had come to watch the show couldn't help but look on with wide eyes at what was happening. The Azure Dragon Society is finished. The Celestial Sky Society is so powerful. They're backed by a Deva clan. Even a single command from a Deva clan is enough to send countless cultivators crazy with the desire to please them. I've seen that guy before. He's Li Yuanxing. Heavens! He's a chosen who ranks somewhere in the 900s among the Starry Sky Tao Polarity superstars. Such exclamations rang out loud and clear for all to hear. Only the true superstars among chosen could make it into the top 1,000 of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity superstars. After all, the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was a huge sect, so large that it would be difficult for any outsider to even calculate how many disciples were in it. As the crowd devolved into a hubbub, and as the boss of the Celestial Sky Society roared out his challenge, Bai Xiaochun opened the window a crack to see what was happening outside. When he saw the dozen or so cultivators hovering up above, he simply rolled his eyes. After all, this was his personal property, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Clearing his throat, he swaggered out into the open. "Who's causing all this racket?" he said, standing on the balcony, frowning with disdain. "Leave, all of you." With that, he waved his sleeve, activating the spell formation power from the seven-colored flag. Instantly, violet winds spread out to drive the unwanted guests away. However, that was when Li Yuanxing smiled and suddenly produced a jade slip, which he pushed his finger down onto. Disperse formation. As soon as those two simple words left his mouth, the power of the spell formation vanished as if it had never existed. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped as Li Yuanxing burst into motion, white flames erupting around him as he shot down like a meteor. As he closed in, his mid-core formation cultivation base erupted with power, becoming intense pressure. From a distance, it almost looked like the fires of the heavens had appeared right in front of Bai Xiaochun. "Don't make me say it again," Li Yuanxing said coolly, his expression one of complete scorn and disdain. "Get the hell out here." The sight of such shocking flames caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. This person's cultivation base was at the same level as his own, the mid-core formation stage. Also, he was attacking with extraordinary power. In fact, he didn't appear to be holding anything back, indicating that he not only wished to seriously injure Bai Xiaochun, he wanted to destroy his tavern. Master God Diviner and the other Tao protectors all shouted out in alarm. But as for Bai Xiaochun, his anger spiked. This was his home, and for someone to show up like a bandit and try to wrest it away from him caused his fury to burn. "You get the hell out," he said, his right hand flashing with an incantation gesture. Instantly, the frigid school will-evolving incantation roiled out, sending shocking frigid chi spiraling out from his palm to freeze everything within a 3,000-meter area. Li Yuanxing's heavenly flame blasted into by Xiaochun's right palm, and was deflected, causing it to rage out into the surrounding area. However, not only did it not affect any of the frozen buildings or structures of the tavern, the flames themselves were transformed into little frozen flower petals. Li Yuanxing's face fell as frigid coldness swept into him. Strangely, the frigid chi couldn't be dispelled, but instead became like countless tiny ice chunks, causing blood to instantly ooze out of the corners of his mouth and freeze into chunks. However, his breathing wasn't affected, so he barked, "The rest of you join forces and, however," before the complete sentence left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun looked up. Frigid chi swirled around him, completely eradicating the flames as he burst into motion, shooting toward Li Yuanxing. Considering the incredible speed he was capable of, it only took a moment before he was right in front of Li Yuanxing, where he quickly performed an incantation gesture. In response, the frigid cold in the area swept toward Li Yuanxing, whose face fell as he let loose another attack. A moment later, a huge boom filled the area as all of his friends unleashed attacks, causing the air to collapse as a huge mouth formed and attempted to consume Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun!" Big Fatty Zhang yelled. He wanted to help, but unfortunately, was incapable. Unexpectedly, the instant the huge mouth seemed to be on the verge of swallowing up Bai Xiaochun, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind the group of a dozen or so core formation cultivators, his expression grim, his murderous aura raging in much the same way it had back when he was Night Crypt. A moment later, the core formation cultivators turned around, their faces masks of disbelief as they cried out in alarm. "A minor teleportation? That's impossible!" It wasn't just the dozen or so core formation cultivators who were muttering exclamations of shock. The other cultivators in the area were also looking on with disbelieving expressions. "There's no way that was a minor teleportation. Core formation cultivators can't teleport. He must have some sort of precious treasure. Either that or he's mastered some special technique." The commotion was no surprise. Only nascent soul Taoist masters could perform minor teleportations, which were considered to be divine abilities that resulted when one's consciousness began to merge with heaven and earth. People under the nascent soul stage simply couldn't do that, not unless they possessed some unusual means of accomplishing it, but even that would indicate that such a person was not the type to be trifled with. A person who could teleport in such a way would be impossible to surround in battle, and would almost always have the initiative. A mere thought on their part could allow them to attack or retreat at will. The pupils of Li Yuanxing and his friends all constricted, and their hearts began to thump in their chests. After Bai Xiaochun evaded the combined attack of the dozen or so core formation cultivators, the layer of ice which had built up on the surface of the tavern faded away, revealing that it hadn't been damaged at all. To see Bai Xiaochun use a divine ability that could freeze a 3,000-meter area and then easily dispel the effect left the Azure Dragon Society cultivators very excited. As for the crowd that made up the audience, they couldn't help but gasp. Li Yuanxing and his friends were clearly shocked, but then their expressions turned serious. Despite being silk pants, they were all disciples of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, people who were experienced and knowledgeable. Before, they hadn't thought much of Bai Xiaochun at all, but now that they had actually tangled with him briefly, they viewed him in a completely different light. Furthermore, from the murderous aura which surrounded him, they could tell that he was not just some ordinary cultivator. He obviously had a lot of experience fighting, even more than the type of cultivators who went out on missions for the sect. Li Yuanxing's heart surged with anger, and he shot a glare at the boss of the Celestial Sky Society. As of this moment, he already regretted leaving the Rainbow District, and he especially regretted bringing his friends with him. If he and his friends couldn't handle one opponent, then it wouldn't be long before they became the laughingstock of the sect. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society couldn't stop trembling. He had known that Boss Azure Dragon was a core formation cultivator, but never could he possibly have imagined that he would be so vastly superior to other ordinary cultivators. Not only could he hold his own against a group of a dozen or so people in the same cultivation level as him, he had actually gained the advantage. He was the type of incredible cultivator who had access to some sort of teleportation magic. Even as the boss of the Celestial Sky Society began to pant in fear, Li Yuanxing's eyes turned icy cold, and he flickered into motion. In the blink of an eye, he became an enormous ball of flame that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, his friends all unleashed various divine abilities, and the sky filled with multicolored light as a dozen core formation cultivators yet again joined forces to attack Bai Xiaochun. "You people push things too far," Bai Xiaochun said, his anger building. He took a step forward, causing frigid qi to explode out in all directions. He became the center of a whirling tempest that almost instantly slammed into his would-be attackers. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Bai Xiaochun once again vanished, appearing a moment later behind one of his core formation opponents. Even as the man's face fell, Bai Xiaochun clenched his right hand and unleashed a vicious fist strike. More rumbling could be heard as the man's clothing suddenly swirled through the air to defend against the fist strike. Trembling, the man tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth as frigid qi poured into him. Instantly, the blood coming out of his mouth began to freeze up. So, Bai Xiaochun thought with a frown, his clothes can defend against a significant blow. Meanwhile, the injured core formation cultivator shouted frantically out in the hopes of warning his friends. "He has tremendous fleshly body pow." However, even as the words left his mouth, wings popped into being behind Bai Xiaochun, a flutter of which sent him rocketing forward at blinding speed to appear in front of the man yet again. This time, he reached out with lightning quickness and grabbed his opponent. A moment later, a boom rang out, as well as a scream, as the core formation cultivator was flung into the ground. Numerous bones in his body were now broken as he lay there in a crater, looking up at Bai Xiaochun with fear written across his face. Then, Bai Xiaochun used another teleportation to appear in front of a second opponent. This time, he didn't use a fist, but instead, his left foot, which he spun through the air rapidly in a vicious kick. A sonic boom echoed out, and the air distorted. At the same time, this second opponent's face fell as he drew upon all the strength he could to defend himself. However, the power and speed in Bai Xiaochun's left leg was backed by his undying tendons, and before his opponent could do anything, his foot landed on the man's lower back. A pop rang out that sounded almost like an inflated paper bag bursting. The second cultivator's eyes went wide, and before he could even open his mouth to speak, blood sprayed out of it, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters off to the side. Shockingly, some of the vertebrae from the man's lower back had been shoved out of his skin and were even sticking out through his clothing. His screams could not have been any more agonized. And yet, things weren't over yet. Golden strands exploded out around the cultivator, some sort of restrictive spell that sealed his cultivation base and made him seem like little more than a mortal. Everyone who could see what had just occurred was left gasping. This boss Azure Dragon is totally vicious. Plus, he actually has the power to seal people with his attacks. The battle still wasn't over, though. Bai Xiaochun spun in place, unleashing all the power of his undying live forever technique to defend against the magical techniques that two core formation cultivators had just unleashed from behind him. Then, a vicious expression appeared on his face as he once again spun his left foot in a powerful kick. Instantly, the two cultivators who had just tried to attack him from behind were sent flying through the air, golden strands wrapping around them and sealing them. Both of them now had numerous broken bones to deal with, and one of them had been injured so badly in the leg that he was bleeding profusely. Next, several huge violet cauldrons materialized and began to smash down toward Bai Xiaochun's opponents. As they did, he performed another minor teleportation, appearing next to a fifth cultivator. However, by this time, the other cultivators were prepared and instantly attacked with deadly force. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly and used the mountain-shaking bash to shoot forward like an explosive dragon to slam into a nearby cultivator. That cultivator instantly coughed up blood as he was sent tumbling backward. His chest caved in. Next, Bai Bai Xiaochun turned in place and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, waving at 3 incoming attackers. "Frigid," he murmured inwardly. Instantly, frigid chi billowed out, and cracking sounds could be heard as the air in front of him froze up. At the same time, the 3 incoming cultivators suddenly stopped in place. Because of their faltering momentum, Bai Xiaochun sped forward and kicked out again with this left foot. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 were sent spinning away, blood spraying out of their mouths. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but from the moment Bai Xiaochun first made a move until this moment, only a few breaths worth of time had passed. The silk pants were routed one after another, until the only ones who remained standing were Li Yuansheng and 3 others. Those 3 were trembling in shock. After looking around at their defeated comrades, they quickly began to back up, having no desire to participate in any more of Li Yuansheng's affairs. The pitiable state of their friends was the most effective warning message that could possibly have been sent to them. At the same time, the gasps of the onlookers grew into a strange silence. Apparently, they were so flabbergasted by Xiaochun's actions that they couldn't even utter a sound. Li Yuansheng was shaking visibly. For the space of a few breaths of time, all he could do was look around at his friends, who were either unconscious or running away. Within moments, he was the only person left hovering there in midair. Bai Xiaochun's teleportation ability, and his shocking battle prowess, made him like a monster to people in the same cultivation level as him. Someone virtually impossible to fight against. Beads of sweat popped out on Li Yuansheng's forehead as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, a cold feeling rose up from the pit of Li Yuansheng's stomach, and he began to back up. "Why don't you come on down from up there too?" Bai Xiaochun, his eyes flickering with icy light, because of the frigid shadows in the area, and his incredible speed. He appeared as if by teleportation right in front of Li Yuansheng, who had been just on the verge of trying to flee. Then, he reached out with his right hand, drawing on the power of his heavenly king body in his attempt to grab Li Yuansheng. A gravitational force appeared, and the frigid chi in the area transformed into countless needles of ice that instantly turned toward Li Yuansheng and began to speed in his direction. Li Yuansheng's face fell, and he shouted, "How dare you try to hurt me? I'm Li Yuansheng, from a Deva clan. I don't care who you have backing you. I'll see you expelled from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect within 3 days." Although the words uttered by Li Yuansheng were spoken in a moment of panic, they were clearly a powerful threat. As far as he was concerned, most cultivators who managed to make it into the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect would view being driven out of it as a fate worse than death. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was the river source sect in the eastern Heavenspan River. Anyone expelled from a sect like that would not be welcome in any other sect in the eastern cultivation world, be that in the lower reaches or the middle reaches. Any such person would have no choice but to become a rogue cultivator. In the Heavenspan realm, rogue cultivators occupied an extremely low position. They were not allowed to practice cultivation close to the Heavenspan River itself, and if they were caught secretly attempting to do so, they would immediately be driven away by the sects that controlled those areas. Rogue cultivators who managed to reach the nascent soul stage had it a bit better off, but anyone beneath that level lived a very bitter existence. And thus, Li Yuansheng did not hesitate to resort to such a threat. After all, according to the rules of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, the fact that Boss Azure Dragon was a disciple of the sect meant that if Li Yuansheng wanted to see him dead, it would be either very, very difficult or outright impossible. However, considering his position in the clan, having him expelled would be very easy. Then, once he was on the outside, and no longer had the protection of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, killing him could be accomplished with little more than a thought. Although he didn't actually know who Bai Xiaochun had backing him, he didn't seem to care, nor did he care that this area was personal property. After all, on Sky Quarter Rainbow, any one of the hallmasters of the 10 halls had the right to bestow personal property in Sky City. Although many in Sky City itself viewed personal property as something completely mind-boggling, Li Yuansheng didn't think very much of it at all, considering that he came from a Deva clan. As soon as the words left Li Yuansheng's mouth, a tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes widened. Without any hesitation, he pulled his hand back, and at the same time, caused the countless shards of ice stabbing toward Li Yuanxing to vanish. "What did you just say?" he said, sounding somewhat nervous as he looked at Li Yuanxing. This response caused all of the surrounding silk pants to stare in shock, as well as all of the other surrounding cultivators. Considering how shocked they had all been because of the fight which had just been playing out, this sudden reversal left them completely taken aback. The abrupt change by Xiaochun's actions seemed completely incomprehensible. Moments ago, he had been bursting with seemingly unstoppable momentum, but then, a mere threat uttered by Li Yuanxing seemed to make him weak in the knees. Even Li Yuanxing was surprised, and in fact, his heart was still pounding in fear. He had uttered that threat in the heat of the moment, fearing he had no other options. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have worked, and as such delight rose up in his heart, and the fierceness in his eyes grew more intense. "Humph. So, now you know what it means to be afraid, do you? Well, it's too late. I don't care who you have backing you, in 3 days or less, you will no longer be a member of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and will have no choice other than to get the hell off this land." Li Yuanxing clasped his hands behind his back, sending his words echoing out and his energy surging. Overall, he seemed very mighty and impressive. He could well imagine how, within a single breath of time, this boss Azure Dragon would be stricken by profound panic. Either he would explode into a rage, or he would bitterly bow his head in acquiescence. Li Yuanxing very much wanted to know which of those two reactions he would see. "That's the difference between our statuses in the sect," he thought. "Humph. Let's see whether or not this guy has what it takes to submit to fate." As a cold, sinister smile spread out on Li Yuanxing's face, the surrounding silk pants exchanged glances. The turn of events had been quite sudden, and it didn't seem quite right that the vicious person from moments ago had suddenly become so nervous. What happened next went beyond the powers of imagination or prediction of Li Yuanxing or anyone else present. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard Li Yuanxing's words, his face lit up with excitement and even joy. "Are you serious? Ha ha ha. Great. Wonderful. Your brother Li, right? Wow, I can't believe I just offended you the way I did. Well, it wasn't on purpose. Why didn't you say earlier that you could get me out of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect within 3 days? If you had spoken up in the beginning, I would never have moved a muscle against you and your friends." At this point, though, he still seemed concerned about the situation. Seemingly hesitant, he continued, "Brother Li, let me just make sure I understood you correctly. We need to make things very clear. You said that you would get me out of the sect within 3 days, right?" The silk pants in the area were completely flummoxed, and Li Yuanxing didn't seem to know what to make of the situation. The people in the audience were exchanging awkward glances, completely unsure of what was going on, and unable to comprehend why Bai Xiaochun seemed so excited. "You!" Li Yuanxing suddenly felt lost, and began to wonder if he and this boss Azure Dragon were even talking about the same thing. Finally, he couldn't hold back from saying, "Did you hear what I just said? I told you that in 3 days or less, I would have you kicked the hell out of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Kicked out, you hear? That means you won't be a disciple here anymore. Driven away. Expelled." Bai Xiaochun nodded eagerly, and seemed to be in higher spirits than ever. "Yeah, as long as you're sure you can pull it off, Brother Li. Wow, you truly are my greatest benefactor." With that, he turned toward Su Baokai and the other Tao protectors. "Su Baokai!" he shouted. "Eldest brother, Master Snort Snort, hurry up and express your thanks to fellow Taoist Li. He can get me out of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. I don't have to be a hostage here anymore. We can all go home." Master God Diviner, Su Baokai, and Big Fatty Zhang all looked up sympathetically at Li Yuanxing. As for Li Yuanxing, the blank look on his face changed as soon as he heard the word hostage. His eyes went as wide as if he had just seen a ghost. Pointing at Bai Xiaochun with a trembling finger, he said, "You're a hostage?" "Yeah," Bai Xiaochun said loudly, swishing his sleeve. "I'm an important political hostage. Most other hostages would be very embarrassed or even angry to have their status revealed publicly, and as a result, they usually ran around with their tails between their legs. Bai Xiaochun, on the other hand, loudly announced it in grandiose fashion. Most of the time, he felt quite depressed when he thought about the fact that he was a hostage. But at the moment, the look on Li Yuanxing's face left him feeling wonderful, and in fact, he couldn't help but muse that being a hostage wasn't that bad after all. When the crowd heard Bai Xiaochun's words, they immediately erupted into chaos. The boss of the Celestial Sky Society looked like he had been struck by lightning, and his jaw was hanging open. At long last, he realized why he had never been able to dig up any information about the background of Boss Azure Dragon. Damn it! I can't believe he's a hostage. And even more unbelievable is how brazen he is. Hostages are supposed to go around filled with grief and indignation. The tears that filled the Celestial Sky Society's boss were enough to form a new heaven-span river. Why you? You! Li Yuanxing's mind was reeling so hard he couldn't even talk. He had the power to drive out any ordinary disciple, no matter what their background was. However, even if he were more powerful than he was, there was no way he could do anything to a hostage, who was an important connection between two sections. Not even nascent soul cultivators could do such a thing. Only a Deva realm expert would have the authority to weigh in on the matter, and the clan Deva would definitely not do so for such a trivial matter. Clearly, his threat from moments ago had been nothing more than lunacy, and to have it thrown back at him in this way made it feel like had just been slapped across the face. Not only did rage build up in his heart, but his face flushed bright red, and he then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Howling with rage, he spun and shot back toward the Rainbow District, not pausing for even a moment along the way. Waving his hand, Bai Xiaochun called, "AI, what are you leaving for? Hey brother Li, don't go. You promised to get me out of the sect within 3 days." When his words reached Li Yuanxing's ears, Li Yuanxing coughed up another mouthful of blood and then howled, "Intolerable bully!" At the same time, he pushed forward with greater speed than before. He wasn't the only one. The remaining silk pants in the area looked over at Bai Xiaochun with fear and awe at his incisive methods. Bowing their heads, they quickly fled, the more able ones supporting the injured ones on their shoulders. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat as they made their way off. Then he flicked his sleeve proudly and sighed in disappointment. I really hate it when people pretend to be threatening and awesome, only to turn out to be fakers. If you can't get me out of the sect, don't pretend you can. There's nothing funny about practical jokes. Sighing, he looked down at the tavern, and his Tao protectors who didn't seem to know whether to laugh or cry. Finally, he headed back into his room to continue his cultivation. Before long, word about Bai Xiaochun being a hostage began to spread through Sky City. It was a momentous development, and cleared up a lot of suspicions people had harbored. Soon, word even spread to the other 3 cities in the sect, leaving everyone there completely astonished. That was especially true of the hostages in the cities belonging to the Starry River Court, Polarity River Court, and Tao River Court. All of them were left completely flabbergasted. I never realized you could be so domineering as a hostage. I really need to go pay a visit to this Bai Xiaochun. Virtually all of them decided to go meet Bai Xiaochun and chat about their experiences as hostages, and perhaps get some advice about how to improve their situation in the sect. As for the Celestial Sky Society, their repeated setbacks left them with no other choice than to bow their heads. They knew that there was nothing they could do to fight Bai Xiaochun directly. After more meetings, the Celestial Sky Society boss finally gritted his teeth and said, "Since we can't provoke him, let's just get him out of Sky City." The rules governing the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect's promotion system worked in 2 ways. Either disciples voluntarily handed over 1 million merit points to get their promotion, or, if they saved up enough merit points, the sect's grand spell formation would detect it and automatically promote them. Such a method had been enacted to prevent any individual from saving too many merit points, and also to control inflation within the sect. Furthermore, it wasn't under the control of any individual, but rather the spell formation, which was linked to the identity medallions of all disciples, making it impossible to cheat. Of course, the second method was rarely seen, as it required a very large number of merit points. When a person's merit points exceeded the limit, they became like a beacon on a dark night, and instantly attracted the attention of the spell formation. Bai Xiaochun had used this exact method on Song Ke. By transferring a large amount of merit points from the Azure Dragon Society to Song Ke's identity medallion, it ensured that as soon as he flew out into the open, he was noticed and whisked away to become a yellow-robed disciple. At the moment, the leaders of the Celestial Sky Society were so terrified of Bai Xiaochun that they decided they had to simply get him out of the city. We'll only have one chance. If we don't get enough merit points into his command medallion, the strategy won't work, and after that, Boss Azure Dragon will be on guard. If we tried to do it a second time, it would be very difficult. Let's throw caution to the wind. The Celestial Sky Society will foot the bill to get him out. Even all those merit points will be worth it if we can achieve that goal. After making their decision, they waited a few more days until the fluctuations of the Sex Grand spell formation had reached a certain level of intensity. That night, the moon hung high and bright in the sky, bathing the lands with white moonlight. Although it made everything seem soft and hazy, Sky City was just as busy at night as it was during the day. In the desert on the edge of the West District, the Azure Dragon Society's tavern was in operation as it usually was. Cultivators came and went, not willing to rest just because it was dark outside. Bai Xiaochun was sitting at a table in the tavern, flanked by two maidservants who were cooling him with large fans. If those fans had been on display outside of the tavern, they would have caused quite a stir. In terms of their value in merit points, either one would be enough to purchase a powerful magical treasure. However, as far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, they might as well have just been ordinary fans. Even the table itself had been crafted from 1,000-year-old mahogany. If that would have been used to make something like a flying sword, it would have been an extraordinary weapon, but in this case it had simply been made into a table. The table was piled with all sorts of delicacies, the type that would go for astronomical prices on the outside. Even the bowls and the chopsticks had magical properties. The room was extravagantly decorated, so much so that a nascent soul cultivator who entered it would be shocked. Su Bao Kai, Master God Diviner, and Big Fatty Zhang were all there as well, eating and drinking to their heart's content. As they laughed and chatted, Chun Manyao sat demurely next to Bai Xiaochun, fanning herself with her own fan, occasionally joining in on the conversation. Their clothes were extremely luxurious, exactly the type you would expect the nouveau riche type to wear. So, Bai Xiaochun said, "It turns out you can't trust anything that Li Yuanxing guy says. 3 days have passed, and nobody has said I could leave the city." Rubbing his belly, he let out a contented burp. Su Baokai chuckled and said, "You know, Junior Patriarch, things are actually pretty good here. Ha ha ha. We get the best to eat and drink, and the best of everything else. We wouldn't even have it this good off in the river-defying sect. Although now I'm really curious about what life in the Rainbow District is like." "Look!" Bai Xiaochun suddenly shouted, pointing at Su Baokai and hurrying over to throw his arm around Big Fatty Zhang. "Look at this guy. You see that? That's ambition. Keep it up, Su Baokai. Keep it up." With that, he let out a loud guffaw. "It's a good thing we never let him into the ovens back in the day. Come on, Su Baokai, we have it way better off here than the Rainbow District. Only an idiot would want to get promoted. I'm going to stay right here for the rest of my life." He emphasized his last words with a dramatic wave of his hand, looking very, very satisfied. Master God Diviner and Big Fatty Zhang roared with laughter, and Su Baokai looked a bit embarrassed. Just when he was about to defend himself, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively and said, "Listen to me, guys." Just when he was about to brag about his visit to the Rainbow District and explain how everyone there was so cold and distant, his expression suddenly flickered as he realized that his bag of holding was vibrating. Slapping it, he produced his identity medallion and scanned it with divine sense. Shocked, he realized that his merit point balance was increasing rapidly. "What's going on?" he said, puzzled. Then his eyes widened as, in the briefest of moments, his balance shot past 1 million. Soon, he had 2 million merit points, then 3 million, then 4 million. Shrieking in terror, and without any time to offer any explanations, he quickly began to transfer merit points to the others. However, no matter how quickly he acted, it was still too slow. Within the blink of an eye, his merit point balance reached more than 5 million. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sex Grand Spell formation was most sensitive and active during the full moon, and it just so happened that the moon outside was shining as brightly as a signal fire. It took only a moment for the spell formation to notice what was happening and send power rushing into the tavern, and the room Bai Xiaochun was in. "No!" he screamed. To the shock of Master God Diviner, Su Bao Kai, Big Fatty Zhang, and Chen Man Yao, and before any of them could react, the stream of light entered the room and wrapped around Bai Xiaochun. Even as the light grabbed him, his merit point balance continued to increase with maddening speed. Unexpectedly, it had already reached more than 7 million. That incredible balance seemed to anger the spell formation, which was by no means gentle as it grabbed Bai Xiaochun and yanked him out of the room and up into the sky. As Bai Xiaochun's screams echoed out in all directions, his 4 Dao protectors rushed out, shaken, and yet completely helpless to do anything. "I don't want to go. I want to stay here. I don't want to become a yellow-robed disciple. I'm much more suited to being an orange-robed disciple." By this point, it was obvious that he had fallen victim to the scheming of the Celestial Sky Society. Furthermore, considering the incredible sum of merit points involved, it was clear how determined the leaders of the Celestial Sky Society were to get rid of him. The beam of light which was dragging Bai Xiaochun away was far larger and brighter than the usual type. As such, it lit up the night sky, filling all of Sky City, drawing the attention of numerous gazes, many of which were filled with excitement. As for all of the cultivators who had suffered the side effects of the fantasy pills and the ultra-diet supplement pills, they couldn't have been more delighted. Some of them even started banging on drums and gongs as they cheered. "Old Devil Bai is finally leaving. The heavens do have eyes. Boss Azure Dragon is getting promoted. Ha ha ha. That fiend is the #1 villain in Sky City. Now that he's leaving, it's like a huge mountain is being lifted off of our shoulders." The cheers in the city mixed with Bai Xiaochun's screams to echo out into the night. His Dao protectors looked on with shocked expressions as the powerful beam of light dragged Bai Xiaochun through the night sky towards Sky Quarter Rainbow. On that very rainbow, the disciples in charge of receiving other newly promoted disciples were standing on the official welcoming platform, expressions of disbelief on their faces as they looked down at the cheering Sky City. If they could hear the sound from that far up, it could only be imagined how enthusiastic the crowds were down below. The disciples exchanged awkward glances. Never before had they seen such tumult in the city below, and never had they seen the beam of light sent to welcome a new disciple to the Rainbow District being so large and bright. Soon, Bai Xiaochun was there in front of them. As soon as Bai Xiaochun sensed the cold gazes of the other disciples, he wailed, "I don't want to become a yellow-robed disciple." Tears even welled up in his eyes as he cursed his previous complacency and his carelessness in not taking preventative measures against such tactics as the Celestial Sky Society had just used. The grief that spilled from his heart into his voice was the kind that would incite sorrow in the hearts of anyone who heard it, and caused the surrounding disciples' jaws to drop. Usually, people who were brought up to the Rainbow District were beside themselves with joy. This was their first time seeing anyone sad about the matter. Bai Xiaochun sighed repeatedly and appeared to be on the verge of tears as he left the welcoming platform. His surroundings were beautiful, with strong spiritual energy, pools and ponds everywhere, and even immortal mountains. However, considering how cold and indifferent everyone was, Bai Xiaochun still felt that his tavern was a much better place. Scowling, he realized that he simply had to accept the situation. Sighing, he murmured to himself, "You just can't be too outstanding. I never thought that I, Bai Xiaochun, who always tries to keep such a low profile, would be ripped away from the mundane world to become a yellow-robed disciple." The 2 disciples escorting Bai Xiaochun both wore yellow robes, and eyed Bai Xiaochun more than a few times as they walked along, apparently unsure of what to make of him. After all, he had made quite a commotion upon his arrival. Usually, these 2 yellow-robed disciples were quite harsh in their treatment of newcomers, but for some reason, they were being very polite to Bai Xiaochun. Sky Quarter Rainbow has the 10 halls, one of them explained, and all newly promoted yellow-robed disciples end up joining one of them. The selection process doesn't happen each time a disciple is promoted, but rather in groups, once per year. However, your luck runs strong, fellow Taoist Bai, said the other. We only have 4 months to go until the next hall selection forum. Not only were these two explaining how things worked on Sky Quarter Rainbow, they were also explaining his new responsibilities. One of the reasons Sky Quarter Rainbow is divided up into 5 rings is because of the 10 halls. The inner ring is where the Peak Lord lives, and nobody can go there without being summoned. As for the other areas, they are set aside for use by the 10 halls. Last time Bai Xiaochun had been here, he had merely been passing through, but this time, thanks to the introduction given by these two disciples, he was already coming to a much better understanding of Sky Quarter Rainbow. Although it was called a rainbow, it actually had flat ground inside just like any other location. There was a 7-colored sky overhead, and the dirt beneath their feet also featured 7 colors, although it wasn't generally visible because of the green limestone which covered almost everything. The only places where the 7-colored dirt was visible was on the Immortal Mountains which rose up in certain locations. What left the deepest impression of all on Bai Xiaochun was how soft and gentle the spiritual energy was. He could already tell that it would be very easy to absorb and wouldn't lead to the terrifying energy drainage that was common in Sky City. From his current vantage point, Bai Xiaochun could look to the side and see lushly vegetated hills and mountains interspersed with blue bodies of water, which were the lands of Heavenspan. There was also a golden channel of water stretching off as far as the eye could see, which was the Heavenspan River. In the other direction was the vast and boundless sea. Last time Bai Xiaochun had been here, he had come to the inner ring, and hadn't been able to see much. At the moment, though, he was in the outer ring, and was able to glimpse the magnificent golden waters of the sea. The sheer grandeur caused him to gasp in shock. Furthermore, the strength of the spiritual energy in that sea seemed beyond imagination. It even caused mighty waves to roll across the surface of the water, the crashing of which even reached all the way to the rainbow and Bai Xiaochun's ears. "That's the Heavenspan Sea?" he murmured, shaken. The two cultivators escorting him couldn't conceal the pride which rose up on their faces. After all, being a yellow-robed disciple in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was truly a glorious position. One of them smiled. "That's right. Only disciples who get promoted to the yellow-robed level qualify to live here and enjoy the majestic sight of the Heavenspan Sea." That sea formed the center of the lands of Heavenspan, and was the source of its spiritual energy. It was a sea that would never dry up, a sea that would flourish for all eternity. As Bai Xiaochun looked at the Heavenspan Sea, he was struck with the sudden impulse to fly out and explore it. After a moment, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze to look at the ancient battleship which existed on top of the waterfall. From this vantage point, it was clearly visible. It was pitch black, and appeared to be in a state of extreme damage and dilapidation, especially its sails. Within the ship, terrifying, shadowy figures floated here and there. The mere sight of it caused Bai Xiaochun's hair to stand on end, and he quickly looked away. As they walked along, Bai Xiaochun caught sight of other cultivators who lived on Sky Quarter Rainbow. All of them were yellow-robed disciples, without a single one wearing robes of green or cyan. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, the green and cyan-robed disciples were either very rare or lived in a different area. Just as he remembered from his last time here, the cultivators were very aloof and cold. None of them spoke to each other. At most, they would occasionally exchange a glance. Because of that, Sky Quarter Rainbow was a very quiet place. Bai Xiaochun wasn't used to such silence, but there was little he could do about it. The cultivators escorting him along eventually took him to the location where new disciples were required to check in. He handed over his identity medallion for inspection, and then was given a yellow robe and a jade slip key to an immortal's cave. After exchanging a few parting words, the two disciples who had led him up to this point took their leave. Bai Xiaochun sized up his surroundings, feeling very out of place and very alone. Frowning, he followed the map in the jade slip until he found his immortal's cave on the very edge of the 5th ring. It was a very ordinary immortal's cave, and the only good thing about it was that if he stood at the window, he could catch a glimpse of the sea far off in the distance. The cave was relatively small and ordinary, but most newly promoted disciples would be elated to be given such a dwelling, which vastly exceeded the standards of virtually every cultivator in Sky City. But to Bai Xiaochun it was like a hovel compared to his room back in his tavern. Sighing, he stood there looking around blankly for a moment, then resigned himself to his misfortune and began to tidy the place up. A bit later, he sat down cross-legged to do some cultivation. As his session of cultivation progressed, he grew more and more calm. Sure enough, his progress surpassed what he could accomplish in Sky City, and plus, there was no energy drainage. Once again, he was filled with the sensation that he didn't need to eat food. With every breath he took, boundless spiritual energy poured into him, filling his body, swirling here and there. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun immersed himself in his cultivation. During the following 10 days, he spent much of his time in cultivation, but also took some time to explore and familiarize himself with his new surroundings. Whenever he encountered fellow disciples, they treated him very coldly. Even if he called out a greeting, they would ignore him. However, he soon got a good sense of the true power of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. During those 10 days, he realized that almost all of the yellow-robed disciples he encountered on Sky Quarter Rainbow were core formation cultivators. Although a few were in foundation establishment, most of those were in the quasi-core stage. Everyone possessed incredible battle prowess, which was quite a shock to Bai Xiaochun. He also asked about the location where the living mountain incantation was intended to be cultivated, but was disappointed to find that it wasn't on Sky Quarter Rainbow at all. Instead, it was on the second level of rainbows where the sect leader resided. Looking up at the rainbows above him, he murmured, "On the second level, there are 2 rainbows, the one on the left being for the Devis, and the one on the right set aside for the sect leader, as well as various training grounds and trials by fire." He was a newcomer, and because of how everyone was so cold and indifferent, it wasn't easy for him to get information. After becoming a yellow-robed disciple, there were certain restrictions regarding returning to Sky City. Such restrictions didn't really apply to people like Li Yuanshang and his friends, but for Bai Xiaochun, getting back down to the city was a very complicated ordeal. However, jade slips could still be used to communicate, and he soon got news from Master God Diviner and the other Tao protectors. After Bai Xiaochun's departure, the mood in the Azure Dragon Society had turned very bleak. However, after making some adjustments to the profit margins, they were fairly certain they would be able to get by. Although the Celestial Sky Society had begun to cause more problems, they still feared Bai Xiaochun, and thus, didn't do anything overtly aggressive. The Tao protectors also told him that they planned to handle a few important affairs regarding the tavern, and then do their best to be promoted to the Rainbow District as well. That got Bai Xiaochun very excited. Without all of his Tao protectors, he was actually very bored, with little to do other than cultivate his undying live forever technique and frigid school will evolving incantation. Things went on like that for about a month, until one day in the middle of a session of cultivation, his expression suddenly flickered. Waving his hand, he sent the door of the Immortal's cave creaking open, revealing a figure approaching, bathed in the morning sunlight. When that person saw the door of the Immortal's cave open, he stopped in place for a moment, seemingly in thought, before proceeding forward again. Soon, his handsome, grim face was clearly visible. He was none other than Song Ke. Ke-er! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed happily as he shot to his feet. Just when he was about to rush forward to pull Song Ke inside, Song Ke snorted coldly and took a few steps back, refusing to enter. "Bai Xiaochun," he said in a stony voice, "the details regarding my promotion to yellow-robed disciple aren't important. What's important is that I owe you because of it. There are some things you probably haven't been told about since you're new, so listen up. First, in 3 months, both you and I will be part of the hall selection forum. 'Cause I got here a bit before you did, I've learned a few things about it. There are some halls which many people desire to enter, mostly because they are safer, and can even lead to lucrative opportunities. Some examples are the Hall of Magical Techniques, the Hall of Defenders, and the Hall of Spirit Enhancement. However, some halls are considered perilous, and there are high mortality rates among the disciples who join them. Most notable among those are the Hall of Covert Operations and the Hall of Devil Slayers. Be careful when the time comes. Second, during the month since you've arrived, word has spread that someone is out to give you a hard time, or worse. You should consider who it is you might have offended and take precautions. With a final look at by Xiaochun, Song Ke turned and left. Apparently, his only reason in coming had been in an attempt to pay back his debt of merit points. A thoughtful expression could be seen on by Xiaochun's face as he watched Song Ke hurrying off. Before long, though, a slight smile could be seen. By this point, Bai Xiaochun didn't view Song Ke as being any sort of rival. In fact, he actually believed Song Ke's life to be a bit rough. He went around all the time trying to look tough, surrounded by a murderous aura, constantly looking to pick fights. Bai Xiaochun wouldn't forget how he had come to offer these warnings. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that, based on what Song Ke had told him, it was likely that Li Yuanxing was looking for an opportunity to cause problems for him because of the matters with the Celestial Sky Society. Unfortunately, knowing the identity of the person targeting him didn't really provide much help. After all, it would be impossible to prepare for all of the ways Li Yuanxing could get to him in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. The only thing he could do was be as cautious as possible. If we were in the River-defying sect, I'd definitely show him a thing or two. Bai Xiaochun let out a harumph and proceeded to ponder how he would handle the situation if he were in Li Yuanxing's shoes. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. The Hall Selection Forum, he thought, a tremor passing through him. The more he thought about it, the grimmer his expression grew, and the more certain he was that the Hall Selection Forum was where Li Yuanxing would try to make a move on him. However, Bai Xiaochun couldn't think of any way to counter such a move. At one point, he even considered trying to reach out to the Sky Quarter Peak Lord. Unfortunately, without being expressly summoned by the Peak Lord, it was impossible to gain access to the inner ring. Even a simple visit to offer greetings had to be approved by the Peak Lord, and despite going on several occasions to do just that, Bai Xiaochun was never allowed to enter, and was forced to return gloomily to his immortal's cave. He basically had no options at the moment, so he simply decided to wait it out until his Dao protectors arrived. Soon, Master God Diviner, Big Fatty Zhang, and Chen Manyao all paid the requisite number of merit points to get their promotions. Su Baokai was the only one who stayed behind. After all, business in the tavern still had to be managed. The tavern itself was the main reason everyone had been able to get up to the Rainbow District to begin with, and someone had to stay behind to run it, at least for a while. After being received by the disciples at the welcoming platform, the Dao protectors got their clothing and identity medallions and then went to find Bai Xiaochun. It was a happy reunion, even for Chen Manyao. After working closely with Bai Xiaochun and everyone else, and gaining the approval of Bai Xiaochun himself, she was now considered to be part of their circle of friends. After the initial reunion was over, they all sat down in Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave. First, the Dao protectors explained how things had gone in the tavern after he left, and then he told them about everything that had happened to him. When he was finished, he said, "And so, I need all of your help to figure out what to do about the Hall Selection Forum." Master God Diviner and Big Fatty Zhang frowned in thought, but unfortunately, they were new here and couldn't think of a single countermeasure to take. Eventually, they looked over at Chen Manyao. Bai Xiaochun did the same thing. Chen Manyao was from the Wildlands and knew other agents in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, so she was obviously the best equipped to provide a solution. Chen Manyao smiled. "Don't worry, Xiaochun. I should be able to take care of the situation. Just tell me which hall you want to join." Bai Xiaochun was so happy that he almost couldn't hold back from leaping forward and hugging her. Laughing heartily, he said, "You're so awesome, Yaoer. All right, I want to join the Hall of Defenders." Chen Manyao's face turned a bit red, and after glaring at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, she pulled out a jade slip to make contact with her comrades in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. After a moment passed, she gave Bai Xiaochun a smile of confirmation, which got him even more excited. At that point, Big Fatty Zhang said that he wanted to join the Hall of Spirit Enhancement, and as for Master God Diviner, he wanted to get into the Hall of Magical Techniques. Later, the Dao protectors left. At long last, Bai Xiaochun didn't feel completely lonely anymore. In fact, his cultivation speed even seemed to pick up, and before he knew it, 3 months had passed. Including his first month, that meant 4 months had gone by, and it was time for Sky Quarter Rainbow's yearly hall selection forum. That morning at dawn, the sound of tolling bells filled Sky Quarter Rainbow, and all of the disciples who had been promoted to the yellow robe level in the past year all made their way out of their immortals' caves, looking both solemn and apprehensive. All of them knew that their fates for the following years would be determined on this day. Whichever hall they ended up joining would determine how they grew in the years to come, and would also have a huge influence on how long they managed to stay alive. Because of that, all of them were completely on edge. Of course, the rules of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect were strict. The 10 halls selected who would join them, not the other way around. Because the new disciples had absolutely no say in the matter, they could only wait nervously until the announcements were made. Bai Xiaochun had long since straightened his clothing in preparation for the event. As soon as the bells began to toll, he strolled out of his immortal's cave glowing with excitement, visualizing what it would be like to join the Hall of Defenders. Over the past few months, he had spent some merit points to get a bit more detailed information about the various halls, and knew that the Hall of Defenders could only be described as wonderful. They were tasked with defending Sky Quarter Rainbow as a whole. However, considering that Sky Quarter Rainbow was in the middle of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, the chances of someone invading the place were virtually zero. Because of that, the cultivators who were members of the Hall of the Defenders tended to enforce sect rules within the Rainbow District itself. They were a very impressive group, similar to the Hall of Justice back in the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun was very excited about the prospect, and was sure that as a member of the Hall of Defenders, he would surely become very famous on Sky Quarter Rainbow. It didn't take long before more than 200 newly promoted yellow-robed disciples were hurrying toward the inner ring. For most disciples, the Hall Selection Forum was the only time they would ever be able to visit the inner ring, where a huge square existed atop the 7-colored mountain there. Of course, this was Bai Xiaochun's second time to the inner ring, so things were somewhat familiar to him. Upon entering the square, he caught sight of Big Fatty Zhang, Master God Diviner, Chun Manyao, and even Song Quebec. Although he was able to catch their eyes, they were separated by enough distance that it wasn't possible to exchange words. The entire square was filled with a very somber air. Before long, the sound of bells faded away, and silence filled the air for a moment before 10 beams of light appeared out of nowhere and shot down toward the ground. Instantly, crushing pressure filled the area, causing the faces of Bai Xiaochun and all the other disciples to flicker. It felt as if their bodies were being pushed down into the ground. At the same time, 10 cultivators appeared. Some were men, some women, some seemed old, some did not, but all were nascent soul cultivators. 3 of the women were beautiful, and yet looked very stoic. Somehow, such expressions only made them seem more attractive. As for the others, some had faces wrinkled with age, whereas others looked like young men or women. Some appeared to be kind and amiable, while others were surrounded by murderous auras, and seemed like very vicious characters. Greetings, Hallmasters. It was hard to say who spoke first, but soon, all of the gathered disciples were bowing their heads and calling out greetings to the 10 nascent soul cultivators who were the Hallmasters of Sky Quarter. Bai Xiaochun did the same, peering out of the corner of his eye at the 10 nascent soul cultivators and wondering which one was the Hallmaster of the Hall of Defenders. At the same time, he couldn't help but gasp at the power of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Even Sky Quarter Rainbow alone had enough power to dominate any sect in the Middle Reaches, assuming that sect didn't have a deva. And they have 3 other rainbows just like Sky Quarter, he thought, shaken. There's also Starry Quarter, Polarity Quarter, and Tao Quarter. At that point, one of the 10 nascent soul cultivators said, "And now, you will come to join the Hallmaster who calls your name. Chun Biao, Su Ku, Zhou Songli." As the names of the disciples were called out, they respectfully hurried over to the side of whichever nascent soul cultivator had called them. "Song K," said one of the fierce-looking nascent soul cultivators. Song K took a deep breath and flew over. Eventually, Chun Manyao was called by one of the beautiful women, and by some lucky chance, Big Fatty Zhang was called by one of the other beauties. Master God Diviner wasn't sure if luck was with him when he got called by an icy-faced young man. As the crowd began to thin, Bai Xiaochun's nervousness grew, and he continued to flash glances in the direction of the nascent soul cultivators, hoping to remind them of his presence. Unfortunately, the nascent soul Taoist masters all had completely expressionless faces, and none of them were even looking in his direction. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun soon realized that, unexpectedly, there was one among the nascent soul cultivators who hadn't said a single word so far. He was a kindly-faced old man, who looked over the dwindling group of cultivators with a wide smile that did nothing to reveal what he was thinking. It didn't take long before the group of more than 200 had been whittled down to less than a dozen or so. Bai Xiaochun stood there, blinking, wondering what exactly was happening. Then he looked over at Chen Manyao and realized that she was wearing a look of shock, at which point, his heart began to sink. By now, the 9 nascent soul Taoist masters weren't saying anything else, and in fact were all looking at the kindly-faced old man. The beautiful nascent soul cultivator who had selected Big Fatty Zhang smiled and said, "Brother Feng, we're finished with our selections." The old man laughed heartily and then swished his sleeve. "All right, if you don't want this group, then I'll take them." He waved his finger, causing 7-colored light to spread out beneath the feet of Bai Xiaochun and the others and carry them over to his side. "Very well then," he said with a smile. "I'll take my leave now." The other nascent soul cultivators called out farewell as he carried Bai Xiaochun and the others off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he looked around at the other cultivators and then nervously asked, "Senior, which hall are we?" The old man turned and looked back at him, and the kindness that was on his face before was now nowhere to be seen. His smile was sinister, and he suddenly possessed a powerful murderous aura that caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp. "Congratulations on being selected by the Hall of Devil Slayers." "The Hall of Devil Slayers?" Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes widening in terror. Never could he have imagined that after calling upon the help of Chen Manyao, he would actually be taken away by the Hall of Devil Slayers. Instantly, rage boiled up inside of him. The other disciples around him had a variety of expressions on their faces, and none of them looked happy. Throughout the history of Sky Quarter Rainbow, the most dangerous hall of all is the Hall of Devil Slayers. They also have the highest casualty rate. Heavens! I heard that a few decades ago, the Hall of Devil Slayers went on a mission outside the sect, and thousands of disciples died in the briefest of moments. I heard that the disciples in the Hall of Devil Slayers all get sent out on missions to assassinate enemies, and can get killed at the drop of a hat. The entire group was crying out in alarm. None of them could have guessed that they would actually have been selected by the Hall of Devil Slayers, and even as they trembled in terror, the Hallmaster glared back and said, "Shut up, all of you." His thunderous voice instantly crushed the entire group into silence. Neither Bai Xiaochun nor any of the rest of them could reconcile the kindly-faced old man from before with this stern Hallmaster and his sharp gaze. "In the Hall of Devil Slayers, we subdue demons and exorcise devils. The Tao we pursue is that of slaughtering our enemies. Do the lot of you really wish to forsake such honor and glory? Listen up. I'm only going to use 10% of my speed, so don't fall behind. The last person to meet me in the grand square of the Hall of Devil Slayers' main temple will immediately be sent out on a very important mission. Of course, I'm the type of person who likes to offer rewards in addition to punishments. If any of you can beat me to the square, you won't have to go on any missions for the next 3 years." With a cold snort, he pushed forward with greater speed. Everyone gasped. From the Hallmaster's tone of voice, whatever important mission he had in mind would not be a good thing for any of them. Without any hesitation, all of them shot forward with all the speed they could muster. Bai Xiaochun appeared to be on the verge of tears, and at the same time was furious at having been screwed over. That, coupled with his terror regarding the Hall of Devil Slayers, caused him to speed after the Hallmaster as quickly as possible. His mind filled with all the rumors he had heard recently. Especially terrifying were the quavering words spoken by his fellow disciples moments ago. "It probably wasn't Chen Manyao's fault. She has no reason to screw me over. Most likely, She just didn't have enough backing to keep me safe. I'd bet everything that it was Li Yuansheng and his Deva clan. He's pulling out all the stops to try to get me killed. Gritting his teeth, he looked around to measure how fast his fellow disciples were, after which his eyes flashed with determination, and he picked up speed. As he accelerated, the wind screamed past his ears, and he left behind nothing more than afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the leaders of the pack, barreling forward as if he were fleeing for his life. Not only did he not wish to come in last, he couldn't stop thinking about the possible reward if he could beat the hallmaster to the square. The idea of being exempt from missions for 3 years was like rocket fuel inside of him. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and kept his eyes fixed on the old nascent soul cultivator up ahead. Although the hallmaster was moving quickly, he obviously wasn't going all out. In fact, he was strolling casually through the air, each step taking him thousands of meters along. As far as the hallmaster was concerned, it would be quite impressive if any of the disciples could merely keep up with him at this pace. Furthermore, putting them in their place a bit also had its benefits. After all, life in the Hall of Devil Slayers was a bitter one, and he always tried to take the new recruits down a notch or two. Sighing, he proceeded along up ahead when suddenly, he heard a whistling sound behind him, causing a look of surprise to play out on his face. Sending his divine sense back, he saw Bai Xiaochun flying along at an almost impossible speed, passing all of his comrades and actually closing in toward him. In fact, he was only moments away from catching up altogether. Eh? The hallmaster muttered in surprise. In all the years he had selected new recruits for the Hall of Devil Slayers, never had he encountered anyone this fast. Having no other choice, he sped up a little bit, instantly pushing himself several hundred meters forward. Bai Xiaochun was gasping for breath as he caught up, only to see the hallmaster suddenly accelerate and put a few hundred meters between the two of them. As the anxiety welled up inside of him, 2 wings appeared, which gave him another explosive burst of speed. As the two of them raced along, it was clear to see that Bai Xiaochun was actually moving a bit faster than the hallmaster. With his wings, his fleshly body power, and his Heavendao gold core, he was soon able to close the distance, until he was only a few dozen meters behind the hallmaster. The hallmaster's eyes widened, and pushed himself along a bit faster. By this point, he was virtually at his limit when using only 10% of his power. Through all the years that he had been tasked with selecting new disciples, he had never encountered anyone who could force him to use more than 10%. However, to his shock, he found that Bai Xiaochun was nothing like the other disciples. In fact, the hallmaster also realized that if he only used 10% of his cultivation-based power, then at some point Bai Xiaochun would actually pass him up. By now, they could actually see the Hall of Devil Slayers up ahead, and that was when Bai Xiaochun actually pulled up alongside the hallmaster. His panting gasps were audible in all directions, and blue veins were bulging out of his forehead. From the look in his eye, his life was on the line. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, his life really was on the line. Up ahead was the Hall of Devil Slayers, a huge mountain surrounded by swirling clouds and covered with countless pavilions, temples, and other buildings. Cultivators were hustling about everywhere, and most notable of all were the enormous characters carved upon the mountain itself. Hall of Devil Slayers. Each character that made up the name was fully 300 meters tall and as red as blood. Not only did they make a shocking sight, they emanated a terrifying, murderous aura. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted as he realized that he was definitely going to pass up the hallmaster, and then win 3 years of being exempt from going on missions. What does this little punk think he's doing? The hallmaster thought, glaring over. Trying to embarrass me? He was a nascent soul Taoist master with a profoundly high cultivation base. Even though he was limiting himself to 10% of his cultivation-based power, it would still be quite a loss of face if someone in the younger generation actually surpassed him. Frowning, he looked at the Hall of Devil Slayers up ahead, and was just hesitating about what to do when Bai Xiaochun was only about 3,000 meters away from his final destination. Suddenly, he shot forward with even greater speed, drawing upon the mountain-shaking bash, which caused rumbling sounds to echo out as he passed the hallmaster. Within moments, he would be stepping down onto the square. The hallmaster's glare intensified, and inwardly he was cursing. Taking a step forward, he finally resorted to a minor teleportation. However, even as he did, Bai Xiaochun sent frigid qi roiling out, creating a 3,000-meter area of frozen ice around him. Suddenly, he also did something that resembled a minor teleportation, and in the following moment was right at the temple standing over the square. The hallmaster's jaw dropped as widely as if he had just seen a ghost as he also finished his teleportation. "I'm first," Bai Xiaochun cried, simultaneously panting for breath. Ha 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 ha. Looking around, he was absolutely convinced that he was the first person to reach this spot. It was in that moment that an ancient voice floated over to him from off in the distance. "Not bad. You really did get there first. However, what are you doing way over there? The square I was talking about is right here." Bai Xiaochun spun, his jaw dropping as he realized that the hallmaster was actually standing in another square some distance away, smiling broadly at him. Bai Xiaochun looked around and confirmed that he was standing in the square outside the main temple, and that the hallmaster was in the square of one of the side temples. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's face turned grim, and dejection rose up in his heart. "You," he said, almost on the verge of tears. Despite the hallmaster's shamelessness, there was nothing Bai Xiaochun could do about it. So he simply sighed sadly and then hurried over. Clasping hands and bowing deeply, he said, "Disciple Bai Xiaochun offers formal greetings. Hallmaster." The hallmaster smiled, once again looking kindly like he had before. However, inwardly he was snorting coldly, and had determined not to forget that Bai Xiaochun had actually gone so far as to surpass his own speed. Now that the hallmaster had arrived, other members of the Hall of Devil Slayers began to hurry over. The first to arrive was a middle-aged cultivator with a goatee and a late core formation cultivation base. He clasped hands respectfully in greeting to the hallmaster, and also offered some fawning words that he apparently didn't mind Bai Xiaochun hearing. The hallmaster smiled and nodded in response, after which the middle-aged man stood off to the side, where he looked at Bai Xiaochun with a sparkling glint of interest. Before long, the other new recruits arrived, the last one being a trembling quasi-core cultivator. The hallmaster gave him a cold look and then looked away. However, the man with the goatee seemed to have marked the last-placed disciple with his eyes. "I am Feng Yud, hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers. From now on, all of you are cultivators of the Hall of Devil Slayers, and must abide by all of our rules and customs. Master Cloud Dao, I'll leave them in your hands." With that, the hallmaster flashed into motion, flying up toward the summit of the mountain, leaving all the new recruits standing around with blank expressions. The man with the goatee, whom the hallmaster had called Master Cloud Dao, flashed a cold smile at Bai Xiaochun and the others and then said, "There is no need for fear, ladies and gentlemen. I am your humble servant Master Cloud Dao, the honor guard of the Hall of Devil Slayers. From now on, we're all on the same team. However, your first task as new recruits is to go out alone on a mission, which I will assign to you right now." For some reason, it seemed like something special glittered in his eyes when he looked at Bai Xiaochun. "Zhao Ku, you will go to the Nine Shadows continent to kill the devil cultivator Zhou Wu. Last month, he committed murder, and even went to the lengths of forging an evil magical weapon. He must be eliminated. Lu Peng, your mission is to kill Chun Fan from the Yunqin clan. He has an early core formation cultivation base, but according to our latest information, he was gravely injured recently, so he shouldn't put up much of a fight. Bring back his head. Han Ping, your destination is the Holy Patron continent, where you will be escorting a representative of the Lumin clan to bring their yearly tribute to the sect." As Master Cloud Dao rattled off the missions, it was clear that some were more dangerous than others, but generally speaking, they were all roughly within the same level of difficulty. After all, this group had just joined the Hall of Devil Slayers, and Master Cloud Dao wasn't trying to intentionally make things hard for them. As for the merit point rewards for the missions, the smallest was 20,000, with the largest being multiple times higher than that. As for the cultivator who had come in last in the race to the square, his mission actually didn't seem very hard at all. All he had to do was deliver a message to a place called Grand Forest Mountain. Most of the cultivators seemed relieved after hearing their missions. As for Bai Xiaochun, he continued to wait nervously for Master Cloud Dao to speak his name and explain his mission. Bai Xiaochun, you will travel to White Grove Cliff on the Eternal Flux continent to kill the notorious sex fiends Hengfeng, a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage. Your reward upon success will be 30,000 merit points. With that, he tossed a jade slip to Bai Xiaochun and went on to assign more missions. Soon, everyone had their missions, after which Master Cloud Dao looked over the group and smiled. Fellow Taoists, these first missions of yours shouldn't be very difficult, and I truly hope they go smoothly. However, if any of you dare to disrespect the arrangements set forth by the Hall of Devil Slayers by not going on your assigned mission, you will face a punishment the likes of which you can't even imagine. Very well, you have 2 hours to prepare before leaving. Master Cloud Dao swished his sleeve and left. Meanwhile, other disciples from the Hall of Devil Slayers who had been waiting off to the side hurried over with uniforms and identity medallions for the new recruits. Everyone exchanged unsettled glances and then, not being in the mood for chit-chat, rushed away to prepare as well as they could for their missions. Bai Xiaochun did the same, hurrying back to his immortal's cave as quickly as possible. Along the way, he couldn't stop thinking about how he didn't want to go out on the mission. Unfortunately, this wasn't the river-defying sect, and he didn't have any basis upon which to refuse to go. Kill the notorious sex fiend Hengfeng? Is he really in the late Foundation establishment stage? If so, then the mission shouldn't be very hard at all. However, something seemed suspicious about the whole thing. Chun Manyao had attempted to arrange things, but he had still ended up in the Hall of Devil Slayers. Although he wasn't sure how Li Yuanxing had pulled it off, he couldn't shake the feeling that this first mission would somehow be very dangerous. After arriving at his immortal's cave, he sat there nervously, waiting for everyone to return. Big Fatty Zhang came first, then Master God Diviner, and finally, Chun Manyao, who immediately rushed to apologize and explain. Junior Patriarch, I really did my best. I made some inquiries after the fact and confirmed that it was Li Yuanxing who ruined my plans. Big Fatty Zhang and Master God Diviner were very angry, although they had ended up going to the halls they had wanted. For Bai Xiaochun to end up in the most dangerous place of all, the Hall of Devil Slayers, left them incensed. Bai Xiaochun sighed. By this point, he wasn't worried about how he had ended up in the Hall of Devil Slayers. He was more concerned with exactly how dangerous this mission of his was going to be. Scowling on the verge of tears, Bai Xiaochun said, Look, we might as well drop that topic. Hurry up and look into this mission for me. What's so dangerous about it? I have to leave within the hour. With that, he went on to explain everything he knew about the mission. His Tao protectors nodded seriously, and instead of wasting time sitting around talking about the matter, they all hurried away to see if they could get any information. However, there was very little time to work with. Bai Xiaochun quickly packed what he would take with him on the mission, and then watched the time ticking down on the jade slip. When there was only enough time left for an incense stick to burn, he walked out of his immortal's cave, looking quite crestfallen. Big Fatty Zhang and Chun Manyao were still trying to find information for him. As for Master God Diviner, he called upon the full power of his cultivation base to perform a divination. Don't worry, Junior Patriarch, he said somberly. My divinations are always very accurate. Although you will face some danger on this outing, as well as some misfortunes, in the end, a person of very high rank will come to your aid. Actually, not even Master God Diviner was sure whether he was actually offering a true prediction or just comforting Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun let out a long sigh and was about to say something when the mission jade slip began to emit intense light, urging him to leave the sect and begin his mission. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, and from the look in his eyes, he seemed ready to throw caution to the wind. With that, he rushed over the teleportation portal, where he was whisked away to the Eternal Flux continent. The Eternal Flux continent was one of 97 continents within the territory of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Although it wasn't considered very remote, it was still some distance from the sect itself. Although it was well within teleportation range of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, The teleportation portal itself was on the edge of the continent, some distance away from Whitegrove Cliff itself. It was currently summer, and the jungle was very hot and humid. Mountains zigzagged across the landscape, and there were no signs of human habitation, not even in the area near the teleportation portal. The portal was located in a mountainous valley, surrounded by restrictive spells and other defenses, making it impossible for anyone other than cultivators from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to use it. After the glitter of the teleportation light faded away, Bai Xiaochun was revealed, long-faced and clearly not in a good mood. "I sure hope this mission goes smoothly," he murmured to himself. When he thought back to the mission into the Luochen Mountains, he couldn't forget about how smoothly it had gone at first. Everything had seemed quite safe until the very end. "I shouldn't think about that. I'll just do what I can and make sure I don't lose my poor little life. If I can't handle the mission, I'll just abandon it." Gritting his teeth, he double-checked his magical items, making sure he had his renegade dragon horn ready, as well as his ancient devil scale and the landscape of 9 provinces. With those 3 precious treasures at his side, he was a bit more confident. "You just wait until I get back, Li Yuanxing. Things aren't over between us yet." Gritting his teeth, he sighed and thought back on the wonderful life he had led in Sky City, and how coming to the Rainbow District had been like falling into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Within the mission jade slip was a map. After confirming his current location, he began to fly along at a good pace in the direction of Whitegrove Cliff. Down below, the terrain was covered with thick jungle, complete with enormous, towering trees. As he went along, he didn't see anybody within the jungle itself. The only thing on the ground was a thick blanket of leaves which had been decaying there for who knew how many years. In many areas, the leaves had rotted into nothing more than a sludge. It was currently overcast, and although it wasn't raining, the muffled sound of thunder could be heard. The entire place seemed very desolate, and left Bai Xiaochun feeling very, very alone. He couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. The best thing would be to find some of the local cultivators and see if I can get some news about Whitegrove Cliff and this Wahongfeng. After a moment, he changed out of his yellow robes and into a more nondescript outfit, after which he went about trying to find some locals. However, he really did seem to be in an out-of-the-way location. After spending 10 full days searching, he couldn't find a single cultivator in the jungle. The only thing he saw was the occasional wild beast. One of them was a 300-meter-long anaconda, and once he even caught sight of a flock of birds with human heads and pulsing murderous auras. Almost in the same moment that he noticed the birds, a mouth suddenly opened up in one of the trees, which then gobbled one of them up. The sight of that caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to grow numb, and he even climbed a bit higher into the air as he flew along. Something really seems off here. Don't tell me that this eternal flux continent is completely uninhabited? The deeper he got into the jungle, the more beasts he saw down below. There were even some who were comparable in power to the core formation stage. At that point, Bai Xiaochun stopped in place. How could late Foundation establishment cultivators live permanently in a place like this? Even as he was pondering the issue, he saw a huge lizard leap up from the jungle and fly toward the clouds. As it sped higher and higher, it increased in size, and to Bai Xiaochun's wide-eyed shock, transformed into a flood dragon. As it swirled about in the clouds emanating terrifying pressure, Bai Xiaochun gasped and backed up. "I can't do this mission. There's no way. Is the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect trying to get me killed?" Eyes bloodshot, he gritted his teeth, spun in place, and headed back in the direction of the teleportation portal. 10 days had passed since Bai Xiaochun left the Hall of Devil Slayers and the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. All of Bai Xiaochun's Dao protectors were very nervous. Although none of them really knew much about the mission he was on, after spending a significant amount of merit points, they managed to dig up more information about the Foundation establishment cultivator he was supposed to track down and kill. What they found was that this cultivator had a fairly significant background. They immediately tried to get in contact with Bai Xiaochun to inform him of what they had discovered, only to find that, for some mysterious reason, he was impossible to reach. Perhaps it was because of how distant the Eternal Flux continent was, or perhaps there was some other reason. In any case, he was currently out of contact. Even as they stewed in their nervousness, Feng Yud, the nascent soul Taoist master who was the hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers, was sitting in a temple meditating. By now, he had long since put everything which had occurred with the new recruits out of his mind. He didn't even care whether or not they lived or died on their missions. Throughout the years, too many disciples of the Hall of Devil Slayers had died to even count. Generally speaking, the first missions assigned to new recruits weren't very difficult and had a high survival rate. Several days ago, he had asked Master Cloud Dao a few perfunctory questions regarding the missions that had been assigned, and had then proceeded to focus on cultivation. As he sat there in the temple, he suddenly realized that something in his bag of holding was flickering with bright light. Frowning, he opened his eyes and wondered who it was that had dared to displease him by interrupting his meditation. Looking down, he used divine sense to scan a jade slip in his bag of holding, whereupon his expression flickered and his eyes widened. He even gasped, and soon, an expression of bewilderment and incredulity could be seen on his face. The Heavenspan emissary is summoning me? He only knew a bit about the Heavenspan emissary, who was a very enigmatic figure, and was said to have come from the Heavenspan Sea to stay temporarily in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Even the sect's demigod patriarch treated the emissary with respect. An eminently important person like that was someone the hallmaster would normally only be able to gaze at from a distance, and yet now he was being personally summoned. Feng Yud's normally kind-looking face was now twisted with anxiety. Not daring to tarry, he rose to his feet and hurried out of the temple he had been meditating in, transforming into a beam of light that shot up past the second-level rainbows and directly toward the summit of the first-level rainbow. The entire area was sealed off by a restrictive spell, but after the spell scanned Feng Yud, he was let through. For some reason, that only caused his nervousness to mount. The first-level rainbow of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was occupied by the sect's demigod patriarch, and more recently, by the mysterious Heavenspan emissary. After Feng Yud was let past the defensive barrier, he didn't dare to actually set foot onto the rainbow, and merely waited above it, hands clasped and bowing deeply. Feng Yud, Hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers on Sky Quarter Rainbow, is here to request an audience with the Heavenspan emissary. Almost immediately, a blurry figure stepped out of thin air, looked Feng Yud up and down, and then led him down toward the rainbow. Feng Yud's anxiety continued to build as the blurry figure led him to a valley filled with birdsong, the fragrance of flowers, and strong spiritual energy, as well as a pond filled with 7-colored fish swimming lazily about. Closer inspection revealed that the fish looked very much like infant dragons. Adjacent to the pond was a log cabin, within which a figure could be seen playing a zither. The music floating up from the zither was graceful, and yet filled with a twinge of killing intent. Somehow, it affected the spiritual energy in the valley, causing vague images of wild beasts to appear, beasts that were shocking to the extreme. Feng Yud took a deep breath, then walked forward to a position roughly 300 meters from the log cabin. At that point, the pressure weighing down on him was so intense that he didn't dare to proceed any further. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply and said, "I am Feng Yud. Greetings, Heavenspan emissary." His expression couldn't have been more respectful. This emissary was a person who even the demigod patriarch respected. So whether it was in terms of cultivation base or background, Feng Yud knew well that being disrespectful in even the slightest aspect wasn't an option. After a long moment passed, the voice of a young woman drifted out from within the log cabin. Feng Yud. The mere fact that she had spoken his name caused Feng Yud's expression to turn even more somber. Yet again he bowed deeply. "There's no need to be nervous," the young woman continued. "I called you here today because I have a task in mind for you. Anything emissary. Whatever orders you have. I, Feng Yud, will do everything in my power to see them accomplished." The determination in his voice could sever nails and chop iron, and anyone who heard it would be convinced that he would go to any and all lengths to keep his word. A moment passed, and the young woman spoke again. "You have a disciple in your Hall of Devil Slayers named by Xiaochun. Make sure that nothing untoward happens to him during his time on Sky Quarter Rainbow. If you keep him safe until he reaches the nascent soul stage and joins the Parliament of Elders, I will bestow upon you a bit of good fortune that will see you reach the Deva realm. Feng Yud was taken aback by her words. He was a nascent soul cultivator and hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers. Being the wily fox that he was, he understood that, in some situations, the less you knew, the safer you were. That was especially true when it came to powerful people like the Heavenspan emissary. The less he understood about this situation, the better. Furthermore, when he heard about good fortune that would help him become a deva, his eyes immediately shone with bright light. Were any other person to make him such an offer, he wouldn't believe it, but this was a promise from the Heavenspan emissary. As such, he completely and utterly trusted the young woman's words. Deva realm, he murmured, eyes glittering with excitement. Of course, his desire to reach the Deva realm was intense, but the current level of his cultivation base made it such that, although becoming a Deva wasn't impossible, it was becoming less and less likely by the day. Therefore, the words of the Heavenspan emissary couldn't have been more enticing to him. Clasping hands, he bowed even more deeply than before. Fear not, emissary. I will do exactly as you say, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Brimming with excitement, he turned and left, flying back toward Sky Quarter Rainbow in a beam of prismatic light. Along the way, he couldn't stop bubbling with excitement over the thought of the good fortune which had been mentioned, and how this could very well be his lucky break. He tried to bury his excitement, and yet, it was impossible for him to prevent his eyes from glittering brightly. I can't believe this by Xiaochun prompted someone so powerful to personally issue orders about him. For some reason, the name by Xiaochun seemed familiar to him, but at the moment he couldn't put a face to the name. Whoever he was, Feng Yud was already determined to take good care of him during his time in the Hall of Devil Slayers, keep him out of any sort of danger, and groom him all the way to the nascent soul stage. Ha ha ha! It seems my chance at the Deva realm is just around the corner. With that, he pushed forward with a bit more speed, quickly arriving at Sky Quarter Rainbow and the Hall of Devil Slayers. Send for Master Cloud Dao immediately, he said. There were simply too many disciples in the Hall of Devil Slayers for him to remember them all by name, and therefore the best way to deal with them was through Master Cloud Dao. After all, Master Cloud Dao was responsible for the records of all the disciples and their mission assignments. As Feng Yud's most trusted assistant, he had done a wonderful job of managing things over the years. Just as Feng Yud was settling down in his temple, Master Cloud Dao arrived. Fearful of keeping Feng Yud waiting, he had even used a secret magic to arrive as quickly as possible, which was why the lingering sound of sonic booms could be heard outside. After landing outside the temple, he quickly straightened up his garments, put an ingratiating smile onto his face, and hurried inside. Upon entering, he saw that the kindly-faced Feng Yud was not sitting in his chair at the head of the hall like he usually did. Instead, he was pacing back and forth, his expression tinged with a delight that most people would not notice. However, after working closely with him as an aide for so long, Master Cloud Dao couldn't help but notice it. Greetings, Hallmaster, Master Cloud Dao said. Looking like the picture of a toady, he continued, Congratulations, and please accept my most sincere felicitations. From the healthy glow on your face, disciple can tell that some momentous event has occurred. Upon hearing Master Cloud Dao's words, Feng Yud laughed heartily. Oh you, he said, smiling and wagging his finger. If you spent less time working on reading faces and more time on cultivation, you might break through to the nascent soul stage. Master Cloud Dao chuckled with the realization that he had judged the situation correctly. Disciple, however, even as he prepared to offer some more flattery, Feng Yud swished his sleeve and interrupted. All right, that's enough with the adulation. We have a disciple in the Hall of Devil Slayers named by Xiaochun, right? Master Cloud Dao's jaw dropped. Huh? By Xiaochun? Upon seeing Master Cloud Dao's reaction, Feng Yud frowned, raised his voice and said, Well, is there? Unsure of why exactly Feng Yud was asking about by Xiaochun, Master Cloud Dao immediately started to get nervous. Nodding his head, he said, There is. He was in the last group of new recruits. Feng Yud laughed loudly as he suddenly recalled Bai Xiaochun, and how his burst of speed had been a bit irritating. Now, however, Feng Yud's attitude was completely different. Someone very important cared about Bai Xiaochun, which meant that he obviously was not anybody ordinary. "Oh, I remember him now. Well, go get him. No, wait, go invite him to come see me. And remember to be very polite." "Huh," Master Cloud Dao said, his eyes widening and his head beginning to spin. Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead as he realized that something about the situation was definitely not right. The fact that Feng Yud had used the word invite spoke volumes and caused Master Cloud Dao's nervousness to mount. When Feng Yud realized that the mention of Bai Xiaochun's name caused Master Cloud Dao to start sweating, he immediately suspected that something was going on. Gaze sharpening, he said, "Well, what are you standing around for?" Bracing himself, Master Cloud Dao said, "Hallmaster, Bai Xiaochun, he's still out on his first mission." Inwardly, he was cursing Li Yuanxing. The reason why Master Cloud Dao had recognized Bai Xiaochun at first sight was because he had personally worked very hard to make sure that he ended up being recruited by the Hall of Devil Slayers. According to the agreement he had reached with Li Yuanxing, if he could get Bai Xiaochun killed, he would receive all sorts of rewards. This wasn't Master Cloud Dao's first time handling such a matter. As far as he was concerned, one disciple couldn't possibly be very important in the grand scheme of things, not even a hostage. This was the Hall of Devil Slayers, and if he wanted to see someone dead, that person would definitely die. All of a sudden, Master Cloud Dao's heart began to pound. "His first mission?" Feng Yud said, looking a bit surprised. Then his gaze turned as sharp as daggers. As the Hallmaster, he didn't pay much attention to the day-to-day affairs of the Hall of Devil Slayers. However, he was aware of the corruption and vice that existed within its ranks. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun must have offended someone, otherwise, Master Cloud Dao wouldn't be reacting in such a way. "What mission is he on?" Feng Yud said, sounding a bit displeased. Face clenching bitterly, Master Cloud Dao said, He was sent to kill the notorious sex fiends Wahongfeng." Feng Yud's left eyelid twitched as he glared at Master Cloud Dao, and then spoke in the most frigid of tones. "Where exactly is this mission to be carried out? Tell me the truth." By this point, Master Cloud Dao was actually quite confused, and was already furious at Li Yuanxing. Furthermore, if the Hallmaster was connected to Bai Xiaochun in some way, why hadn't he said so earlier? In the Immortal's Cave of Eccentric Earthvile, Hangfeng was recently accepted as Earthvile's new apprentice. "What?" Feng Yud exclaimed, his eyes widening in rage. Flicking his sleeve, he sent a wind screaming through the temple that instantly caused all the miscellaneous items lying about to be reduced to ash. As for Master Cloud Dao, he began to tremble visibly. Brimming with rage, Feng Yud yelled, "You sent Bai Xiaochun to the Immortal's Cave of Eccentric Earthvile, a nascent soul Taoist master, to kill his apprentice? Get him back here immediately. He shouldn't be out doing missions." He backed his words with the power of his nascent soul cultivation base, causing them to echo like thunder throughout the Hall of Devil Slayers. Terrified by Feng Yud's display of anger, Master Cloud Dao dropped to his knees to kowtow. Nearly weeping, he said, It's too late. He's been gone for 10 days already. Also, I gave him a faulty jade slip that won't work outside of the sect. Why you? Feng Yud felt his heart go cold. It was as if he had been struck by lightning out of a blue sky, and immediately, his robes were soaked with sweat. Eccentric Earthvile was a late nascent soul stage expert who had gathered quite a band of rogue cultivators. Furthermore, he had certain proclivities, the mere thought of which got Feng Yud shaking with nervousness. If the Heavenspan emissary hadn't made that special request, it might not have been a big deal, but now that she had, Feng Yud knew that if Bai Xiaochun died outside the sect, there would be severe repercussions, the extent of which he couldn't even begin to fathom. Then he thought about how even the demigod patriarch showed respect to the emissary, and he began to shake harder. Eyes completely bloodshot, he roared, "What have you done?" A resounding smack sounded out as Feng Yud slapped Master Cloud Dao in the face, sending him tumbling out of the temple. Then Feng Yud shot up into the sky, where he called out in a voice that filled the entire Hall of Devil Slayers. Every cultivator in the Hall of Devil Slayers has 10 breaths of time to assemble in the main square. Deploy the devil-slaying battleships. Activate the teleportation portal that leads to the Eternal Flux continent. Power it up as much as possible. Immediately, everyone who heard Feng Yud's frenzied howl was deeply shaken and didn't dare to delay for even a moment. All of them flew over at top speed, and within the blink of an eye, over 10,000 cultivators were gathered in midair, bowing to Feng Yud. At the same time, 10 shocking battleships appeared, terrifying in appearance and pitch black in color. And yet, things weren't over yet. The teleportation portal leading to the Eternal Flux continent began to power up, causing intense rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. The flurry of activity in the Hall of Devil Slayers attracted the attention of the other halls, and even the notice of the Sky Quarter Peak Lord on his 7-colored mountain. However, before any of the other powerful figures in the sect could inquire about what was happening, Feng Yud led all of the more than 10,000 cultivators of the Hall of Devil Slayers onto the battleships. Then, the power of teleportation surged out, whisking them away. Of course, to teleport so many people so far and so quickly came at significant cost. As the massive rumbling sounds echoed out, the cultivators from the other 3 rainbows looked over in complete shock. What's happening on Sky Quarter Rainbow? Was that the Sky Quarter's Hall of Devil Slayers? Considering the extent of that teleportation, they must be on their way to wipe out an entire sect. The cultivators on Sky Quarter Rainbow were even more astonished, including Li Yuansheng, who was suddenly struck by a very bad feeling. Meanwhile, as the entire Hall of Devil Slayers was mobilizing and teleporting to the Eternal Flux continent, Bai Xiaochun was cautiously making his way through that very continent. He had already decided to abandon his mission, and was currently heading back to the teleportation portal. Considering the speed he was able to maintain, he was still about 3 days away from his destination. Inwardly, he was sighing, and couldn't stop wondering how he would be punished for failing to accomplish his mission. Well, he encouraged himself, no punishment could be worse than losing my poor little life. Even as he made his way along, he suddenly noticed 3 beams of light heading in his direction from off in the distance. Within those beams were 3 people, one of them a young man with handsome features, holding a fan in his hand. He wore bright red robes, and looked quite stunning. However, his eyes were a bit sunken, as if from too much drinking and licentious behavior. Flanking him were 2 old men, both of them in the early core formation stage, who looked about with cold eyes as they escorted the young man. The small group caught sight of him in almost the same moment that he caught sight of them, and everyone seemed surprised. To run into cultivators in a wilderness like this wasn't an everyday occurrence. Bai Xiaochun was immediately on guard, and when he was able to get a good look at the young man's face, his heart began to pound. That young man looked exactly like the image of Zhua Hengfeng in the mission Jade Slip. At last the fishy element of the mission is revealed, Bai Xiaochun thought. This guy is a Foundation establishment cultivator, but he has 2 core formation experts to back him up. Damn it, I'm the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, and not even I got an escort like that. After blinking a few times, he pretended that he hadn't noticed the group of 3, and decided to just be on his way. Even as he turned to leave, Zhua Hengfeng caught sight of him, and his eyes lit up. Snapping open his fan, he cooled himself a bit as a carnal smile spread out across his face. It's been a long time since I saw a cultivator as dainty as this one. Wow, snow-white skin. Slender. Enough to make anyone sigh in praise. There's something so fresh and pure about him. If he put on women's clothing, he would definitely be a top-rate beauty. He laughed lightly, and his eyes began to burn with passion. At first, Bai Xiaochun didn't respond to Zhua Hengfeng's words, but as they sank in, he suddenly got a bad feeling. Looking back, he saw the flames of passion burning in Zhua Hengfeng's eyes, and the sight caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to prickle. That look almost made him feel like he wasn't wearing any clothing at all. It was very bizarre, to say the least. What did you say? Licking his lips, Zhua Hengfeng laughed again, and then pointed at Bai Xiaochun with his fan. "Seniors, grab him. He's the perfect gift to give to my master." The two core formation cultivators frowned slightly. They had a rough sense of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, and would normally avoid such a person. However, since Wu Hangfeng said he wanted this person captured to give as a gift, they looked Bai Xiaochun over closely, and then had to admit that he perfectly suited the tastes of eccentric Earthfile. Eyes flickering with cold light, they began to head in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Eyes gleaming with excitement, and face slightly flushed, so Hangfeng said, "Don't worry, darling. We'll have some time to whisper sweet nothings into each other's ears at some point." Gasping, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he yelled, "Hey, I'm a guy." So Hangfeng chuckled darkly and said, "Oh, I know. Don't worry, little boy. I have plenty to teach you. Beauties like you aren't very common out here in the wilderness." Even as the words left his mouth, the two core formation experts closed in on Bai Xiaochun with explosive speed. These two core formation cultivators had profound cultivation bases, and were accustomed to joining forces to cut down their enemy. Instead of attacking on their own, they split up and closed in on Bai Xiaochun from the left and right. As they approached, the old man on the left performed an incantation gesture, causing black mist to explode out of his hand and take the form of a vicious black dragon. Despite being made of mist, it pulsed with an aura of rot, and even the air around it seemed to be decaying. At the same time, an acrid air spread out from it that caused the leaves and vegetation in the jungle below to wither up into ash. The mere sight of it caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. The old man on the right was equally as vicious. With each step he took through the air, red lotuses bloomed beneath his feet which, despite being illusory, were clearly part of a spell formation that was sealing down the area tight. As the spell formation formed, the old man's eyes suddenly flickered with bizarre magical symbols that caused the atmosphere in the area to push down with incredible pressure. One of them uses an aura of death to rot everything around them, Bai Xiaochun thought, and the other creates a spell formation with every step he takes. Inwardly, he was feeling very glum. He hadn't even wanted this mission to begin with, and had even been trying to flee. He had only run into his intended target by chance. Even then, he had pretended not to recognize Sua Hangfeng. And yet, despite all of that, Sua Hangfeng had arrogantly put his evil intentions on full display. That in itself was irritating to Bai Xiaochun, but even worse were the things that Sua Hangfeng had just said out loud. Not only did Bai Xiaochun find them revolting, they caused fury to begin to burn in his heart. The mere thought of what might happen to him if he were to be captured caused chills to run up his spine. Shouting out in rage, eyes flashing with cold light, he unleashed his murderous aura, and even as his two core formation opponents closed in, he chose not to retreat, but rather to step forward. As he advanced, he called upon the frigid school will-evolving incantation, which spread out rapidly, causing cracking sounds to fill the air. The aura of the frigid adept level spread out for hundreds of meters in all directions, turning everything as cold as the dead of winter. Snowflakes even appeared in the air, causing both the core formation cultivators and Sua Hangfeng to be engulfed by bitter iciness. Sua Hangfeng's face immediately fell. A technique from the Tao of frigid coldness. The two core formation experts' pupils constricted as the frigid qi wrapped around them. For someone to cultivate the power of frigid qi to this level, to the point where transformations manifested in heaven and earth, was something rarely seen among core formation cultivators. With the exception of Bai Xiaochun, everything in the area seemed to be in the process of freezing rapidly. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually occurred in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. As the frigid qi billowed out, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, and the rotting black dragon reached a point where it was only about 3 meters in front of him. However, the black dragon couldn't move beyond that point. The frigid cold in the area caused the vicious dragon to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, it was nothing more than ice. Ignoring it, Bai Xiaochun took another step forward, vanishing and then reappearing in front of the old man on the right. Without any pause, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. A look of incredulous shock appeared on the old man's face as he staggered backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Then he shouted, A minor teleportation? He wasn't the only one to react with such shock. The old man on the left gasped in astonishment. Even as the words left the mouth of the old man on the right, Bai Xiaochun shot like lightning toward the other man, reaching out with his right hand to unleash the throat-crushing grasp. Simultaneously, a powerful gravitational force locked onto the man, ensuring that Bai Xiaochun reached him in the mere blink of an eye. A sensation of deadly crisis rose up in the old man's mind, and he began to pant. Having no time for consideration, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing even more black mist to erupt out into the area, forming the image of a gigantic skeleton. As Bai Xiaochun closed in, the old man called upon the full power of his cultivation base to try to block the killing move. The old man on the right was equally racked with anxiety. By now, he realized that they had provoked a completely terrifying individual, and knew that if his partner died, then it would be very unlikely that he would make it out of the situation alive. Eyes completely bloodshot, he let out an urgent shout, causing the magical symbols in his eyes to shine with intense brightness. Magical symbols even swirled about on the surface of his skin, as he dove through the frigid cold in the direction of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly as he gave a cold snort. Not only did he not slow down, he summoned a pair of wings, and also used the mountain-shaking bash to add a further burst of speed. Deafening sonic booms rang out as he passed up the old man who had been attempting to bar his path, and then slammed into the black mist which had just been summoned. Before the black mist of rot could do a single thing to Bai Xiaochun, his hand had pierced through it with lightning-like speed and latched onto the throat of the core formation cultivator. You! The old man's eyes went wide with disbelief and shock, but before he could say more than a single word, Bai Xiaochun's hand clenched down. The old man screamed and lunged backward. The flesh was ripped out of his neck, causing blood to spray everywhere, and yet he was a core formation cultivator with powerful life force, and that in and of itself didn't kill him. He quickly backed up, his eyes shining with terror, and yet, before he could get very far, Bai Xiaochun waved his finger in his direction. Instantly, the renegade dragon horn flew out of his bag of holding, piercing through the air in a blinding flash before stabbing into the old man's forehead and shooting through his head. The old man's eyes went wide as he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut before slamming into the ground below. Even in the moment before he died, his eyes were filled with incredulity, as if he couldn't imagine how he had possibly been defeated so easily. The moment the battle began, his opponent had used a teleportation to gain the upper hand, and then completely dominated him, leaving him dead only a few breaths of time later. In the moment of the old man's death, his partner, the man who had used the magical symbols and spell formation, gasped. Heart pounding, he sent the magical symbols flying out of his body toward Bai Xiaochun. However, before they could get close, they all collapsed. Incredible rumbling sounds echoed out as a massive force slammed into the old man, sending him tumbling through the air. Terror gleamed in his eyes as he spun to a stop next to Zhuangfeng. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot his right hand out to grab Zhuangfeng. A bang rang out, and Zhuangfeng coughed up some blood. The passion in his eyes had already transformed into terror, leaving him rooted in place. However, that didn't stop the old man from grabbing him and fleeing in the opposite direction. Everything happened with fluid, unnatural speed. "Think you can leave just like that?" Bai Xiaochun said. Then his third eye opened, and violet light burst out. As soon as the violet light wrapped around the old man, his steps faltered, and something began to drag him backward. A look of despair appeared in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get out of here, young lord! This guy isn't a normal core formation cultivator." With that, he violently shoved Zhuangfeng out in front of him. Blood oozed out of the corners of Zhuangfeng's mouth as he became a beam of light that shot away at top speed. By this point he was shaking in fear, and his heart was gripped by regret. Never could he have imagined that the cultivator he chose to pick on would be someone so powerful. Damn it, he muttered, shivering. He even drew on his longevity, using a blood escape art to harm himself in an attempt to gain enough speed to flee. As he accelerated, he heard an agonized shriek from behind him, which was then cut off abruptly. That caused Zhuo Hengfeng to shake even harder. Moments ago, Bai Xiaochun had used his heavenspan Dharma Eye to bind the second core formation expert. Then, a wave of his hand had sent copious amounts of frigid qi pouring into him, almost instantly transforming him into an ice statue, which dropped down to the ground below and shattered into countless pieces. Looking at the fleeing Zhuo Hengfeng, Bai Xiaochun growled, You forced me to do this. Thinking about Zhuo Hengfeng's licentious smile, and the way it sent shivers down his back, Bai Xiaochun planted his right foot into the ground and then pushed off. A huge crater opened up as he used the momentum to shoot forward, also drawing on his wings and the mountain-shaking bash. Not even Zhuo Hengfeng's blood escape art could help him evade that. As Bai Xiaochun closed in, frigid qi spread out, and Zhuo Hengfeng shook violently. Moments later, the frigid qi began to freeze his legs into place, and he started to slow down. Then, Bai Xiaochun waved his finger, causing the frigid qi to form into numerous ice blades which instantly slashed towards Zhuo Hengfeng. How dare you try to kill me? He screamed. My master is... However, it was at that point that the ice blades slashed him into pieces, killing him in body and soul. Bai Xiaochun truly was revolted by the situation. Gritting his teeth, he said, Humph! Who cares who your master is? If I hadn't killed you, you scoundrel, you would have eventually gotten stronger and then come for revenge. Then what? Even if you couldn't beat me, what if you went to pick on my friends? At that point, the little turtle stuck his head out of Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding. Lord Turtle has some experience with things like this. Based on what that guy was shouting before he died, I guess he has a powerful master who will show up at any moment and... Shut up, Bai Xiaochun said, looking around nervously. For some reason, he felt very unsafe at the moment, and just when he was about to head toward the teleportation portal at top speed, a thunderous howl of rage ripped through the air. Who killed my beloved apprentice? The words were spoken at such a high volume that a powerful wind blasted through the lands, dimming the sky and causing many of the trees down below to sway back and forth. Bai Xiaochun's face fell. This is your fault, little turtle. Why'd you have to go and open your big mouth? Based on the terrifying nature of the words which had just been spoken, Bai Xiaochun was sure that they didn't come from the mouth of a core formation cultivator, but rather, a nascent soul Taoist master. The mere idea of a nascent soul cultivator caused his hair to stand on end. Shrieking, he drew upon all the power he possessed to flee toward the teleportation portal. How dare you look down on eccentric Earthvile? And how dare you kill my beloved apprentice right outside of my very own immortal's cave? Are you looking to die? Based on the volume, Bai Xiaochun could tell that whoever was speaking was now much closer to him. Looking over his shoulder nervously, he saw a 3,000-meter-wide black cloud that clearly contained the power to topple mountains and drain seas. It was filled with countless vengeful souls, all of them screaming and tearing at each other with their teeth. It was a very shocking sight. Standing on top of the cloud was an old man in a black robe, who was clearly Zhuo Hengfeng's master, eccentric Earthvile. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his eyes flashed like lightning. His grim expression did nothing to conceal his rage, and despite the fact that he was more than 3,000 meters away, as soon as their gazes met, Bai Xiaochun felt his mind reeling and his cultivation base destabilizing. He's really a nascent soul expert. Tears were welling up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel that he was being falsely accused. I was leaving, he thought. He was the one who started picking on me. Why did the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect give me this mission anyway? It looked like nothing more than killing someone in late Foundation establishment. But the truth was that the despicable bastard had a master who's a nascent soul expert. Feeling more wronged than ever, he unleashed his undying live forever technique, and even sent some frigid qi roiling out to call upon his minor teleportation abilities. And yet, nothing could prevent the black cloud from catching up to him. Time to die! As the words echoed out, the black cloud began to envelop Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, a huge 300-meter-wide hand stretched out toward him. It was a shocking sight, and the pressure weighing down in the area was immense, enough to lock down everything around it. The lands quaked, and the plants and vegetation down below began to wither. Bai Xiaochun also felt the life force inside of his body stirring, as if it were about to be sucked away. The hand got closer, and in the critical moment, Bai Xiaochun screamed, unfurling his landscape of 9 provinces, which gave him another burst of power similar to teleportation. In the moment that the hand was about to land on him, Bai Xiaochun vanished, reappearing a few dozen kilometers away, face completely ashen. Not bothering to even look behind him, he began to flee at top speed. Behind him, eccentric Earthvile stamped his foot down onto the black cloud, sending it racing toward Bai Xiaochun. "You can't escape," he shouted. "Once I get my hands on you, I'll skin you alive and turn you into a lantern." As he neared, eccentric Earthvile's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then he waved his finger toward the ground. Instantly, the plants and vegetation beneath Bai Xiaochun withered, transforming into black mist which rose up into the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge circle that resembled a sealing mark and made it impossible for Bai Xiaochun to proceed past its borders. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as another enormous black hand rumbled toward him. Screaming, he once again used the landscape of 9 provinces. Yet again, he vanished, but when he reappeared, he wasn't 3,000 meters away. Instead, his path was blocked by the perimeter of the black circle that had just formed. As soon as he was out in the open, the huge black hand once again shot toward him, causing an expression of despair to appear on his face. Considering his pursuer was a nascent soul cultivator, he was incapable of fleeing. "Do you really dare to try to kill me?" he shouted. "I've got powerful people backing me up. If you dare to harm me, you'll get killed for sure." In response, eccentric Earthvile simply snorted more coldly than ever and sent the black hand speeding toward Bai Xiaochun. "Not even my turtle walk will be able to block this," Bai Xiaochun thought, tears leaking out of the corners of his eyes at how unfair all of this was. As soon as Wu Hengfeng said something threatening, his master showed up. But when Bai Xiaochun tried the same thing, nothing happened. In that moment of critical danger, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot as he prepared to throw all caution to the wind and make a final move. But then, "How dare you, eccentric Earthvile?" The voice which spoke came from a distance, and seemed to be flustered on the verge of going mad. Instantly, the huge black hand faltered, and eccentric Earthvile turned his head, a look of complete shock in his eyes. He even gasped. Bai Xiaochun was similarly shocked, and looked off toward the horizon, where a huge army had just appeared. Winds screamed and the lands shook as 10 enormous battleships appeared, speeding toward him over the jungle. The battleships were teeming with more than 10,000 cultivators, all of them bursting with cultivation-based fluctuations. The ripples streaming out from them made heaven and earth seem as if it were an ocean covered with surging waves. Shockingly, the prows of all 10 battleships suddenly lit up with blinding light. Even as Bai Xiaochun looked on, that light transformed into stabbing blasts of energy that shot through the air toward eccentric Earthvile. Deafening rumbling could be heard, and all creation shook violently as the beams closed in with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of eccentric Earthvile. Face falling, he waved his sleeve, completely ignoring Bai Xiaochun, as he hurtled backward at top speed. Even as he fell back, rumbling sounds echoed out as the black hand shattered under the force of the light beams. The black clouds were destroyed, and as for eccentric Earthvile, although he managed to defend himself, he was still shoved backward 3,000 meters until he slammed into the ground, opening up a massive crater. Everything in the area shook violently, leaving Bai Xiaochun gasping in shock. Then, a figure blurred into motion off of one of the battleships, simultaneously shouting, "Eccentric Earthvile, how dare you harm one of the disciples of the Hall of Devil Slayers?" The voice belonged to none other than the kindly-faced Feng Yud, Hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers, who suddenly appeared directly in front of eccentric Earthvile, toward whom he unleashed a vicious palm strike. "Are you crazy, Feng Yud?" Eccentric Earthvile roared, falling back yet again. His face a mask of terror and confusion. As far as he was concerned, no matter what he might have done to provoke Sky Quarter's Hall of Devil Slayers, it couldn't possibly have elicited a response of this level. However, even as the words left his mouth, the 10 battleships once again powered up and unleashed piercing beams of light toward him. Booms rang out, and blood sprayed out of Earthvile's mouth as he fell back anxiously. By this point, his hair was in complete disarray, and he was clearly in bad shape. One of his arms had been ripped off, and his expression was one of both rage and frustration. 10 devil-slaying battleships. Why you're crazy. How many resources did you waste to deploy them? You paid that price just to kill me? Is it really worth it? Trembling in fear, eccentric Earthvile unleashed all of his secret magics in his attempt to flee, and yet, his heart was gripped by despair. From what he could tell, he would most likely perish this day. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect would go to such lengths to try to kill him. I have to admit that dying under the volley of 10 devil-slaying battleships It was in that moment of despair, and just when Earthvile was about to start begging for his life, that he suddenly realized something seemed off. Looking over his shoulder, he realized that Feng Yud wasn't pursuing him. Elated, he sped off into the distance, heart pounding with lingering fear. Bai Xiaochun looked on in complete shock at the 10 battleships, and the hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers. The impressive sight left him completely and utterly moved. This sect really does treat me great, he thought, his eyes turning red with emotion. Earlier, he had harbored some suspicion about the sect, but now, in his excitement, he turned toward the hallmaster, clasped hands and bowed. Disciple. Before he could even get a single sentence out, Feng Yud rushed over nervously and asked, Bai Xiaochun, how are you doing? Bai Xiaochun was truly moved at how well the sect was treating him. That was especially true considering that the hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers had personally led more than 10,000 people and 10 extraordinary battleships to his rescue. The hallmaster even remembered his name. Although it was true that the more than 10,000 cultivators who had come along were all looking at him with surprise and even suspicion, it didn't stop him from crying out, Disciple Bai Xiaochun is safe and sound. A smile broke out on Feng Yud's face as he amiably said, You're not injured at all? Even as the words left his mouth, he looked Bai Xiaochun up and down to see if he was hurt. He even produced some medicinal pills, which he handed over. Take those after we get back, just in case you have any internal injuries that aren't obvious at the moment. The Hall of Devil Slayers can't have disciples like you shed either blood or tears. Eyes shining with approval, he clasped Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. Bai Xiaochun, as a core formation cultivator, you held out for a long time against that nascent soul Taoist master. You've performed a great service for the Hall of Devil Slayers. With that, he laughed heartily, causing the surrounding 10,000 or more cultivators to exchange awkward glances. Although none of them were sure exactly what services Bai Xiaochun had performed, they already had their suspicions regarding what was going on. Feng Yud truly did seem to be treating Bai Xiaochun far better than he should. There were even some disciples who had been in the Hall of Devil Slayers for quite some time, and were very familiar with Feng Yud. When they saw him acting in this way, their eyes went wide with surprise. Never before had they seen him treating a disciple in this way. Everyone knew that despite his kindly face, he was very narrow-minded and petty, and if he got even slightly annoyed at someone, he would treat them with the coldest of cold shoulders. In fact, many disciples in the Hall of Devil Slayers secretly called Feng Yud Hellgod Feng. However, at this moment, Hellgod Feng was treating Bai Xiaochun as gently as a spring breeze, a sight which left all of the onlookers completely shocked. Then all of them thought back to how Hellgod Feng had urgently summoned everyone, and even deployed the 10 devil-slaying battleships, all to save Bai Xiaochun. Who is this Bai Xiaochun? What kind of background does he have? What's Bai Xiaochun's connection to the Hallmaster? As speculations ran through the minds of everyone present, Master Cloud Dao was there in the crowd, trembling from head to toe. Fear and sorrow gripped his heart, and hatred for Li Yuansheng and his plots against Bai Xiaochun festered in his bones. "Damn you, Li Yuansheng! Are you trying to get me killed or something?" Bai Xiaochun was a bit surprised to hear Feng Yud say that he had performed a great service for the sect. Apparently, he must have done something without realizing it. Therefore, he stuck his chest out and tried to be the picture of someone who didn't fear death. "These wounds are nothing," he said in a loud voice. "Besides, all I did was kill 20 or so gold core cultivators and then about 100 foundation establishment experts. After that, I had a bit of a tussle with that nascent soul eccentric, that's all. I, Bai Xiaochun, have sworn to defend the Hall of Devil Slayers with my own life, to sacrifice everything for it if necessary. It's nothing more than duty. Compared to that, what are some trifling merit points?" It was with great effort that the surrounding cultivators held back from laughing out loud, and many strange expressions could be seen. Even Feng Yud had to clear his throat. His words from moments ago had been uttered with the intention of safeguarding Bai Xiaochun, and creating a good excuse to give him a large amount of merit points upon returning to the sect. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's exaggerated statement left Feng Yud feeling a bit awkward. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was preparing to continue with his speech, he quickly interrupted. "Very well. Let's get back to the sect." With that, he waved his sleeve, sending everyone back toward the teleportation portal in beams of scintillating light. They returned to Sky Quarter Rainbow with much pomp and grandeur, and the completely unexpected trip out of the sect caused Bai Xiaochun's name to immediately become the talk of the Hall of Devil Slayers. Furthermore, the way Feng Yud treated him caused everyone to look at him with expressions of deep reverence and respect. Everyone watched with shining eyes as Bai Xiaochun joined Feng Yud and Master Cloud Dao in entering the main temple in the Hall of Devil Slayers. In fact, Bai Xiaochun led the way, under the approving gaze of the kindly-faced Feng Yud. As for Master Cloud Dao, he almost never saw any version of Feng Yud who resembled this, and it left him completely shaken and even terrified. He was well aware that he was the one at fault for provoking this near disaster. Smiling more sincerely than ever, Feng Yud looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Xiaochun, you really did an excellent job today, and performed a great meritorious service for the sect. Therefore, I will take the responsibility for making the following decision. Henceforth, you are completely exempt from mission duty in the Hall of Devil Slayers. From now on, you can simply focus on your cultivation." Bai Xiaochun had been silent the entire way back, reveling in how moved he was. For Feng Yud to say what he had just said left him even more shaken than ever. "Hall Master," he said excitedly, "you're treating me far too well." Off to the side, Master Cloud Dao watched Feng Yud and Bai Xiaochun chatting, and couldn't help but murmur bitterly to himself, "Too well? More like impossibly well." Feng Yud laughed loudly and then spoke in a very kind voice. "I'm just doing what should be done. From now on, the Hall of Devil Slayers is your home. You won't face any danger here, and can simply relax and focus on cultivation. Work hard, and you should be able to reach the nascent soul stage very soon." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. For some reason, he felt well and truly blessed. However, the blessings had come very suddenly, and no matter how he thought about the matter, he couldn't determine what meritorious service he had actually performed. "If you ever hit any snags in your cultivation, you just come looking for me and I'll help you out. As far as merit points go, considering the meritorious service you've performed, you can have access to any cultivation resources you need from the Hall of Devil Slayers." "Hall Master," Bai Xiaochun said, shivering a bit. "Ha ha ha. There's no need to look at me with that childlike expression, Xiaochun. The Hall of Devil Slayers is your home, and as the head of the household, it's my job to treat you well. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of acquiring some medicinal pills perfect for core formation cultivators. Here, take them, and don't forget, the best way you can repay the kindness you've been shown is to break through to the nascent soul stage as quickly as possible." Smile widening, he handed a bag of holding to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun shivered again. Accepting the bag of holding, he clasped hands and bowed, then said, "Hall Master." However, Feng Yud interrupted again and offered some more words of encouragement before finally dismissing Bai Xiaochun. After Bai Xiaochun left, the smile vanished from Feng Yud's face, and he spun grimly to look at Master Cloud Dao. "How could you have done this, Master Cloud Dao?" Master Cloud Dao immediately flopped to the ground to kowtow, his face ashen. "Hallmaster, please forgive me. It's a good thing Bai Xiaochun wasn't hurt. Otherwise you would have put me in a horrendous position." Snorting coldly, Feng Yud waved his sleeve, causing a powerful wind to wrap around Master Cloud Dao and throw him violently out of the hall, blood spraying out of his mouth. "If it weren't for your years of faithful service," Feng Yud continued, "I would definitely have you skinned alive. From now on, if the slightest bad thing happens to Bai Xiaochun in the Hall of Devil Slayers, I'll come looking for you to settle accounts." As Master Cloud Dao staggered to a stop outside, he clasped hands, bowed and said, "Don't worry, Hallmaster. I'll accomplish this task or die trying." A moment passed, and no more word came out from the temple. Master Cloud Dao wiped the blood off of his mouth, and then turned to look in a certain direction. His eyes burning with venom directed, not toward Bai Xiaochun, but toward Li Yuansheng. "Li Yuansheng," he said through gritted teeth. With that, he flew into motion, leaving the Hall of Devil Slayers and heading toward the Immortals' cave Li Yuansheng occupied when outside of his clan. Upon arriving, he banged his fist on the main door so hard that the entire Immortals' cave shook. Li Yuansheng had been in the middle of meditating, but now his eyes snapped open, and he rushed out to find Master Cloud Dao simmering in anger just outside. "Brother Cloud Dao, you..." Before he could finish speaking, Master Cloud Dao performed an incantation gesture, causing a rift to break open in midair and rush toward Li Yuansheng. "I thought you were worth making friends with, Li Yuansheng. How could you do something so sinister?" Li Yuansheng's jaw dropped, and he leaped backward to avoid Master Cloud Dao's divine ability. "Sinister?" he said angrily. "How was I sinister? You asked me to get rid of Bai Xiaochun, but it was all a setup to get me killed. Do you know who Bai Xiaochun is? Well, do you, Li Yuansheng? What did I ever do to offend you?" Before Li Yuansheng could even react, Master Cloud Dao dashed forward and launched a palm strike that struck Li Yuansheng directly in the chest. Li Yuansheng staggered backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth, eyes blazing with shock. "That's impossible. He's nothing but a hostage from a Middle Reaches sect. He's only... That guy is anything but ordinary." When Hallmaster Feng heard that he was in trouble, you should have seen the look on his face. He summoned 10,000 disciples and 10 devil-slaying battleships to go rescue him. When Li Yuansheng heard this, his eyes went wide, and an exclamation of shock escaped his lips. "How is that possible? How should I know?" Master Cloud Dao raged. "You should have seen how badly eccentric Earthvile was hurt." By this point, his hatred toward Li Yuansheng was bone-deep. However, he knew that Li Yuansheng came from a Deva clan, so after venting some anger, he simply swished his sleeve and left. After Master Cloud Dao left, Li Yuansheng went back into his Immortals' cave, his face ashen and yet green with fury. Blood still smeared his lips as he balled his hands into fists and growled. Bai Xiaochun is nothing more than a hostage from a Middle Reaches sect. The river-defying sect is still unstable, and doesn't even have a Deva realm cultivator yet. They could be destroyed at any moment. How could a hostage like that have anybody powerful supporting them? Li Yuansheng gritted his teeth and contemplated giving up on the matter. However, that seemed too bitter of a pill to swallow, especially when he thought back to the humiliation he had endured in Sky City. It only took a moment for him to lose his cool immediately. Eyes flickering with cold light, he thought, it must have just been a coincidence. Hallmaster Feng must have had a beef with eccentric Earthvile. There's no way that Bai Xiaochun can have somebody that powerful watching out for him. Since Master Cloud Dao won't help me, I guess I'll have to handle things myself. This time, I'll make sure Bai Xiaochun knows the height of the heavens and the breadth of the earth. Li Yuansheng pulled out a jade slip, thought for a moment, and then decided that he would call upon the resources of his clan. A few days later, Li Yuansheng emerged from his Immortals' cave, a grim expression on his face as he headed straight for the teleportation portal that led down to Sky Quarter Rainbow. His destination, the desert, and Bai Xiaochun's tavern. Now that Big Fatty Zhang and the other Dao protectors had been promoted, Su Baokai was the only one who remained to lead the rest of the Azure Dragon Society. For the most part, he just watched the merit points rolling in and enjoyed a comfortable life. Ah, this is the life. I can have anything I want at the snap of a finger. Even the junior patriarch and all of them up in the Rainbow District are probably jealous of me. He was currently laying on his belly, enjoying a full body massage being performed by 8 maidservants. The feeling of their warm, dainty hands caused a wide smile to spread out across his face. He even reached his arm around the waist of one of the beautiful maidservants and pulled her close. "You'll be keeping me warm tonight," he said, smiling so broadly his eyes became nothing but slits. The maidservant flushed and said, "Lord Baokai, you?" Su Baokai laughed heartily, heart burning with passion. He was about to roll over when, all of a sudden, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering noise filled his ears. In the blink of an eye, everything began shaking violently, and the roof of the tavern shuddered as if it were about to be torn off. Instantly, numerous agonized shrieks rang out, and the entire tavern began to collapse into rubble. Screaming, Su Baokai scrambled to safety, heart pounding with rage. Just when he was about to cry out some orders, he looked up and saw the yellow-robed Li Yuanxing floating up above in the air. "You have the time it takes an incense stick to burn to get in touch with Bai Xiaochun and tell him to get the hell down here. If he doesn't show up in time, then I'll rip that property bestowal flag right out of the ground." With that, Li Yuanxing waved his right hand, sending a sea of flames down to engulf the remnants of the tavern. As the tavern began to burn, a little flag was revealed, which was none other than the flag Bai Xiaochun had received, granting him the right to personal property in Sky City. Su Baokai looked around with bloodshot eyes at the ruins around him and the wailing cultivators of the Azure Dragon Society. Obviously, Li Yuanxing was trying to goad Bai Xiaochun out into the open, but at the moment, Su Baokai couldn't think of anything else to do other than make contact with him. Without any hesitation, he pulled out a jade slip to send a message. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was in his immortal's cave on Sky Quarter Rainbow, consuming the medicinal pills Feng Yud had given him and reveling in the feeling of his cultivation base rising. After performing some breathing exercises, he expelled some impure vital energy from his mouth, and then prepared to continue with his cultivation. He had taken the time to contemplate the events which had played out on the Eternal Flux continent on a few occasions, but still couldn't make heads or tails of them. No matter how many explanations he came up with, none of them made much sense. First there was that incident with the Sky Quarter Peak Lord, and then Feng Yud's sudden change in attitude. What's going on here? Should I take the initiative to do a little investigating of my own? Even as he was rubbing his chin thoughtfully, his expression flickered, and he pulled a jade slip out of his bag of holding. As soon as he sent some divine sense into it, he heard Su Baokai wailing, "Save us, Junior Patriarch. Li Yuansheng is here." He burned the tavern to the ground. "Lots of brothers of the Azure Dragon Society are injured. He said to tell you that you have the time it takes an incense stick to burn to get down here, or else he'll take the property bestowal flag. What do we do, Junior Patriarch?" As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard this, he gasped, and his anger began to burn. "You want my flag? That's my personal property. You burned my tavern to the ground? Li Yuanxing, Li Yuanxing. I still haven't settled accounts for the last time you plotted against me in secret, and now you try to bully me out in the open?" Bai Xiaochun was completely incensed. Su Baokai had been bullied, the tavern had been destroyed, and his property bestowal flag was being threatened. There was no other option for Bai Xiaochun than to shoot to his feet. "You want me down in Sky City, huh? Not convenient to make a move against me on Sky Quarter Rainbow? All right, that's exactly what I wanted anyway." Hanging his Hall of Devil Slayer's identity medallion around his neck to make sure he had no problems getting down to the city, he flew out of his immortal's cave. "Let's go see if Li Yuanxing will dare to make a move against me when I go as a representative of the Hall of Devil Slayers. Will he dare to disrespect the hall?" Seething with anger, he rushed over to the teleportation portal. Just before teleporting down, though, he hesitated for a moment, and then sent a quick message to Hallmaster Feng Yud. He felt much better after that and quickly teleported down and shot toward the West District and the desert. Even from a distance, he could see the large crowd of cultivators gathered to look at the black smoke rising up into the air from the rubble that used to be his tavern. Then he saw Su Baokai and the other Azure Dragon Society cultivators huddled off to the side, ashen-faced and bleeding, and Li Yuanxing hovering in the air amidst a sea of flames, right above Bai Xiaochun's flag of property bestowal. Li Yuanxing, Bai Xiaochun roared, "How dare you threaten that flag of mine?" With that, he shot into the air toward Li Yuanxing, simultaneously sending frigid qi roiling out to quench the flames of the burning tavern. As soon as Li Yuanxing looked up and saw Bai Xiaochun, a cold smile twisted his face, and he waved his finger. In response, the air around Bai Xiaochun twisted and distorted, and numerous pulses of astonishing energy erupted out. At the same time, four figures stepped out of thin air. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and he stopped in place, causing the frigid qi around him to grow stronger and stronger as he looked around at the four newcomers. They were all young men with cultivation bases in the mid-core formation stage. Obviously, these were not like the silk pants friends Li Yuanxing had brought with him before. These four had grim expressions on their faces and intensely murderous auras. These were true chosen people who were practiced killers. In addition to all of that, their handsome features were all similar in some ways, and they all wore identical green robes. Most of the cultivators in the crowd didn't recognize them, but a few did, and immediately began to call out in shock. The Flash Flame 4. They're definitely the Flash Flame 4. They're in the top 300 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. In response to the cries of shock, Bai Xiaochun frowned and looked over at the group. All of these four green-robed disciples emanated incredible pressure similar to that of Zhua Hengfeng's two core formation cultivator escorts. Li Yuanxing threw his head back and laughed, clasping hands and bowing to the Flash Flame 4. He then turned his attention to Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes shone with piercing light. Bai Xiaochun, I don't care what happens today. I'm going to uproot your property bestowal flag and put an end to the days of your tavern. With that, he let loose another stream of laughter. He had complete and utter confidence in the Flash Flame 4, especially considering that all of them were in the same cultivation level as Bai Xiaochun, the mid-core formation stage. From what he could tell, they should have no trouble dominating Bai Xiaochun in a fight. In fact, I'm not just going to take your flag. I'm going to make sure you personally understand that there are certain people in the world who you can't afford to offend. More laughter erupted from Li Yuanxing's mouth as he waved his hand, sending his sea of flames down to engulf what little remained of the tavern. "Attack!" he cried. Instantly, expressions of disdain could be seen on the faces of the Flash Flame 4, and they began to walk forward. As they did, shocking flames erupted out from them, to the point where they themselves almost looked like beings made from flame. Clearly, they weren't attempting to kill Bai Xiaochun, but they most certainly were attempting to seriously injure him. Eyes flashing, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and shoved it out in front of him, causing the frigid school will-evolving incantation to erupt with power. As frigid qi began to build up in the area, he fell backwards several paces, then threw his head back and roared, "You bunch of insufferable bullies! You're pushing things too far. Four of you ganging up on one of me? Plus you want to steal my flag and destroy my business. What's next? You're going to take my poor little life? Hallmaster, hurry! They're trying to kill me!" Bai Xiaochun let loose his words with as much power backing them as possible, causing them to echo like thunder through the entire area. Before the Flash Flame 4 or Li Yuanxing could react, booms filled the sky, and a huge wind kicked up. Boundless fluctuations of power roiled through all creation as a blast of energy descended from above. An old man suddenly appeared up above, his expression grim and his eyes shining with icy coldness. As he neared, the pressure in the area mounted, causing the land to quake and leaving everyone in the area trembling. This old man was none other than the Hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers, Feng Yud. "Who dares try to take Bai Xiaochun's poor little life?" he cried, his rage causing heaven and earth to shake violently. The voice which filled the area was backed by the might of a nascent soul cultivation base, and it instantly caused the faces of the Flashflame 4 to fall, and their bodies to tremble. If the voice had belonged to an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, their reaction might not have been so extreme. After all, the entire group had extraordinary latent talent, and were also listed among the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. They were the type of people who wouldn't be fazed by ordinary nascent soul cultivators. But Feng Yud was in the late nascent soul stage, a cultivation base level that surpassed most ordinary nascent soul experts, and as such the hearts of the Flashflame 4 were filled with fear. Of course, most terrifying of all was not Feng Yud's cultivation base, but rather his status in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. People who were capable of rising to the position of Hallmaster on any of the Rainbow Districts were few and far between. And even more telling was that he was the Hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers. Although each of the 4 Rainbow Districts had its own Hall of Devil Slayers, the cultivators from any of them were always fierce and terrifying. Very, very few people would ever dare to provoke a nascent soul eccentric like that, and the fact that he had shown up burning with fury left the Flashflame for trembling in fear. If that was the case with those 4, there was little need to mention Li Yuanxing. While it was true that he was from a Deva clan, and that such a clan wouldn't fear a single nascent soul hallmaster, Li Yuanxing was not here as a representative of his clan. He had come here of his own volition. Not even a powerful clan like his would risk offending a hallmaster because of a conflict with a single clan member, not even one who could potentially reach the Deva realm one day. Li Yuanxing understood that immediately, and therefore was filled with terror. Inwardly, he was howling in grief, and couldn't help but think back to what Master Cloud Dao had told him. How could this Bai Xiaochun have someone so powerful backing him? He thought. For the first time, Li Yuanxing regretted everything he had done, especially when he saw the trembling Flashflame 4 glaring at him with venomous hatred. Bracing himself, he clasped hands and began to speak. "Senior Feng, please, Moments before, Bai Xiaochun had been staring at Feng Yud in shock. Despite having sent the message requesting help, he was still deeply shaken by the fact that Feng Yud had actually come in person. After all, this was not a sect affair at all, and thus, the lengths to which Feng Yud was going to watch out for him were beyond what he ever could have imagined. Therefore, as soon as he realized Feng Yud's stance in the situation, he pointed at the Flashflame 4 and interrupted Li Yuanxing to say, "Hallmaster, these were the ones who wanted to take my poor little life, and that guy down there was trying to force me to give him my property bestowal flag. Once that flag came out of the ground, I would be dead for sure." Even the Flashflame 4 opened their mouths to offer some explanations. As Feng Yud hovered there in midair, he couldn't help but feel a bit down. After receiving Bai Xiaochun's message, he had hesitated about what to do. After all, considering his status, it was completely inappropriate for him to act like Bai Xiaochun's bodyguard. But considering what the Heavenspan emissary had promised him, he had ended up gritting his teeth and intervening. Upon arriving and seeing the Flashflame 4 attacking Bai Xiaochun, he made his decision. He would help Bai Xiaochun in this situation, and do it in a way that would scare any other disciple who harbored thoughts of causing problems. That way, there would be no further such incidents in the future. "And no, that's not what happened, sir," Li Yuanxing stammered. "Senior Feng, please listen to..." Eyes radiating coldness, Feng Yud snorted, interrupting Li Yuanxing and simultaneously waving his sleeve. Instantly, a majestic power parted the clouds and descended, transforming into a powerful attack. To the shock of Bai Xiaochun and everyone else present, that attack slammed into the Flashflame 4, causing blood to spray out of their mouths as they were violently tossed 300 meters away. "Get the hell back to where you came from," Feng Yud said coolly, "and focus on cultivation. From now on, don't get involved in things like this." Seeing how events were unfolding, Bai Xiaochun also shouted, "Yeah, get the hell back to where you came from and focus on cultivation. From now on, don't get involved in things like this." The Flashflame 4 staggered to their feet, blood oozing out of their mouths. Not daring to offer even a single retort, they clasped hands, shot angry glances at Li Yuanxing, then turned and left. Trembling, Li Yuanxing began to back up subconsciously. But before he could get very far, Feng Yud's ice-cold gaze fell on him. Then Feng Yud waved his sleeve, sending a gale-force wind slamming into Li Yuanxing, who screamed and coughed up blood as he was thrown off into the distance. I don't care how long you've had a grudge with Bai Xiaochun. If you insist on causing problems, then I'll issue an order pulling you into the Hall of Devil Slayers for a bit of hardcore training. In response, Li Yuanxing's face became a mask of terror, and he trembled even more than before. Not only did he have no desire to join the Hall of Devil Slayers, he was also filled with incredible regret and bitterness that Bai Xiaochun had someone so powerful watching out for him. Bowing his head, he turned to make his escape, vowing to never cause problems for Bai Xiaochun ever again. Bai Xiaochun could see how scared he was at the threat, and therefore, couldn't hold back from excitedly yelling, "That's right, Li Yuanxing. If you ever provoke me again, you can come join me in the Hall of Devil Slayers." "Hey, where you going?" "Hold on a second, you destroyed my tavern. You owe me." Heart dripping with blood, Li Yuanxing gritted his teeth and threw a bag of holding out behind him before scurrying off into the distance. Delighted that everything had been resolved, Bai Xiaochun looked up at Feng Yud, then clasped hands and bowed. "Many thanks, Hallmaster." Feng Yud looked down at Bai Xiaochun, cleared his throat, and offered a few words of encouragement. Then he turned and left. The sensation of having been summoned by another person left him feeling very unsettled. After Feng Yud left, Su Baokai and the other Azure Dragon Society cultivators turned to look at Bai Xiaochun as if he were some sort of god. Never could they have imagined that their moment of deadly crisis would have been resolved in such a way. The mere wave of his hand summoned a nascent soul cultivator, something that left everyone shaken, including all of the cultivators who had come to watch the show. Under the glowing eyes of all present, Bai Xiaochun strutted over to Su Baokai and the others, puffed his chest out, and handed over a sizable sum of merit points. Eyes sparkling, he then made his way proudly back to Sky Quarter Rainbow and his Immortal's Cave. "I can't believe I'm so important to him," he thought. "He actually came when I summoned him, and unwillingly at that, from the look on his face. Actually, the Sky Quarter Peak Lord also had the same look on his face back when I saw him. Has someone forced them to watch out for me? But who?" Time passed. An entire month flew by. During that time, Li Yuanxing didn't cause any trouble for Bai Xiaochun, nor did the Hall of Devil Slayers assign him any missions. Whenever he went to visit the Hall of Devil Slayers, if he saw something he liked, he would take it on credit. The only exception were certain extremely rare and precious items which were only made available to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Bai Xiaochun didn't pay too much attention to those things. Life was good, and his cultivation base was slowly progressing. Eventually, he came to realize that if he wanted to cultivate his living mountain incantation on the second-level rainbow, all he needed to do was buy a certain type of command medallion from the Hall of Devil Slayers, which acted as a single-use pass. Considering that they weren't very expensive, he bought several. Of the second-level rainbows, the one on the left was for the Deva Patriarch, whereas the one on the right was for the sect leader. That rainbow was also known by the name Myriad Star Rainbow. Myriad Star Rainbow was also the location of various unique locations for training and trials by fire, which were accessible to disciples who possessed the requisite command medallions. There was a reason for Myriad Star Rainbow's name, and that was because it was also where the list of cultivators in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars was on display. Cultivators like that were the type who could shake the entire Eastern cultivation world. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars list was quite eye-catching. It took up roughly 30% of Myriad Star Rainbow, upon which could be seen a collection of numerous glittering stars. The stars were distributed among the various 7 colors of the rainbow, most of them being in the red portion. Those were so densely packed that they were impossible to count. After that, the numbers were distributed as such: orange, tens of thousands; yellow, thousands; green, a single thousand; cyan, 400 or 500; blue, a bit over 100. The fewest stars were in the violet section, where only 8 were visible. Each of those colors represented a different trial by fire, and as for the stars, they stood for different chosen. Only those who qualified to be on this rainbow were considered to be starry sky Dao polarity superstars. Of course, many cultivators didn't qualify, and as such, anyone who could get onto that list was the subject of much envy on the part of others, and would instantly be quite well known. Furthermore, in order to foster this trend, the starry sky Dao polarity sect's grand spell formation had a special function. A disciple who looked closely at any of those stars would suddenly find the name of that particular chosen floating in their mind. Because of that, countless disciples in the sect were completely and utterly determined to become one of the starry sky Dao polarity superstars. Once their name was on that rainbow, their names would be able to completely shake heaven and earth. Of course, only cultivators under the nascent soul stage could be starry sky Dao polarity superstars. Bai Xiaochun was currently in line at the teleportation portal which led to Myriad Star Rainbow. Since he had time to spare, he looked up at the 3 sections of the rainbow up above. Recently, he had spent a bit of time getting more familiar with the starry sky Dao polarity superstars arrangement. Those who qualified to be listed as stars on that rainbow were true chosen who received special treatment from the sect, and access to resources far beyond what was available to ordinary disciples. There were even special items that could only be purchased on Myriad Star Rainbow, and only by those on the list. Bai Xiaochun had recently learned that the trials by fire in the 7 layers of the rainbow were all very dangerous, and that every year, disciples ended up dying within them. Those trials by fire seem really dangerous, Bai Xiaochun thought. I really don't get why so many people want to participate in all that fighting and stuff. And yet, there was never a shortage of disciples willing to take on the challenge. One of the reasons had to do with the incredible rewards available once someone got onto the list. Of course, there were also prizes that were awarded for simply getting on the list to begin with, such as merit points and various rare items. Bai Xiaochun looked at the different colors of the rainbow, and eventually his eyes came to rest on the top level, the violet one, and the 8 stars which rested there. Those stars were the highest of them all. And when Bai Xiaochun realized that everyone seemed to be staring at them, he couldn't help but be skeptical. Let's see who's in first place. He looked up at the highest star in the violet section of the rainbow, and a moment later, a name appeared in his mind. Zhao Tianjiao. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. He had never seen someone with a name like this before, which literally meant chosen. It was a very domineering name, and yet, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but tartly mutter to himself, "Not as good as my name." Next, he looked at the second star on the rainbow, and moments later, another name appeared in his mind. This one was obviously a Taoist name. Heretic! Bai Xiaochun gasped, and yet again, felt a bit annoyed. What kind of a crappy name is that? Heretic Schmeretic. With that, he moved on to the third name, Chun Yueshan. It was obvious at a glance that this name belonged to a female cultivator. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to continue down the list, people started pushing him from behind. The area around the Myriad Star Rainbow teleportation portal was usually quite crowded, so people weren't happy about someone blocking the way. Looking away from the rainbow, Bai Xiaochun proceeded along in line until he reached the teleportation portal. After vanishing, he reappeared on Myriad Star Rainbow. This was his first time here, but he had come well prepared. He had acquired a map of the place in the Hall of Devil Slayers, and after confirming his location on it, he flew up into the air. There were cultivators everywhere, most of them having come from the 3rd-level rainbows either to practice cultivation or to attempt to get into the starry sky Dao polarity superstars. This place is pretty busy, Bai Xiaochun thought in surprise. It was a lot louder here than on Sky Quarter Rainbow. Bai Xiaochun even spotted some vendor stalls which had been set up by disciples to peddle various items. Such stalls seemed very popular. As for the locations set aside for special types of cultivation, almost all of them had lines of disciples waiting to enter. Some of those lines had hundreds of disciples in them, which was definitely something new to Bai Xiaochun. As he made his way along, he eventually reached the special location set aside for cultivating the living mountain incantation. It was a desolate, weed-choked ravine, next to the entrance of which was a greenish-black boulder. Sitting on top of the boulder was a gaunt, middle-aged man with a jaw that jutted out like an ape's. His skin was so tan it was almost black, and from a distance he almost looked like a monkey wearing human clothing. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, and couldn't help but stare a bit at the odd-looking man. Clearly, he was a core formation cultivator, and yet there was something about him that made him seem extremely powerful, something that Bai Xiaochun couldn't quite put his finger on. It was almost as if there was some terrifying energy in him that was somehow impossible to release into the open. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had the distinct premonition that if this man actually attacked someone, that power would indeed erupt, and when it did, it might even be enough to fight someone in the nascent soul stage. The Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect really is a terrifying place, he thought. Even the random guards are completely spine-tingling. At that point, Bai Xiaochun looked around and realized how cold and desolate this place was. Nobody was lined up to get in, and after a moment, he even wondered if he had somehow lost his way and was in the wrong place. However, after double-checking his map, he was certain that he was in the right place. As he stood there, the man on the boulder suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a grating, ear-piercing voice. The Valley of Floating Flowers is on the right. The peak of green cliffs is to the left. The pool of emerald waters is behind me. And up ahead is the crag of martial ceiling. Thanks, elder brother, Bai Xiaochun replied. But I'm actually on my way to the ravine of endless mountains. Really? The man said, looking a bit shocked. After looking Bai Xiaochun up and down, his eyes suddenly sparkled. You cultivate the living mountain incantation? Bai Xiaochun immediately nodded. The man chuckled, and the look in his eyes softened. With that, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger at the adjacent ravine. Instantly, the ravine trembled, and then began to ripple and distort. Suddenly, an enormous stone hand stretched out from the valley, over 30 meters wide. Apparently, the hand was waiting for Bai Xiaochun to step onto it. The man looked back at Bai Xiaochun and said, "It's been a long time since anyone cultivated the living mountain incantation. It is not a technique, but rather a divine ability focused on becoming a human mountain, and thus having access to unlimited power. It is divided into 4 levels, those levels being the mortal mountain, the earth mountain, the heaven mountain, and finally the ultimate level, the immortal mountain. The key to this type of cultivation is the mountain meld. After all, mountains have spirits, and in this ravine you will find countless mountains. Find one with whom you are connected by destiny, and then gain enlightenment of that mountain spirit. If you succeed, you can unleash the power of the living mountain." The man waved his finger, and a deafening roar filled Bai Xiaochun's ears as more information about the living mountain incantation poured into his mind. Expression somber, Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and bowed deeply to the man. "Many thanks for your help, elder brother. Might I request to know your honored name? You can just call me Stone Mountain." Stone Mountain smiled faintly and then closed his eyes and went back to meditating, looking very much like a stone monkey. Bai Xiaochun once again bowed, then took a deep breath and hopped onto the huge stone hand which had stretched out from inside the ravine. As soon as he did, the hand closed into a fist around him, then pulled him into the ravine. Moments later, the hand began to fade away, and as it did, the ripples that had appeared moments ago faded away, and the ravine looked as desolate as it always had. Bai Xiaochun's vision swam a bit, and rumbling echoed in his ears. However, all of that soon faded away, and when he could see clearly, he realized to his shock that he was in a completely unfamiliar world. The sky was a bluish-green color, and down below was a boundless sea of clouds, with countless mountain peaks poking up through them. To see so many mountain peaks stretching as far as the eye could see was indeed very shocking. The ravine of endless mountains, he thought, shaken. After flying around a bit, he did just as Stone Mountain had said and began to search for a mountain that was connected to him by destiny. "How am I supposed to know if we're connected by destiny, though?" he murmured to himself, feeling a bit confused. "Do I just find a mountain that looks good to me?" As he flew along over the sea of clouds, he looked this way and that for an eye-catching mountain. As Bai Xiaochun flew along through the ravine of endless mountains, outside on Sky Quarter Rainbow, Song Ke was sitting cross-legged in his immortal's cave, his eyes shining brightly. Finally, I've finally reached the moment of core formation. Currently, he had numerous spell formations set up around him, and had already notified his hall of what he was doing. He had also procured some medicinal pills designed specifically for core formation. Popping one into his mouth, he closed his eyes and prepared to make his breakthrough. Half a month after Song Ke, Chun Manyao also began to break through to core formation. 2 days after that, Master God Diviner also started to make his breakthrough. Other than Big Fatty Zhang and Su Bao Kai, all of the Dao protectors who had followed by Xiaochun to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect were making their attempts to break through to core formation. The 3 in that group had already made extensive preparations. Combined with the fact that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was a river source sect with abundant spiritual energy, it made it much easier for them to attempt their breakthroughs. As for Chun Manyao and Master God Diviner, the vast amount of merit points at the disposal of the Azure Dragon Society also had something to do with it. As for Big Fatty Zhang, he couldn't come close to the others in terms of preparations, but Bai Xiaochun had been sure to take care of him, and had set aside plenty of merit points for him to use. As such, his cultivation base had now reached the great circle of foundation establishment. That meant that for him, core formation was just around the corner. As Bai Xiaochun's Dao protectors went into secluded meditation to attempt to break through from the foundation establishment stage, Bai Xiaochun was flying around in the ravine of endless mountains, looking for a mountain that was connected to him by destiny. Just which of these mountains is destined for me? He thought, frustrated. There were countless mountains within this world of clouds, and although most of them looked impressive, none of them seemed to be connected to him by destiny. Bai Xiaochun was not sure what to do, and just kept flying around aimlessly. He wasn't even sure how much time had passed. Just when he was about to randomly select a mountain to try out, he caught sight of a very unique mountain off in the sea of clouds, and a tremor passed through him. This mountain actually looked less like a mountain and more like a statue. It depicted a giant, kneeling down on one knee, right hand outstretched as if to grasp at the sky. The facial features were worn down and not possible to identify, but there was something in the statue's eyes that left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken. He was almost sure he could hear a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar echoing in his ears, and could almost see that enormous giant trying to rip open the heavens. Looks kind of like the blood ancestor, he thought. As he flew nearer to the mountain, he realized that a shocking pressure was weighing down on him, a pressure that left him trembling and shaking. Instantly, his eyes began to shine brightly. Could it be that this mountain is the one connected to me by destiny? If it wasn't, then why did I start to feel pressure after looking at it? That proves that it's connected to me by destiny, right? Excited, he continued to fly closer to the statue. It was in that moment that the little turtle suddenly stuck his head out of Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding and disdainfully murmured, "Destiny? Yeah, right. This statue is in the middle of this dimension. Anybody who reached this point would feel pressure as long as they were alive. Don't let your imagination run wild, little Bai. You shut up," Bai Xiaochun barked angrily. Ignoring the little turtle, he flew closer to the statue until he was able to alight onto its open hand. At this point, he felt more than ever that the statue was similar to the blood ancestor, so he quickly sat down cross-legged to meditate. This statue and I are definitely connected by destiny. Definitely. With that, he proceeded to cultivate the living mountain incantation with complete and utter determination. The following day, he opened his eyes and was depressed to find that despite having spent the entire time trying to meld with the mountain, there had been no reaction whatsoever. All mountains have spirits, he thought, shaking his head. With that, he closed his eyes and spent another 3 days trying to solve the mystery. However, the only result was that he got more depressed. Does it really have a spirit? He thought. I don't feel anything. He thought a bit more to try to come up with some more ideas, and then closed his eyes to try again. Time passed. At a certain point, he lost track of how many attempts he had made, and yet despite all that, he hadn't provoked a single reaction from the statue. However, thanks to his unswerving determination, he eventually began to notice some trends, and soon, something like varying layers of fluctuations appeared in his mind. However, That didn't solve the problem completely. So Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth even harder and continued to work. 2 months later, Song Ke emerged from his secluded meditation facilities on Sky Quarter Rainbow, accompanied by thunderous rumbling. At the same time, a core formation aura roiled out in all directions, causing the clouds to swirl about and attracting much attention from people in the area. A screaming whistle rang out as Song Ke flew up into the air, eyes sparkling like the stars, body shining like a treasure. The cultivation base power rippling out from him, the core formation pressure, was enough to rip apart heaven and earth. 8 crystallized spiritual seas now existed inside of him, which had formed together into an earth core. An earth core formed from 8 spiritual seas gave him power and might that made him one of the most powerful among core formation experts. This is the day that I've been waiting for. At long last. Core formation. Song Ke threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Bai Xiaochun, he declared excitedly. I'll be passing you up in no time. Eyes shining with anticipation, he flew back into his immortal's cave to stabilize his cultivation base. Not long after Song Ke reached core formation, Chun Manyao and Master God Diviner also succeeded. If this event had occurred back in the river-defying sect, it would have attracted quite a bit of attention, but in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, core formation cultivators were relatively common. Of course, that made sense considering how large the sect was, and how it controlled all of the Eastern cultivation world. It was a sect where all sorts of powerful experts gathered, and as such, trifling core formation cultivators weren't anything that people would pay much attention to. Only after reaching the nascent soul stage could one be considered strong enough to dominate any other location in the Eastern cultivation world. Despite the fact that reaching core formation wasn't a very big deal in this sect, Master God Diviner and Qin Manyao were both very excited. Meanwhile, back in the ravine of endless mountains, Bai Xiaochun was dejectedly continuing his work atop the enormous statue. How come it isn't working? Another half a month went by, and Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of mental collapse. Up to this point, all efforts to meld with the mountain had ended in failure, and the only headway he'd made was in being able to sense the mountain spirit inside of it. At this rate, it's going to take over 100 years to get this right. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of going mad. After arriving in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, he had done a bit of investigating and knew that the Living Mountain Incantation was one of the sect's 300 secret magics. Not only that, it was actually listed within the top 10. From ancient times until now, only a few people had ever succeeded in cultivating it, from which its difficulty could be seen. Although some people succeeded at it almost right away, there were others who never succeeded even in an entire lifetime. Forget it. This is too hard. Depressed, he rose to his feet, looked down at the statue-like mountain beneath his feet, and then gave a slight harumph. Well, even if I can't use this Living Mountain Incantation, it doesn't matter. I still have my Water Swamp Kingdom and the powers of gravity and repulsion. When it came to the magic of gravity and repulsion, his extensive research had led his cultivation to the point where he could form small spheres that contained the powers of gravity and repulsion. Based on what he could tell, it wouldn't be very long before he had complete control over that magic. As far as his Water Swamp Kingdom went, that was one of his trump cards, something he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. Still feeling a bit disgruntled, Bai Xiaochun stepped off of the mountain into the air. With a final look at the statue, he sighed and began to make his way off into the distance. Before long, he was out of the ravine of endless mountains. As soon as that enormous hand placed him outside of the mirror-like entrance, he looked over at Stone Mountain, who sat there looking like a statue of a monkey, in exactly the same posture as he had when Bai Xiaochun entered the ravine months before. But then, Stone Mountain opened an eye and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Nobody has ever succeeded at melding with the mountain on their first attempt. Even people with exceptional latent talent usually need 10 tries. To meld with the mountain, first forget yourself, then forget the mountain. When you wake up, you will be the mountain and the mountain will be you. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place for a moment, thought about what Stone Mountain had just said, then nodded. Clasping hands, he bowed and then made his way off. Back in his immortal's cave, he sat down cross-legged and meditated for a bit longer on what he'd just been told. Before long, he opened his eyes, and they sparkled brightly. Core formation? Before long, a beam of light pierced through the sky toward him, transforming into a young woman with spectacularly beautiful features, and a yellow robe that completely complemented her figure in every way. "Hello, elder brother Bai." She was none other than Chen Manyao. Smiling charmingly, she landed outside of Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave, and was just about to say some more words when the door opened and Bai Xiaochun stepped out. Clicking his tongue, he circled around her and looked her up and down. Face flushing, she pouted playfully and said, "What are you doing, elder brother Bai?" Sounding slightly flirtatious, he looked away and said, "It's been a few months since we last saw each other, wife. Congratulations on reaching core formation." Back in Sky City, Chun Manyao had taken to calling herself Bai Xiaochun's wife during the time that she coveted his merit points. However, to hear him use this term now caused the flush on her face to grow deeper. Eyes sparkling with a seductive gleam, she stepped closer to him. "Elder brother Bai," she said softly, her breath caressing his cheeks. "As long as you promise me one thing, then you can do anything you want of me." "What one thing?" Bai Xiaochun coughed dryly, eyeing some of Chun Manyao's more prominent curves. "Simple. Just join us in the—" "Save your breath," he interrupted, shaking his head. This was not Chen Manyao's first time bringing up this subject. Back in Sky City, she had hinted on numerous occasions that he should join the Wildlanders, but he had always refused. "The sects of the Heavenspan River are the orthodox ones," he said proudly, "and you Wildlanders are the renegades. I, Bai Xiaochun, am from a famous orthodox sect, and am backed by entities so powerful even I don't know who they are. How could I possibly join a bunch of traitors?" Of course, he had only learned the details of such matters from Chen Manyao herself. However, after much thought, he had thought the matter through clearly, and decided that joining forces with the renegades would be risking his poor little life. "Maybe one day you'll change your mind," Chen Manyao said with a slight smile, as if she didn't mind at all that he'd refused her. With that, she changed the topic. "Oh right, elder brother Bai, the reason I came here today is that I have some clues regarding Du Lingfei." Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked at Chun Manyao with glistening eyes. Chun Manyao covered her mouth as she laughed lightly, her eyes sparkling with charm. Seeing how much Bai Xiaochun was interested in such news, she didn't beat around the bush. "Based on a comprehensive investigation I carried out, I am sure that, despite not knowing Du Lingfei's exact current location, she is definitely in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect." Although Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything, his eyes continued to glitter brightly. "The things I've promised to do for you I will do," Chen Manyao said. "I'll continue to investigate, and when I get some more specific information, I'll tell you immediately. Just keep in mind that Du Lingfei is likely already aware of your presence here." Giving Bai Xiaochun one last look, she turned and left. Bai Xiaochun stood at the entrance of his Immortal's cave for some time after Chen Manyao left, looking at the setting sun on the horizon, at the spreading shadows of evening, and at the majestic golden sea spreading out as far as the eye could see. At the same time, he thought back to many memories of the past. 2 hours later, he took a deep breath, settled his heart, and walked back into his Immortal's cave to meditate. By now, he was not as stubbornly attached to learning the truth about Du Lingfei as he had been years ago. A few days later, though, he was still feeling somewhat unsettled. Not only was the matter of Du Lingfei still eating at him, but his troubles with the living mountain incantation were continuing to frustrate him, and he couldn't stop thinking about what Stone Mountain had said. "Forget myself. Forget the mountain. When I wake up, I will be the mountain and the mountain will be me." Bai Xiaochun frowned. Although he understood the words in general, it was the word forget that was obviously the most important part. Of course, it was easy to talk about forgetting something, but to actually do so was another matter, and at the moment Bai Xiaochun had no idea how to go about doing it. "How do I forget?" he murmured anxiously. "Go into a trance?" The mnemonic doesn't specifically say anything about going into a trance. "I wish there was some way you could just say forget and then instantly forget. That would be perfect." Almost as soon as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly froze in place, his eyes shining with a strange light. Say forget and then instantly forget. He licked his lips, eyes sparkling as he thought back to his own fantasy pill, which, upon being consumed, placed one into a hallucination in which one forgot about reality. That's right. He smacked his thigh excitedly, then rose to his feet and started pacing back and forth in his immortal's cave. After spending much time in thought, he produced one of his fantasy pills and looked it over carefully. After a moment, his brow furrowed as he thought of the very strange expressions that appeared on the faces of cultivators who took the pill, and then started to worry that he would look like them if he consumed it. No, that won't do. Since I'm going to consume it myself, I need to be much more careful. I need to adjust the formula to suit me specifically. After spending some more time in thought, he hurried out of his immortal's cave to the Hall of Devil Slayers to get some necessary ingredients. When the disciple in charge of the supply depot saw Bai Xiaochun coming, he smiled and then respectfully bowed in greeting. Bai Xiaochun visited the Hall of Devil Slayers quite often to acquire items he needed, much of which he purchased on credit. It was an arrangement the likes of which had never occurred in the Hall of Devil Slayers, and as a result, he was very famous. I need to reconcoct this pill. I need a pill designed for me, something that's not dangerous at all. Say forget and then instantly forget, say wake up and then instantly wake up. That's the pill I need. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Therefore, he produced a huge sum of merit points to acquire the medicinal plants he needed, all of which were very rare. As he browsed through the available items, he suddenly saw one particular spirit plant that had no flower, but instead, 7 leaves, each one a different color. Almost immediately, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he gasped. 7-colored misty seagrass. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, he had read some information about 7-colored misty seagrass on a jade slip. It was a spirit plant known to emit a hallucinatory mist that could be used in psychedelic medicinal pills. Not only was it unusually effective, but it had absolutely no harmful side effects. Give me some of those, he said excitedly, pointing at the 7-colored misty seagrass. Elder Brother Bai, the sect limits the sale of this type of medicinal plant. Only people in the top 1,000 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars can buy it. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, his jaw dropping. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't suppress his excitement about the plant, and immediately flew toward the main temple in the Hall of Devil Slayers. Along the way, numerous disciples of the Hall of Devil Slayers cast respectful glances in his direction. Normally when he came here, he would strut around and show off a bit, but now he was simply too excited and rushed directly toward the temple. Hallmaster, he cried out before even arriving. It's me, Bai Xiaochun. May I request an audience? Master Cloud Dao was standing guard outside the temple, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun coming, he smiled and did nothing to block his path, allowing him to enter directly into the temple. Feng Yud was sitting at the end of the temple meditating. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun hurried in, his eyes opened. Forcing a smile onto his face, he said, "How can I help you, Xiaochun?" Recently, Bai Xiaochun had been in the ravine of endless mountains, leaving the Hall of Devil Slayers much quieter. Before that, he had always come over with one issue or another to annoy Feng Yud. Hallmaster, Bai Xiaochun said anxiously, I really need some 7-colored misty seagrass. Do you happen to have any? Can I have a few stalks? Feng Yud pulled out a jade slip to check how much 7-colored misty seagrass was in the Hall of Devil Slayers. After a moment, his face twitched. Although 7-colored misty seagrass wasn't a very rare plant, there wasn't a big supply on hand. The Hall of Devil Slayers only had 3 stalks. Furthermore, considering the hallucinatory effects of the plant, it could only be safely handled by cultivators with a relatively high cultivation base. As such, the sect had put limitations on how it could be distributed. Feng Yud sighed and said, this isn't a big deal. Just go find someone in the top 1,000 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, and have them buy it for you. As of this point, he really felt like he had become Bai Xiaochun's Dao protector. Suppressing the gloomy feeling which had risen up in his heart, he raised his voice and he said, Master Cloud Dao, Could you please handle this? Master Cloud Dao nodded in assent and hurried over. Bai Xiaochun was immediately moved. His entire purpose in coming here was to seek help from Feng Yud in getting someone from the top 1,000 to buy the plants for him. Throwing his arm over Master Cloud Dao's shoulder, Bai Xiaochun quickly led him out of the hall. Junior brother Bai, Master Cloud Dao said quickly. The Hall of Devil Slayers only has a few dozen disciples in the top 1,000. All of them are chosen, obviously, and are a proud and arrogant lot. Obviously, any of them who agree to help you will expect some sort of compensation in return. Master Cloud Dao did nothing to hide the truth from Bai Xiaochun. As the honor guard of the Hall of Devil Slayers, not only did he wish to avoid offending Bai Xiaochun, he also sought to avoid provoking those who were in the top 1,000. No problem, Bai Xiaochun said, waving his sleeve. If there was one thing he had a lot of, it was merit points. Filled with zest, he hurried along after Master Cloud Dao toward a distant immortal's cave. Upon reaching a certain distance, Master Cloud Dao stopped to offer an explanation. This is the immortal's cave of junior brother Zhou. He's already in the late core formation stage, despite not being even 100 years old. He reached the green portion of the rainbow, earning a rank of 777 in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Junior brother Zhou is a true chosen, and is very famous in the Hall of Devil Slayers. He also has a lot of followers among the lower-ranking disciples. Let's go pay him a visit. Remember to be very courteous, and definitely don't say anything to offend him. Master Cloud Dao offered a few more exhortations along these lines, and Bai Xiaochun nodded in agreement the whole time. He knew that when going to ask for help, one had to be on their best behavior. Before the two of them could even get close to the door, 3 cultivators rushed forward to block their path. These 3 cultivators had profound cultivation bases, but once they saw that it was Master Cloud Dao approaching, they stepped aside. However, after reaching the door, no amount of calling out on the part of Master Cloud Dao provoked even the slightest response. I guess junior brother Zhou isn't home, Master Cloud Dao said a bit awkwardly. Bai Xiaochun frowned and then opened his third eye a tiny slit. Instantly, he could see inside of the immortal's cave. Reclining on a divan was a young man being waited upon by several maidservants. A look of scorn could be seen on his face as he blatantly ignored Bai Xiaochun and Master Cloud Dao. Don't worry, junior brother Bai. Let's just move on. Next is the immortal's cave belonging to junior brother Chun. He's a friend of mine, so he should be able to help out with a small matter like this. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get a bit depressed, but he followed Master Cloud Dao along to a second immortal's cave. Apparently, Master Cloud Dao really was friends with this junior brother Chun, who immediately opened the door and allowed them in. However, despite the fact that he didn't treat them coldly, neither did he treat them with much warmth. After Master Cloud Dao explained the situation, junior brother Chun looked over coolly at Bai Xiaochun and said, I'll handle it after my current session of secluded meditation. Many thanks, elder brother Chun, Bai Xiaochun said quickly. By the way, how long is your, at the soonest 2 years, perhaps as much as 5? Looking a bit impatient, he waved them out of his immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare, and if it weren't for the fact that Master Cloud Dao was pulling him away, he would almost certainly have begun arguing with the cultivator named Chun, who looked on coldly as the two of them left the cave. Then, a loud bang could be heard as the door slammed shut. Moments later, a cold voice echoed out from inside the cave. Can't wait? Go challenge the trials yourself then. Fine, Bai Xiaochun barked back angrily. What's so amazing about getting into the top 1,000 anyway? If you don't want to help, so be it. But there's no need to be such a jerk about it. Master Cloud Dao smiled bitterly and quickly tried to comfort Bai Xiaochun. Calm down, junior brother Bai. He shook his head. AI. Look, all of the people in the top 1,000 are top chosen. They're not the type of people we can just tell what to do. The sect views them all as important future figures, especially those who are in the top few hundred in the rankings. For example, I heard that not too long ago, Sima Fairu occupied an entire cultivation district and wouldn't let anyone enter. It caused quite a disturbance, but in the end, nothing was done about it. Nobody wanted to risk offending him. Bai Xiaochun had heard of this Sima Fairu and knew that he ranked somewhere in the 90s. He was a spectacular and domineering chosen, not from the Hall of Devil Slayers, but rather from the Hall of the Sect Sanctum. Next, it was to Bai Xiaochun's sorrow that Master Cloud Dao led him to the third location, and then the fourth. Of the few dozen cultivators in the Hall of Devil Slayers who were in the top 1,000, most were currently in secluded meditation, and others were away. As the day passed, not a single chosen paid any attention to Bai Xiaochun and Master Cloud Dao. The two of them were either ignored or outright rejected. Although different expressions could be seen on the faces of the various chosen, none of them could hide the arrogance that seeped out from their very bones. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more irritated. They're as arrogant as spirit-tail chickens. By now it was evening, and Bai Xiaochun was both furious and humiliated at how this seemingly inconsequential task had gone. In fact, he even felt the impulse to simply go try to get into the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Junior brother Bai AI, look, there's still one more left. He's more reasonable than the others. We should definitely be able to succeed. Don't get angry. This is just how chosen are. They fought their way through a crowd of tens of thousands to get to where they are now. Think of the danger involved in that. It's only natural that they would be a bit proud and arrogant. Master Cloud Dao had been cajoling Bai Xiaochun in this way the entire day. Although he did feel slightly embarrassed about what had occurred, he was also a bit derisive of Bai Xiaochun for relying on Feng Yu to do everything for him. If he had true skill, why didn't he just take the challenge himself instead of going around begging for help? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, suppressed his feelings of depression, and followed Master Cloud Dao to the final Immortal's cave. As it turned out, this cultivator was a bit more reasonable. After hearing the request, he smiled immediately. Ah, this is a simple matter. I've actually done things like this before. However, I charge an intermediary fee. Junior brother Bai, I've heard quite a lot about you. So for a mere 1 million merit points, I can get those medicinal plants for you. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. 1 million merit points wasn't a price he couldn't afford. But the 7-colored misty seagrass he wanted should only cost a few tens of thousands. And yet this guy wanted to charge him 1 million? Seeing Bai Xiaochun's expression, the cultivator smiled. A smile of both disdain and confidence. Think it's expensive? Don't want to pay? That's fine. If you're good enough, just go try to get into the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. If you can get into the top 1,000, then you won't need any help from me at all. Trying to keep his breathing calm, Bai Xiaochun spun on his heel and, without saying a single word, walked off. Master Cloud Dao hurried along behind him, sighing. Worried that Bai Xiaochun was going to devolve into a rage, he prepared to offer some words of consolation. However, after some distance, Bai Xiaochun stopped and turned to him. Many thanks for your help today, Master Cloud Dao. After a moment of hesitation, Master Cloud Dao said, Junior brother Bai, listen, we can still make this happen. Let's just go talk to the Hallmaster. He can issue a dermic decree and force them to help you whether or not they want to. Bai Xiaochun had obviously noticed the veiled looks of scorn that Master Cloud Dao had attempted to hide throughout the day. Gritting his teeth, he said, There's no need. Master Cloud Dao eyes widened. You mean, it's only the top 1,000, right? I'll challenge the trials. Flicking his sleeve, he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward his immortal's cave. Master Cloud Dao stood there watching him leave. After a moment, he laughed softly. If you actually have what it takes, then why did you need to go begging for help? I bet that within a few days, you'll be back asking for help from the Hallmaster. After returning to his immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun rested for a bit, then sent a message to his Dao protectors, asking them to get as much information as they could about the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. During the following month, all sorts of inquiries were made. Another half a month passed. Finally, Bai Xiaochun felt that he was well enough prepared. Gritting his teeth, he said, It's only the top 1,000, right? What's so special about that? When I come back, I'll definitely be in the top 1,000. Eyes glittering, He packed a few things and then headed for the teleportation portal leading to Myriad Star Rainbow and the Starry Sky Dow Polarity Superstars trials. The trials took up nearly 30% of Myriad Star Rainbow, and regardless of the time of day or night, the entrance was almost always packed with people. People went into the trials all the time, and if anyone ever succeeded in causing their own star to rise in the ranks, people would immediately notice and get jealous. The entrance to the trial was an ancient, greenish-black door, fully 3,000 meters tall, carved with countless profound magical symbols that emanated bizarre light and tremendous pressure. The door was flanked by two enormous statues that depicted, not cultivators, but rather enormous lion-like beasts, completely fierce and savage in appearance. The door was opened by just a crack which from a distance seemed very small, but was actually several dozen meters wide, leaving plenty of room for cultivators to come and go. Even as Bai Xiaochun arrived, he saw a handsome man in a green Taoist robe flying toward the entrance on a cloud. As soon as the other surrounding cultivators saw the man, they began to cry out, "That's Zhao Yidong from Starry Quarter Rainbow. Elder Brother Zhao. This time, Elder Brother Zhao is definitely going to get into the top 1,000. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Elder Brother Zhao is a chosen from Starry Quarter Rainbow, and a member of the Hall of Sea Sentinels. The first time he took the trial, he got into the top 5,000. The second time, he made it into the top 3,000. And the third time, he got to 1,500th place. This is his fourth time, and I have the feeling he'll definitely get into the top 1,000. Even as they cried out, the star representing Elder Brother Zhao on the green section of the rainbow lit up, prompting even more people to pay attention to it. Even as everyone focused their attention on Zhao Yidong, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and headed toward the gate. Virtually no one was paying attention to him at all. Everyone wanted to see if Zhao Yidong would make it into the top 1,000. The major milestones in the trial were the 10,000th spot, then the 1,000th, 500th, and 100th. Furthermore, breaking through to a higher ranking level would provide vastly more incredible rewards. Rising in the rankings in the Starry Sky Dow Polarity Superstars was a way to make a name for oneself. Being in the top 10,000 could be a point of great pride, but only by breaking into the top 1,000 could one truly be considered a true chosen of the halls. Anyone who made it into the top 500 would be considered a chosen of the quarters. After that was the top 100. Anyone who reached that level was considered to be a true superstar of the Starry Sky Dow Polarity sect. I can do it too, Bai Xiaochun thought, his eyes flashing with determination. Because of what he had experienced in the Hall of Devil Slayers, and because of the passionate atmosphere around him, Bai Xiaochun's heart was starting to pound in excitement. He suddenly felt the same as he had back in his chi condensation days, when he was challenging the stone steels of plants and vegetation. With that, he shot forward toward the crack in the door, and in the blink of an eye was inside. Rumbling sounds filled his ears, and his vision swam as numerous images flashed by. Everything was a blur, almost as if the entire world had been turned upside down. A force began to drag at him that, when combined with the power of the teleportation exerted upon him by the door, became an incredible pressure, like a huge hand grabbing at him and pulling him into another dimension. His entire body was shaking, and his face drained of blood. This was his first time experiencing a teleportation this intense. Were it not for his powerful cultivation base, he might have been trembling on the point of collapse right now. Actually, everyone who took the trial experienced this. The truth was that anyone who couldn't handle the pressure would be ejected. The trial by fire actually began with this teleportation. As things became clear, a blast of heat hit his face, and based on the aroma he had just smelled, he even wondered if his hair was being burned away. He quickly backed up a few steps and looked around to find himself in a world whose border was made up of crimson cliffs. Beneath the cliffs was a sea of lava that stretched out as far as the eye could see. Fire raged and liquid rock surged, causing intense rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. At the same time, numerous wild beasts flew out of the cliffs and attempted to make their way off into the distance. However, many of them were scorched by the flames, and ended up being burned into ash and swallowed up by the sea. Some of the roaring, struggling beasts were stronger than the others, and managed to make their way far off into the distance, where a mirror-like object was visible, into which they disappeared. Bai Xiaochun looked around at everything that was happening, and then reviewed some of the information he had gathered in recent days. The ranking system of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars is divided into different colors, 7 in total. The first level of the trial by fire is the red level, and is the simplest of all. You have to get through this sea of flames. As long as you get 30% into the sea itself, your personal star will rise up in the rankings. The key is how far you can get. That determines your final ranking. After a certain point, you can go right to the next trial by fire. The number of people who actually reach the very end of the red trial is very small. Sighing softly, he looked at all of the countless beasts rushing out into the sea of flames, their miserable shrieks echoing out as they died. As of this moment, he was more impressed than ever by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. No wonder people go so crazy over the rankings. I've never seen anything like this. So, to get through this first level, you're supposed to use one of those beasts. With that, he patted his bag of holding to produce a 7-colored jade pendant, which he had purchased earlier for a few merit points. This jade pendant was designed specifically for the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials by fire, and by crushing it, the owner would be safely teleported out of the trial by fire in the blink of an eye. It would also keep a record of the person's accomplishments and how far they had proceeded. Of course, throughout the years, there were always people who didn't crush the jade pendant fast enough and ended up dying. Bai Xiaochun stepped closer to the edge of the cliff. He could tell that flight was prohibited in this area, leaving him with no choice but to leap down and try to land on one of the beasts flying out from the base of the cliff. After looking down for a moment, he jumped out and began to speed down toward a crimson anaconda that was just flying out over the lava. When Bai Xiaochun slammed onto the flame anaconda, it twisted back and forth in an attempt to hurl him off of its back. However, Bai Xiaochun stamped his right foot down, sending out a burst of power that instantly cowed it. Eyes shining with madness, it continued to speed along. All the beasts in this place knew that as long as they could reach the final destination, they would have their freedom. For them, this red trial by fire was actually a prison. All right, be a good little snake and go a bit faster. Bai Xiaochun nervously maintained his position on the flame anaconda as it sped along for about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. As he proceeded along, he noticed that not only did the sea down below grow choppier, but also that he wasn't alone. He saw about 7 or 8 other cultivators, some of whom attempted to switch mounts mid-flight to be able to get further along into the sea. There were even 2 of them who cast covetous gazes at Bai Xiaochun's mount. After all, he was riding a flame-type beast, which could last longer than other beasts in these intensely hot conditions. That's a flame anaconda. Flame-type beasts aren't very common here. Both of those cultivators quickly steered their own mounts in Bai Xiaochun's direction, clearly hoping to snatch his beast. "What are you people doing?" Bai Xiaochun shouted angrily. Both of the cultivators were in the mid-core formation stage. None of them said anything, and in fact, after eyeing him for a moment, they both unleashed attacks upon the sea of flames below, causing a huge wave of lava to suddenly roll in his direction. There was no time for Bai Xiaochun to get angry. As the heat surged toward him, he suddenly realized that he was probably on the verge of being burned to a crisp. Screaming, he dodged to the side, and yet still managed to get splashed. A moment later, he suddenly stopped screaming and looked down in surprise at his arm. Although some holes had been burned into his garment, the skin beneath hadn't been harmed at all. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, which was when some more drops of burning lava filled the air around him. Instead of trying to avoid them, he let them land on him, whereupon they burned through his clothing down to his skin. However, all he felt was a bit of a warm sensation, not the scalding pain he had anticipated. At that point, his eyes lit up. Not too far off, the 2 cultivators who had been closing in on him with ill intentions looked on with incredulous expressions on their faces. He wasn't hurt. Does he have some sort of magical item protecting him? Wait, that's impossible. Magical items aren't allowed in this trial. Even as they looked on in shock, Bai Xiaochun reached his right hand down into the lava below, and even swept it back and forth a few times. "So nice and warm," he said excitedly. When the other two cultivators saw that, their eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. "Impossible! Heavens! He actually stuck his hand into the lava! What the—" As for Bai Xiaochun, he couldn't have been more excited, and immediately threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "What kind of a sea of lava is this? I thought it was supposed to be scary." Looking very pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun stepped off of the flame anaconda and dropped down into the lava. Almost immediately, his clothing burned away, revealing his body beneath, absolutely unharmed in any way. He even seemed to be enjoying himself. Not bad. Not bad at all. Then he looked up at the two cultivators who had been on the verge of attacking him, and were now staring back at him with faces as white as sheets. Before Bai Xiaochun could do or say anything against them, they pulled out their 7-colored jade pendants, crushed them, and faded away. Clearly, they had been worried that Bai Xiaochun might try to get back at them by unleashing some sort of deadly attack. "Cowards!" he shouted smugly. "Get back here. Come down and have some fun in the lava with me." With that, he turned and began to swim forward through the lava. Soon, he caught sight of other cultivators in the trial, and when they saw him, they immediately let out cries of shock and disbelief. What's that? Is that a person? Heavens! There's actually someone swimming through the lava. That lava is hot enough to melt unfathomantium metals. Could that thing be some sort of beast in human form? As such cries filled the air, Bai Xiaochun swam along casually, feeling very proud of himself. He even took the time to wave to some of the other cultivators. "Why don't you come down and join me? It's very nice and warm." Soon, he had swum 30% into the sea of lava, which was the requisite point to make the rankings. That was when, all of a sudden, a new star lit up on the crimson portion of the rainbow outside. Of course, the crimson part of the rainbow was filled with countless stars, so the appearance of a new one wasn't necessarily something very incredible. However, every time a star appeared for the first time, it would shine more brightly than normal to attract the attention and envy of those looking on. "Hey look, a new star. Someone got promoted. Let's see who it is." Bai Xiaochun? I've never heard of him." Normally speaking, there would have been more discussion about the topic, but considering that Zhao Yidong was in the middle of making an important run, most people were focused on his star. In fact, there were even some people who had special types of command medallions with which they could watch the competitors inside of the trials. Obviously, such medallions were extremely expensive, so people wouldn't waste them on a cultivator who hadn't made it into the top 1,000. Because no one would ever think to use such a method to observe Bai Xiaochun. Nobody on the outside knew that he was swimming through the lava. However, many people in the trial by fire itself saw him, and their cries of shock continued to ring out ceaselessly. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun could achieve quite a bit of speed while swimming, such that he was actually faster than a lot of the flying beasts. He even started humming a little tune as he picked up speed. Any time he started to feel uncomfortably hot, he would release some frigid qi. Because of that, he always felt wonderful as he headed toward the bank of the sea. This trial by fire is way too simple, he thought. Clearing his throat, he thought about what a pity it was that more people didn't realize he was swimming through the sea of lava. Once I get out, I'll be able to tell people about this, and they'll definitely think I'm super awesome. Excited, he continued to pick up speed until the bank of the sea was just up ahead. Meanwhile, back outside, a few of the spectators happened to notice that one of the stars on the red portion of the rainbow was rising at an unusually fast speed. In fact, it was already approaching the border of the red part of the rainbow. So fast. Who is that? Bai Xiaochun? That's the same guy who just appeared for the first time. What's going on? His star just appeared on the rainbow, and he's already reached the end of the red portion. One of the disciples with one of the special command medallions decided to focus it on Bai Xiaochun's star, to see what type of beast he was using. Within the space of a few breaths of time, his eyes had grown as wide as saucers. His jaw dropped, and then he cried out, How? How could this be happening? What the cultivator saw was by Xiaochun, looking very pleased with himself and even humming a little tune as he swam merrily through the majestic sea of lava. The cultivator's cry of astonishment caused quite a few other disciples in the area to look over and see what was happening. The sight that met their eyes was the cultivator with the medallion shaking physically, his expression flickering between numerous emotions, his eyes so wide it seemed they might pop out of his head. Then, he raised a trembling hand to point at the star that represented by Xiaochun. Voice quavering with disbelief, he shouted, He's swimming." Even more people were now looking over, and yet few seemed to understand what the cultivator was talking about. One of the curious disciples even asked, "What do you mean swimming?" "Who?" "Bai Xiaochun, that guy whose star just started rising. He's actually swimming in the sea of lava." This time, the cultivator's shout was met with complete silence. His words seemed beyond comprehension, and in response, many people looked up at Bai Xiaochun's star. Some of them couldn't resist the temptation, and pulled out their own special command medallions to check the scene out for themselves. When they finally saw for themselves that Bai Xiaochun really was swimming through the lava, they also began to cry out in shock. "It's true. He's really swimming. Heavens! This is impossible. I've never seen anyone swim in the sea of lava before. How could this be happening? Is he a man or a beast?" Such cries led to even more people paying attention. The sudden turn of events left everyone completely shaken, and soon, more curious disciples began to pay the requisite price to use their command medallions to watch personally. When that happened, more excited reactions could be heard, and soon, the area outside the starry sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials devolved into a complete commotion. "Who exactly is this Bai Xiaochun?" Amidst the exclamations of shock, many of the cultivators began sending messages to friends, and some of the generous ones even began to project the images from their command medallions for others to see. More people began to rush over to the area, causing the commotion to grow. The same thing was happening back in the Hall of Devil Slayers in Sky Quarter. Master Cloud Dao had already received word of what was happening. Having pulled out his own command medallion, it was with gaping jaw that he watched Bai Xiaochun swim along through the lava. Bai Xiaochun! Word was spreading rapidly, but Bai Xiaochun had no way of knowing that he was the center of such attention. He was focusing on swimming forward, and also contemplating how wonderful it would feel to show off later in front of everyone. Eventually, he climbed up onto the opposite bank. Jumping up and down a bit to get all the lava off him, he looked down at himself and then proudly threw on another set of clothing. "It's been a long time since I took a bath," he said. "Feels great." Of course, little did he know that large numbers of people in the sect were watching his every move. That included all of the female disciples, many of whom were blushing, but none of whom looked away for even a moment. Big Fatty Zhang was currently in the Hall of Spirit Enhancement when suddenly, cries of shock began to ring out. After asking curiously what was going on, he was shown an image which was none other than Bai Xiaochun leaping out of the lava. "Xiaochun," he said, his mouth gaping. Back in the trial by fire, Bai Xiaochun looked back at the vast sea behind him, then stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun reduced this trial to ashes. Sighing, he assumed the pose of a lonely hero, then began to stride away from the sea. As he did, his vision swam, and he left the red trial by fire. When he reappeared, he was in the next trial, the orange one. Meanwhile, back outside, Bai Xiaochun's words and the expression on his face only added fuel to the fire that was the commotion among the onlookers. Many strange expressions could be seen, although no one gave voice to exactly what they were thinking. "A dark horse. He's definitely a dark horse. How far do you think this Bai Xiaochun will get?" As the discussions raged through the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, Bai Xiaochun was just appearing in the orange trial by fire. Almost immediately, deafening rumbling sounds filled his ears, and around him, the world trembled. In almost the same moment that he appeared within the orange trial by fire, a mountain-like boulder suddenly began to drop down toward him, moving at incredible speed. Letting out a shriek, he dashed backward, just in time to see the boulder smash into the ground where he had been standing, causing everything to tremble and shake, and even sending crevices snaking out in all directions. Heart pounding, Bai Xiaochun looked back up, and what he saw left him gasping. The world was completely gray, including the sky and the land. However, that was not the shocking part. Unexpectedly, two enormous stone golems were also there in the world with him. Both of them were tens of thousands of meters tall, and every move they made caused heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds to echo out. Their bodies were constructed of numerous rocks and boulders lumped together, making them look both like statues and like puppets. Most terrifying of all was that they were fighting each other. As they fought back and forth, they let out howls and roars that sounded like thunder. Numerous smaller rocks and stones fell off of them with each blow that landed, which would smash into the ground below, opening up huge craters. Even larger craters would open up when the two stone golems' feet landed on the ground as they took steps. In addition to the quaking of the ground, the fighting giants caused powerful gusts of wind to sweep out in all directions. They also unleashed divine abilities that unleashed stone dragons and stone spikes which wreaked havoc everywhere. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered as an intense sensation of crisis swept through him. Anxiously dodging the various dangerous elements, he looked around and noticed that there were other cultivators in the area. Those were the other disciples participating in this trial by fire, and all of them were scurrying about like ants as they avoided the falling stones, blasts of wind, and divine abilities, desperately attempting to get past the area in which the two stone golems fought. Unfortunately, that was by no means an easy task. They were caught in the crossfire, like fish who suffered when a castle's walls caught on fire and crumbled into the moat. The two gigantic fighting stone golems put the cultivators down below in extreme danger. Based on what Bai Xiaochun could tell, those stone golems were beyond the level of the nascent soul stage, and were more like the Deva realm boy who had come to take him from the river-defying sect. As he looked around in shock, he reviewed the information he had studied about the Orange Trial by fire. The entire world around him was like a prison, with the two stone golems being prisoners who were forced to fight each other constantly as part of their punishment. They were forbidden from directly killing any of the disciples of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, but the side effects of their combat could. Because of that fact, this particular trial by fire was much more difficult than the previous one. No wonder there are only a few tens of thousands of stars on the orange portion of the rainbow, Bai Xiaochun thought, as opposed to the innumerable amount on the red portion. Furthermore, only a few thousand people are ever good enough to get past this trial by fire and onto the yellow level of the rainbow. With that, he began to cautiously make his way forward, relying on his incredible speed to stay out of danger. Although he wasn't putting on a poor performance, the people on the outside who were watching him had to use up merit points for every second that they continued to observe. Therefore, many people weren't very pleased with what he was doing. What? He literally swam through the red trial by fire. Why is he going through the orange trial like that? That's what I was thinking. I'm not going to waste any more merit points watching this guy. Forget it. Even as people grumbled on the outside, Bai Xiaochun was picking up speed in the trial by fire. Suddenly, a blast of wind bore down on him, within which was half of a stone dragon. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered, and when he realized that he didn't have time to dodge, his eyes flickered with cold light, and he suddenly spun his left leg out in a sweeping kick toward the dragon. A boom filled the air as the stone dragon exploded, and the wind faded away. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xiaochun shot forward, getting closer and closer to the exit the entire way. However, at a certain point, he stopped in place and looked up at the two enormous stone golems, and as they fought back and forth, his eyes suddenly lit up. Before, the two stone golems hadn't stood out much to him, but now that he was closer, and had had a chance to look at them for a bit longer, all of a sudden, they seemed a bit familiar. If these two stone golems knelt down and stopped moving, then they would look exactly like that statue I saw in the ravine of endless mountains. Gasping, he realized that the more he looked at the giants, the more they looked like that statue. Before long, he was absolutely convinced that they were the same type of creature as the giant in the ravine of endless mountains. If you want to cultivate the living mountain incantation, You have to meld with the mountain and understand everything about it. You have to gain enlightenment of its spirit and forget yourself. You have to become a human mountain. When you wake up, you will have completed a circle. The divine ability will be complete, and you will have succeeded in becoming a living mountain. Panting, he looked up at the two fighting stone golems, and suddenly everything became clear. All his previous areas of confusion were destroyed instantly. Eyes flashing with excitement, he murmured, "There is no better place than here to seek enlightenment of the living mountain incantation." Xiaochun was currently only about 3,000 meters away from the exit of the Orange Trial by Fire. Considering the speed he was capable of, it would only take a bit of effort for him to proceed on to the Yellow Trial. In fact, there were many other disciples in the area who, despite trying their very best, couldn't make it past the wind and divine abilities to reach the very spot he was standing in. Many of them were shocked that he had made it through so quickly, but none of them were paying much attention to him. After all, they were more concerned with their own situation. The slightest lapse in concentration could leave them crushed to death in an instant. Because of the intense danger, all of the other disciples were essentially risking their lives. The contrast between all the other disciples and Xiaochun, who was simply standing there watching the stone golems fight, was very obvious, and some of the cultivators on the outside who were watching him were taken aback. What's wrong with this Xiaochun? He didn't do anything very special in this section, but he did go really fast. Why doesn't he just go out through the exit? This guy is pretty incredible. He's already in the top 10,000, and once he gets to the yellow section of the rainbow, he'll instantly be in the top 5,000. What's he doing just standing there? As the cultivators on the outside looked on, puzzled, Xiaochun was still trying to decide what to do. As he stood there, various key aspects to the living mountain incantation were unlocked within his mind, and with each second that passed, it became clearer that this was an opportunity he could not afford to pass up on. Unfortunately, his divine sense was restricted within the trial by fire, and could only spread out a few hundred meters. Only being able to observe the giants with his naked eyes was almost like looking at them through a veil. If I could get a bit closer, and observe them with divine sense, then I'm pretty sure I could come to understand these stone golems in a much more complete sense. Eyes bloodshot, he struggled back and forth for a short time before gritting his teeth. If worst comes to worst, I can just use the 7-colored jade pendant to teleport to safety. With that, he burst into motion, not toward the exit, but in the opposite direction. Everyone looking on was immediately shocked, but before anyone even had a chance to cry out in shock, Xiaochun became a beam of light speeding across the ground of the Orange Trial by Fire. All of the other cultivators within the trial by fire looked on with wide eyes. What is he doing? At the same time, Xiaochun shot along, heading directly toward the stone golems, and then, maintaining his incredible speed, he began to fly up the legs of the nearest one. From a distance, Xiaochun looked like a tiny bug compared to the enormous stone golem. And yet, he was extremely agile, and quickly scrambled and leapt his way up to the giant's back. Eventually, he reached something of an outcropping where, despite the swaying of the giant's movements, he was able to settle down cross-legged and send his divine sense out to observe the giant. By this point, everyone was gasping in shock. Both the cultivators in the trial by fire and the audiences outside watching events play out on the projected screens. He jumped up onto the giant itself. Is this Xiaochun crazy? Wait, is he going to start practicing cultivation? Heavens, what is he thinking? Most people try to get out of that place as quickly as possible. But he actually went backward, and now is going so far as to practice cultivation. It's a trial by fire, not a place for cultivation. Xiaochun's actions were causing a huge stir both inside and outside of the trial by fire. Meanwhile, Zhao Yidong's star was not the subject of much attention anymore. Xiaochun's actions, despite the fact that he was only in the Orange Trial by fire, were leading to profound shock among the audience. As time passed, word continued to spread through the cultivators of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and even more people began to pay attention to what was happening. As for Song Ke, he was in the middle of a session of meditation, when suddenly his bag of holding began to vibrate. Opening his eyes, he produced a jade slip from inside that had a short message from one of his friends. After scanning it, his eyes went wide, and he shot to his feet. Bai Xiaochun? Without any hesitation, he rushed out of his immortal's cave and looked over at the orange section of the rainbow overhead. Upon finding one particularly bright star, he focused on it, and moments later, Bai Xiaochun's name appeared in his head. As the commotion in the outside world spread, Bai Xiaochun was inside the trial by fire, doing his best to stay in one place on the back of the giant. Enduring the screaming winds, he sent his divine sense pouring out to observe the internal structure of the stone golem. There was no more suitable place to study the stone golem than the position he had occupied. To meld with the mountain, he murmured. You have to understand it first. With that, he rose to his feet and began to climb higher up through the cracks and crevices on the back of the stone golem. The entire time, the stone golem was engaged in fierce fighting with its opponent, swaying back and forth amidst heaven-rending, earth-crushing rumbling sounds. On a few occasions, Bai Xiaochun was almost hurled off of the surface of the stone golem, especially whenever the other stone golem landed a blow on it, which caused everything around him to shake violently. Once, the opposite stone giant attacked with a fist strike that summoned a divine ability, leaving Bai Xiaochun coughing up blood. Despite being relatively hidden among the crevices on the giant's back, he still felt as if his inner organs were vibrating on the point of collapse. And yet, determination filled his eyes. Tightening his grip on the rocky surface, he once again sent some divine sense out to understand more about the stone golem. Everyone watching the scene was left gasping, and even the two stone giants had noticed him. However, other than strange gleams which appeared in their eyes, they did nothing, and simply continued to fight. Meanwhile, in another location on Myriad Star Rainbow, outside of the ravine of endless mountains, Stone Mountain was sitting cross-legged on the same greenish-black boulder. Slowly, his eyes opened, and he looked in the direction of the starry sky Tao Polarity Superstar's trials, his gaze coming to rest on Bai Xiaochun's star on the orange portion of the rainbow. Gradually, a strange light rose up in the man's eyes, and a smile broke out on his face. Now that's clever, he murmured quietly. Back inside the orange trial by fire, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and climbed higher up the giant. By now, he had a fairly thorough understanding of the internal makeup of the enormous stone creature, except for its head. Of course, that was the most dangerous area of all. But Bai Xiaochun was currently engulfed within the living mountain incantation, in much the same way that he often lost himself in concocting medicine. It was with a seeming complete lack of the fear of death that he flew higher, even as the two stone golems battered at each other endlessly. Wings appeared behind him as he pushed on with greater speed, and he even relied on the mountain-shaking bash and the undying tendons in his left leg. Sonic booms echoed out, and a series of afterimages stretched out behind him as he shot upward to appear on top of the stone golem's head. Winds battered him, making it almost impossible to stand still, but he grabbed onto one of the stone hairs sticking out of the giant's head, and then sent his divine sense out with reckless abandon. Apparently, the stone golem did not like its head being interfered with. Frowning, it jerked its head to the side, causing a violent wind to rise up within the trial by fire. Instantly, the other cultivators within the trial began to emit agonized shrieks, and quickly began to crush their jade pendants to teleport away. Bai Xiaochun finally couldn't hold on any longer, and was flung off of the giant's head. At the same time, the huge stone golem began to swing its mountain-like hand toward Bai Xiaochun, almost the way a human would in an attempt to grab a fly out of the air. As Bai Xiaochun watched the huge hand filling his field of vision, his eyes suddenly flashed with enlightenment. Spirit meld. Bai Xiaochun roared, his hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture, as he used the spirit melding techniques described in the Living Mountain incantation. He had attempted this same thing numerous times in the ravine of endless mountains, and had failed each time. But this time he suddenly felt something stirring in his mind, a connection of sorts with this enormous stone golem. It was a unique, indescribable connection, almost as if he were melded with the emotions of the giant. He could feel how ancient it was, and could feel its madness and bitterness. He could also sense how much it hated this world, and especially the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and the same thing happened to the stone golem. Its eyes shone with bright light as it looked at Bai Xiaochun, and suddenly, instead of trying to grab Bai Xiaochun, it swatted at him. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun was sent flying through the air, spinning head over heels toward the exit of the orange trial by fire. Bai Xiaochun barely had time to pant before he was within the teleportation range of the exit, and was sucked away toward the yellow trial by fire. In the moments before he faded away, he looked back to see both of the stone giants standing there staring at him. Moments later, intense rumbling sounds once again echoed out. Apparently, their performance would not conclude for all eternity. They would not rest until they died, because the same wind that carried Bai Xiaochun to the exit was like a heavenly tempest filling the entire trial by fire. Everyone else who was still inside anxiously teleported out as soon as they could. As they reappeared one by one outside of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Superstars trial, not a single trace of fury could be seen on their faces. Instead, they wore expressions of incredulity and shock. What technique does this Bai Xiaochun cultivate? That stone golem actually took the initiative to send him to the exit. How is that possible? In the red trial by fire, he swam through the sea of lava. In the orange one, the stone golem helped him. Where does this guy come from? As the clamor rose up from the audience, Bai Xiaochun's star climbed from the orange section of the rainbow into the yellow one, to join the several thousand other stars there. That indicated that Bai Xiaochun was now in the top 5,000. Considering the momentous event which was playing out, more and more audience members were personally paying merit points to be able to observe Bai Xiaochun as he made his way through the trials by fire. Meanwhile, as soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared within the yellow trial by fire, he sensed intense, frigid coldness somewhere nearby, and could also tell that the ground was trembling. There was still some of bewilderment in his eyes. The events which had played out in the orange trial by fire were still a bit hard to reconcile. His heart even trembled with a trace of residual fear. Plus, there was the sensation he had experienced when the stone golem reached out to grab him in the end. All of it left him gasping in astonishment. There are way too many secrets in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Those stone golems were obviously some race of creatures, locked away within the trial by fire. How come these Starry Sky Tao Polarity Superstar trials all seem like prisons? He was both trembling with fear and shaking in excitement. After all, he had taken a significant step with his cultivation of the living mountain incantation, making progress far beyond anything he had before. All I need to do is get into the top 1,000 so I get the 7-colored misty seagrass. Then I can concoct that medicinal pill, and be strong enough to fully cultivate the living mountain incantation. With that, he looked around excitedly at the yellow trial by fire. Despite what he had experienced so far in the red and orange trials by fire, what he saw around him left him profoundly shaken, and deeply moved by the methods of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. The dimension he was in now was a single room. Standing in the middle of the room was a burly man with a red rope tied around his head. He held a pair of iron tongs in one hand, which he used to hold a red-hot sword in place below him. Further down, below the red-hot sword, was a channel filled with black liquid that seemed cold beyond description, and emanated a frigid aura. The burly man held an iron hammer in his other hand, which he used to hit the sword with all the force he could muster. The resulting booms which rang out were completely deafening. Clearly, this burly man was a blacksmith, and this room was an ironworks. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun had apparently been shrunk down to a size much smaller than before, and was now standing on the iron tongs. Or perhaps Bai Xiaochun hadn't been shrunk down, and this place was just enormous, with the blacksmith being a giant. Considering the proportions, if that were true, then the blacksmith was no smaller than the stone golems from the last trial. Every time the iron hammer smashed down, the entire dimension shook. Bai Xiaochun's face was completely ashen, and his mind was spinning from the frightening nature of the scenario. Shivering, he looked up at the gigantic blacksmith and his huge hammer, then at the red-hot sword being held by the tongs, and then down at the channel below. From his perspective, that body of water might as well have been a sea. After a long moment of indecision, Bai Xiaochun finally gritted his teeth and charged forward, leaping up onto the red-hot sword. Almost immediately, he could sense the heat rising up into his feet, so he rotated his cultivation base to fight back and proceeded forward. As he ran along pell-mell, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. This place was simply too hot, and he couldn't help but let out yelps of pain and even leap up into the air. He would have flown if he could have, but flight was restricted in this dimension. Not only was there the heat to deal with, but there was also the enormous iron hammer. It was like an enormous falling star smashing onto the sword, and if he wasn't careful and got struck, Bai Xiaochun knew that his powerful fleshly body would do nothing to protect him, and he would be crushed out of existence. "I'm gonna get myself killed. Killed. Ag!" he screamed. "Lord Bai is gonna die from this heat." This heat vastly exceeded the heat from the sea of lava in the red trial by fire, and at the moment Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure if there was anything special that he could do to pass the trial. However, he did remember that above the yellow portion of the rainbow was the green portion, with only about 1,000 stars. That meant that in all of the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect, only about 1,000 core formation cultivators had passed this trial. Considering how enormously large the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect was, 1,000 was a very small group of people, and from that it was possible to determine how difficult this trial by fire was. But Bai Xiaochun was incredibly fast, and also cultivated the frigid school will-evolving incantation. By focusing all of his frigid qi in his legs and feet, he was able to counteract the heat to some degree. Although it still hurt, he was able to keep speeding along. As of this point, he had made it about 30% across the sword. "Have to go faster," he thought, fearing that he was going too slow. He was like an ant bustling across a hot kettle, and when the people on the outside saw what he was doing, their eyes went wide. They had all seen people challenge this trial, and many of them had attempted it themselves. All of them knew that it was very difficult, and that people usually challenged it only with the greatest caution. In fact, most people spent the majority of their time within the trial just observing the surroundings. After all, this trial was not just about speed or heat resistance, but about understanding vibrations. Every time the hammer hit the sword, the entire thing would vibrate, and at the same time some of the heat would disperse. Simultaneously, one could take advantage of the shaking of the sword to accelerate. By timing things perfectly, one could make each forward movement without being hurt by the heat. This type of test was especially designed to hone the divine sense of the cultivators who took it. With exceptional control, they could reduce the danger significantly. Never before in history had anyone attempted the trial in the way Bai Xiaochun was doing, by just recklessly running forward at top speed. This Bai Xiaochun, this guy is definitely a weirdo who doesn't like to do things the normal way. Outside, people exchanged wry glances as Bai Xiaochun sped along screaming as loudly as a rabbit with its tail on fire. That was especially true when some of the disciples heard the things Bai Xiaochun was muttering under his breath. What kind of crappy trial by fire is this? What is it testing how well people can get burned? I'm gonna die from the heat. How did everyone else pass the trial? I bet none of them matched up to me. They probably ran crying through the whole thing. Or maybe even crawled. Bai Xiaochun himself was on the verge of tears as he flew along, accelerating the entire time. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, he was about 70% across. Bai Xiaochun is the awesomest as usual. Seeing that he was almost at the end, his spirits rose, and although he continued to shriek in pain every so often, he was still very pleased. Now that I think about it, this heat is actually pretty comfortable for my feet. Everyone looked on in complete silence, stunned by Xiaochun's reckless method. From the look of it, he was just about to finish the third trial. There's no way he's going to pass the trial like this. Quite a few people spoke words similar to this as they looked on in envy. Damn it! How come he's going through this third trial so fast? Aren't you supposed to get through based on timing out the vibrations? More and more people began to comment in such a way, until Bai Xiaochun was about 90% of the way across and closing in on the end. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very pleased with himself when, all of a sudden, he realized that something wasn't right. Why is the sword moving? Even as he looked around in surprise, looks of delight could be seen on the faces of the people observing on the outside. Apparently, the huge giant working with the sword was happy with the results. Lifting it up with the tongs, he began to stretch it down toward the black liquid in the channel below. Ha ha ha! He's quenching the iron. Bai Xiaochun sure got unlucky. I can't believe he's going to quench the iron. This only happens 1 time out of 10. Bai Xiaochun just got lucky enough to see it. As everyone reveled in Bai Xiaochun's misfortune, he was standing there on the red-hot sword, an agonized shriek escaping his lips. He could see what was happening, but before he could react at all, the giant was plunging the sword, and Bai Xiaochun along with it, right into the black ocean of frigid qi. Bai Xiaochun immediately began to scramble backward, but before he could get more than a few paces, and before he had time to pull out his 7-colored jade pendant, the black liquid was rushing up toward him. No, I don't wanna. When Big Fatty Zhang saw what was happening, he immediately got nervous and cried out, Xiaochun! Chun Manyao was also taken aback. As for Master God Diviner, without even thinking about it, he began to perform an incantation gesture in the hopes of divining some information about Bai Xiaochun's safety. Even Song Ke was completely shocked. As for everyone else, they were also stunned, but at the same time somewhat happy. However, in the following instant, their expressions flickered wildly. Why isn't he teleporting out? Don't tell me he ran out of time. Maybe he didn't bring in a teleportation pendant? No way. Did he really die just like that? The sudden turn of events left everyone flabbergasted and unsure of how to react. Based on everything they knew, Bai Xiaochun should have just teleported out as soon as he realized he was in danger. However, after nobody appeared on the outside, they realized that he hadn't even pulled out a teleportation pendant, leading to various reactions. He didn't really die, did he? Well, that is ever-frigid water. I've seen a few people fall into it before, and all of them died instantly. Nobody was really completely sure of what to say. The situation really seemed very strange. However, that was when, all of a sudden, the eyes of one of the cultivators in the audience went so wide they almost popped out of his skull. Pointing up at the stars, he shouted, swim. He's swimming again. Quivering, everyone looked up at the climbing star, whereupon gasping sounds began to ring out. Moments before, back in the yellow trial by fire, within the black sea-like channel of water, Bai Xiaochun's head had just popped up into the open. Taking a deep breath, he shivered and looked around, his face looking a bit blue. Where the hell am I? He thought, shivering on the verge of tears. I feel like I'm about to freeze to death. By now, he was convinced that these trials by fire weren't fun at all. They either involved searing heat or freezing cold, and were all a torment. If it weren't for that medicinal plant, I definitely wouldn't come to this place. What kind of a crappy trial by fire is this? At the moment, he was mostly out of options. Flight was restricted, and the sword was nowhere to be seen. Therefore, he decided that he might as well start swimming through the frigidly cold water. Don't tell me this trial by fire is a test of swimming skill? Sighing and shivering, he proceeded to swim forward. As he did, the people watching on the outside devolved into complete chaos. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had no way of knowing that. As he swam along, the freezing cold caused his face to turn bluer and bluer. Even his joints started stiffening up. It was at that point that he realized the frigid qi in the area was actually boring into his pores and swirling into his Heavendao gold core. Don't tell me the frigid qi here can actually help my cultivation. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his frigid school will-evolving incantation, sending frigid qi swirling out from inside of him. In the blink of an eye, it had filled the entire area. In response, the frigid qi in the water around him suddenly began to surge toward him. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the sea began to freeze as the qi rushed into Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's mind was spinning as his Heavendao gold core rotated with maddening speed, constantly absorbing the frigid qi and building up greater reserves. Delighted, Bai Xiaochun drew even more deeply upon the frigid school will-evolving incantation, watching as the absorbed frigid qi caused his Heavendao gold core to slowly increase in size. At the same time, his cultivation base began to advance. Before, he had been in the mid-gold core stage, but now he was rapidly approaching the late gold core stage. Furthermore, he was also moving away from the frigid adept level and nearing the frigid master level. This sudden stroke of good fortune left Bai Xiaochun feeling so ecstatic that he couldn't help but cry out at the top of his lungs. Good fortune! Woohoo! This trial by fire is awesome. I can't believe there's so much good fortune to be had. Ha ha ha! Thrilled, he began to absorb the frigid qi at an even more rapid pace. Gradually, a whirlpool began to build up around him as nearly all of the frigid qi within the sea of water began to madly rush in his direction. Eventually, the water ceased being black and started becoming increasingly transparent. One could well imagine how, if all of the water in the sea began clear, it would no longer be a channel of frigidly cold liquid. Everyone on the outside was watching with gaping jaws, completely struck numb by the godlike performance being put on by Xiaochun. Were the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials made for this guy? He swam through the red trial by fire and sought enlightenment in the orange one. And now in the yellow trial he's practicing cultivation. What's going on? A whole din of voices could be heard, most of them filled with jealousy. Big Fatty Zhang and the other Dao protectors sighed in relief, except for Song Ke, whose eyelids were twitching, and whose hands were clenched into fists as he thought back to the fallen sword world. Wherever Bai Xiaochun goes, he razes the place to the ground, he growled through gritted teeth. Many people throughout the rainbow districts of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect were now watching Bai Xiaochun, and could hear his exclamations of delight at how his cultivation base was rising. As of this moment, he was only about 3,000 meters away from the exit, but had already stopped swimming and was just floating there, reveling in the feeling of growing stronger. Ha ha ha! This place really is like a holy land for me. Bai Xiaochun watched excitedly as his cultivation base continued to climb. Just when he was thinking that breaking through to the late gold core stage in this place wasn't just a dream after all, he got the intense feeling that someone was watching him. Looking up nervously, he saw that the gigantic blacksmith was staring straight down at him. Bai Xiaochun shivered as an intense sensation of deadly crisis spread through him. As quickly as possible, he stopped absorbing the frigid qi. Okay, I guess I'll leave now. Before he could offer any explanation, the blacksmith howled and began to swing his enormous hammer down toward Bai Xiaochun. Shrieking, Bai Xiaochun began to swim like mad. As the hammer descended, the black liquid in the channel filled with waves from the force of the incoming blow. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as the waves swept him about. Then he sent frigid qi surging out of him, not for 3,000 meters, but instead for 9,000 meters, causing everything to turn to ice. Although flight was prohibited, Bai Xiaochun could use his frigid qi clones to switch positions in something like a teleportation, which was exactly the method he employed to race toward the exit. Almost as soon as he vanished, the huge hammer smashed down into the spot he had just occupied, shattering the layers of ice and sending a huge shockwave out in all directions. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and yet he still managed to accelerate. He was now very close to the exit, but in the blink of an eye, the blacksmith had raised his hammer and was sending it back down. Shrieking, Bai Xiaochun barreled through the exit of the yellow trial by fire and was teleported to the next level. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun vanish, the huge blacksmith snorted coldly, then looked down at the black water, frowning. He had not swung his hammer with full force just now. If he had, Bai Xiaochun would never have escaped. This blacksmith was different from the stone golems, and was actually on good terms with the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As such, when this insect came along and began to steal his frigid liquid, all he could do was drive him away. Everyone who saw what had just occurred was left gasping in shock. In fact, more gasps had come out of the mouths of these disciples than normally could be heard in a whole year. He actually pissed off the guardian. He's not challenging the trials by fire. He's actually there to steal stuff. Angry exclamations and expressions of disbelief could be heard everywhere. Almost no one outside of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials was sure whether to laugh or cry. In any case, this by Xiaochun is definitely a top chosen. However he managed it. He's gotten through 3 trials, and is closing in on the top 1,000. Yeah, well, let's see how he does in the next challenge. It's incredibly difficult. If he gets past it, he'll be in the top 500. Although Zhao Yidong was already in the 4th challenge, nobody was even paying attention to him anymore. Everyone was looking closely at Bai Xiaochun's star, and wondering how he would fare in the 4th level, the green trial by fire. What a stingy blacksmith, Bai Xiaochun thought as he flew into the exit. Even as he was being teleported away, he already missed the frigid sea. In the short time he had spent in it, he already advanced to the very peak of the mid-gold core stage. Before coming to this place, he would never have even dared to hope that such good fortune would come his way. If only I'd had just a bit more time, I could have broken through. After reluctantly leaving the 3rd trial by fire, he found himself in the 4th. This 4th level corresponded to the green portion of the rainbow, and as soon as he arrived, he tucked away his regret at having left the 3rd trial by fire, and looked around vigilantly. A moment later, his vigilance turned into surprise. Here, the sky was blue and dotted with fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze touched his face, and everything seemed very peaceful and devoid of danger. Something's not right, he thought. According to the information he had collected, the 4th trial by fire was related to thunder and lightning. Even just reaching this point got one very close to being in the top 1,000. That's my goal. The top 1,000. He looked around hesitantly, but then thought about how simple the 3rd trial by fire had been, and he puffed his chest out and sped into motion. However, in the instant that he took a step forward, the previously sunny sky suddenly filled with countless black lightning bolts which shot down toward him. Face falling, Bai Xiaochun fell back as the lightning converged up ahead of him, ripping the air apart into the form of a rift that a person could pass through. Beyond that rift, Bai Xiaochun could see another dimension. It was a world filled with lightning, similar to the black lightning from moments ago, but blindingly bright. There was so much lightning dancing about that it was impossible to count the number of bolts. Furthermore, there was a shocking, gigantic bridge made of lightning itself that stretched out through the dimension. It was impossible to say how the bridge had been built, but it seemed to have been formed by countless bolts of lightning merged together in shocking fashion. Astonishingly, it was possible to see a person about halfway across the bridge, trudging forward with great difficulty. It was none other than Zhao Yidong. With every step that he took, vast quantities of lightning would rain down to block his path and even try to knock him off of the bridge. The sight of what was happening caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp. But at the same time, he realized that this lightning bridge was going to be quite a headache. First was the fire, then the stone, then the ironworks. I can't believe there's actually a bridge of lightning here in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. What a bunch of show-offs. Feeling a bit annoyed, he decided that, after getting back to the river-defying sect, he would have to sit down and talk with the patriarchs about getting some dimensions like this set up. After standing there watching for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I have to get into the top 1,000. Looking like he was staring death straight in the eye, he leaped through the rift and into the world of lightning. Almost immediately, bolts of lightning snaked together to form a huge net which began to descend upon him. It happened so quickly that, before he could try to take evasive action, the lightning slammed into him, provoking an agonized shriek. Down on the bridge, Zhao Yidong heard the sound, looked back, then shook his head scornfully. "Another fool who overestimates himself," he said. With that, he gritted his teeth and continued forward. However, even as Zhao Yidong looked away, the lightning dissipated from around Bai Xiaochun. His clothing had been ripped up, and his hair was standing on end. He was even shivering a bit. Having been struck by countless bolts of lightning left him feeling almost like he was vibrating, and yet he was unharmed. After a moment, he let out a long breath, and his eyes began to shine brightly. A pleased expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but let out a faint moan of pleasure. Feels great. Just now, he had come to find that being struck by lightning caused the countless impurities that had built up over his years of consuming various medicinal pills to break down and seep out of his pores. It was almost like being cleaned or purified, as if countless tiny little hands were massaging him all at the same time. The prickly sensation was quite pleasant, and was something he had never experienced in all his years of practicing cultivation. When people on the outside noticed the expression on his face, they were struck mute. Although most of them had various speculations about how Bai Xiaochun would handle this trial, none of them could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Is he even human? How shockingly tough must his skin be to not only not feel pain when being struck by lightning, but to actually enjoy it. There are limitations placed on the lightning in there, but each bolt is comparable to the mid-core formation stage. And those which strike the bridge include some in the late core formation stage. As everyone gave voice to their shock outside, back in the lightning dimension, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he realized how comfortable he felt. He could sense the spiritual power in his body thrumming, and there were even some chi passageways that he normally had difficulty finding that were now completely visible. Because of the cleansing of the lightning, his cultivation base had also increased slightly. Excited, he began to move forward along the bridge, which caused countless bolts of lightning to converge and then slam into him. And yet, that only caused him to sigh in satisfaction yet again. This place is awesome, he said, probing his skin a bit to confirm that he really wasn't injured. As far as he was concerned, this trial by fire really was too simplistic. With that, he began to edge back and forth at the bridge entrance, letting out moans of contentment as the lightning struck him. As for Zhao Yidong, he was so shocked his eyes were bulging. Did he really come to challenge this trial? Gasping, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and then himself and then simply gritted his teeth and proceeded onward. Eventually, the lightning bolts actually seemed to be a bit weak, so Bai Xiaochun finally stepped onto the bridge. Zhao Yidong looked back, his lips twisted into a cold smile. Done showing off? Who cares that you're attuned to lightning? The lightning outside of the bridge is completely different. Being able to deal with that lightning doesn't mean that when you get onto the bridge you'll be able to do the same. However, before Zhao Yidong could finish speaking, an even louder moan escaped by Xiaochun's lips. More impurities were forced out of him, after which he took a deep breath and looked around at the bridge with shining eyes. This is one naughty bridge, all right? Very naughty. With that, he took another step forward, and then shivered and moaned again. With each step, he moaned, the sound of which was distinctly audible to everyone watching on the outside. Soon, embarrassed expressions could be seen on their faces, and many exchanged awkward glances. That was especially true of many of the female disciples, all of whom were blushing. Completely shameless. This bridge is obviously supposed to test the limits of the fleshly body. But once this guy shows up, everything changes. Damn it. He's just showing off the toughness of his skin. How cocky. As of this moment, Big Fatty Zhang, Master God Diviner, Chun Manyao and Song Ke, despite how well they knew Bai Xiaochun, were all smiling wryly. As for Master Cloud Dao, he was there in the Hall of Devil Slayers, gaping in shock. Bai Xiaochun wasn't really sure what was going on. However, every time he challenged a trial, unique circumstances unfolded that ensured that his name was being spread throughout the sect in a very short time. Not only was he thoroughly enjoying the pleasurable sensations, but he was delighted to have the accumulated impurities forced out of him, and realized that, once again, he was hovering on the verge of a breakthrough. As he continued on happily, he soon reached Zhao Yidong, and when their eyes met, Zhao Yidong's expression couldn't have been grimmer. The sensation of being passed up so casually left him clenching his fists in anger. Waving his hand enthusiastically, Bai Xiaochun said, "Greetings, Elder BR." However, Zhao Yidong simply snorted coldly and looked away. Gritting his teeth, he took another step forward, trembling when the lightning slammed into him. Bai Xiaochun hurried forward and clasped Zhao Yidong's shoulder. "You're doing it the hard way. Look, I'll show you. You have to make some noise. That makes going forward a lot easier." "Screw off!" Zhao Yidong yelled. Bai Xiaochun was instantly enraged and shot an angry glare at Zhao Yidong. He had come with good intentions, only to be treated completely rudely. Giving his own cold snort, he walked forward, moaning the entire way to the end of the bridge. Then he turned and glared at Zhao Yidong one last time before jumping into the exit. Zhao Yidong could only grit his teeth in anger at the ease with which Bai Xiaochun had proceeded through the trial. He took a few more steps, and then realized that he had reached his limit, and it was time to give up. But then he thought back to what Bai Xiaochun had said moments ago, and hesitated. Finally, he decided to give it a shot. Opening his mouth, he exhaled sharply out as he took another step forward. Although he wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not, he actually felt less pressure than before. Furthermore, the breath which he had just exhaled contained some impure vital energy. Shocked, he gritted his teeth and then decided to imitate Bai Xiaochun's method. As he went forward, more lightning bolts hit him, but he was still able to go about 30 more meters before he couldn't hold on any longer and had to teleport away. In the moment before he left, though, his eyes shone with excitement as he realized that he now had the key to passing the bridge. Next time, I'll definitely succeed. Outside the trial was complete silence, as all of the disciples looked on with wide eyes. Soon, their expressions began to transform into those of jealousy, envy, contemplation, awkwardness, and confusion. The method Bai Xiaochun had used was outrageous, and yet, it had enabled him to pass what they all viewed as the incredibly difficult green trial by fire. Their minds spun in astonishment for a long moment, after which a commotion broke out which could shake heaven and earth. Is that really the trick? No way. You can really do it that way? I can't believe you can use such a perverted method to get past this trial. Plus, Zhao Yidong had obviously already reached his limit, but then he changed methods and got 30 meters farther. Conversations weren't just echoing out on Myriad Star Rainbow, but in all of the other rainbow districts as well. Everyone was astounded by the unheard-of method Bai Xiaochun had used to get past the green trial, and many people were very excited. There were some chosen who had been stuck in the green trial level for some time, whose eyes were now shining brightly as they realized they might have a chance to get further than they had before. Even if they had to embarrass themselves a bit by moaning, that was something they could accept. After all, there were more than 1,000 stars in the green section of the rainbow, but if you could get past those onto the cyan rainbow, you would be in the top 500. The difference between the top 1,000 and the top 500 was incredible. The former consisted of the chosen of the halls, the latter consisted of the chosen of the quarters. I get it now. The key to this trial isn't just speed and fleshly body strength. It can also be used to aid your cultivation. Those weren't just ordinary moans. They were timed with his breathing. If you're careful, you can use the power of the lightning to cleanse impurities in your body. You can actually strengthen your fleshly body and even strengthen your chi passageways. You might not even need to moan. You probably just have to regulate your breathing. It might not make sense at first, but once you figure out the secret, you can pass it easily. Numerous chosen who had long been stuck in the green trial by fire were suddenly enlivened and rushed in the direction of the Myriad Star Rainbow teleportation portal. Within moments, quite a few people were flying toward the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials from all 4 of the rainbow districts. Of course, it wasn't that no one in the sect knew the secret of the green trial by fire. However, the sect's demigod patriarch had issued orders that those who did know the trick were forbidden from explaining the truth to others. Furthermore, all of the other hundreds of disciples who had passed that trial already were not as free and uninhibited as Bai Xiaochun was. It was only now, thanks to Bai Xiaochun, that the secret of the green trial was now beginning to spread. Could well be imagined that soon, the number of people able to pass this trial would grow rapidly. That's definitely the case. I remember watching some of the other people pass this green trial, and all of them were always breathing in a very strange way. Chosen were streaming forward to rechallenge the green trial by fire, one of them being a young man who laughed uproariously as he charged into the entrance. Almost as soon as that young man entered, more chosen appeared, dozens of them, each and every one ready to use Bai Xiaochun's method to try to pass the trial. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was unaware of all of that. After he vanished from within the green trial, he reappeared in the next challenge, the cyan trial by fire. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials were broken up into colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. There were 7 different trials by fire, and as for the cyan trial, only about 500 people had been able to make it this far. That indicated that Bai Xiaochun was already within the top 1,000. Well, that wasn't very hard, Bai Xiaochun said, clearing his throat and swishing his sleeve, although he wasn't sure of his exact ranking. When he remembered how many stars were visible on the green portion of the rainbow, he stuck his chin up proudly and looked around at the dimension that contained the cyan trial. Originally, I planned to just get into the top 1,000. Who would have thought that I would accidentally get into the top 500? What a headache! Everything around him was gray, including the sky and the land. Silence prevailed, and there was something sinister in the air. Visible upon the ground were rows upon rows of gravestones that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. An ominous coldness pervaded the dimension, something that Bai Xiaochun almost immediately identified as an aura of death. It was strong, so strong that it caused the air to ripple and distort off in the distance. As he looked around, fear built up in his heart. After all, the silence was terrifying. Why did the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect have to go and make a creepy place like this? The aura of death is way too strong. There are definitely ghosts around. Bai Xiaochun felt the hair standing up on the back of his neck and swallowed hard as he looked around. Face slowly turning ashen, he thought back to the unclean thing the patriarchs had mentioned back in the river-defying sect, and then swallowed again. Without any further hesitation, he pulled out some paper talismans designed to ward off evil spirits and began to slap them down onto himself. Damned Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. How am I supposed to pass this trial? Even as his fear mounted, a sinister gaze suddenly locked down on him from afar. It almost felt like a blade coming to rest on the top of his head. At the same time, a shrill cry filled the air that sounded like metal scraping against metal, as a vengeful soul rose up from one of the gravestones. It had a long, creepy tongue sticking out of its mouth, and its eyes seemed to burn with resentment as it stared at Bai Xiaochun. Then it began to speed toward him. It moved with incredible quickness, and in the blink of an eye was right in front of him. Bai Xiaochun gasped, waving his right hand to unleash the frigid school will-evolving incantation. Instantly, frigid chi erupted from his finger, slamming into the vengeful soul, which let out a miserable shriek as it began to crumble to pieces. However, it wasn't destroyed. Instead, it began to retreat. Not as strong as I expected. Excited, Bai Xiaochun was about to start chasing it down when the fleeing soul's eyes suddenly gleamed with hatred. And even as it fell apart, it let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering screech. The screech filled the world, causing rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth, and leaving the sky and earth shaking violently. Next, vengeful souls rose up from all of the gravestones in sight. Swarms of the things filled the air, their appearance ferocious and terrifying, and their presence causing the aura of death in the dimension to grow vastly stronger than before. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, eyes widening, scalp tingling in fear. So many? When he realized that all of the vengeful souls were glaring at him, he shrieked and began to back up. Even as he did, a noise like rumbling thunder filled the air as the gigantic image of a ghostly specter rose up off in the distance. He appeared to be a shadowy soul wearing an emperor's crown, almost as if he were the monarch of all the vengeful souls. He was so large that he seemed capable of shouldering the heavens. Green flames flickered in his eyes, a cold smile covered his face, and he carried an enormous trident in one hand. His body looked to be composed of countless other vengeful souls, whose faces were twisted mixtures of laughter and tears. Now that you're here, don't leave. The voice which spoke seemed to contain countless other voices, some of which were crying and some of which were laughing. The enormous Soul Emperor then waved the trident through the air to point toward Bai Xiaochun, after which a shocking energy pulse shot out, which caused all of the other vengeful souls in the dimension to scream shrilly. Then, rumbling sounds filled the air as the countless, densely packed vengeful souls began to surge in by Xiaochun's direction. To make things worse, even more vengeful souls could be seen approaching from over the horizon. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but let out a shriek. This was the largest group of ghosts that he had ever seen in his life. Terrified, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Sorry, but Lord Bai doesn't feel like messing around with you." As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, he had reached his goal of getting into the top 1,000. If he hadn't, things might be different, but considering the danger here, and the fact that he hadn't been interested in challenging the trials to begin with, he didn't hesitate at all to pull out his 7-colored jade pendant. Just when he was about to crush it, the enormous Soul Emperor off in the distance looked at him scornfully. "Are you going to fight me or not?" he said in his sinister, thunderous voice. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. To be directly challenged in this manner, and then just leave, would be a bit of a loss of face. However, before he could say anything else, the vengeful souls in the area began to scream even more loudly than before, apparently at the behest of the Soul Emperor. The sound felt like stabbing pain in Bai Xiaochun's mind, causing him to gasp. If he had to fight the Soul Emperor alone, he might have done it, but considering how awe-inspiring and terrifying the sea of vengeful souls was, he couldn't help but come away with the feeling that these ghosts were bullying him. "Wait for me, all right? I'm too tired at the moment. I'll go back and rest a bit, then return and show you a thing or two." With that, he crushed the jade pendant and teleported away. There was a whole crowd of people outside who were spending merit points to watch Bai Xiaochun in the Cyan trial by fire. When they saw him screaming in the face of the endless sea of souls, strange expressions appeared on everyone's faces. This trial by fire was a bit different than the ones before it. It tested one's ability to endure the attacks of the vengeful souls, and for how long. Everyone had assumed that, considering Bai Xiaochun's extraordinary performances before, he would surely pass this trial in some amazing way. But then they saw him fleeing in fear, leading first to shock on their part, and then sighing. Well, it's no wonder Bai Xiaochun's momentum faltered here. After all, this trial by fire is connected to the wildlands, and is designed to prepare us disciples for what exists out there. Even eldest brother Zhao Tianjiao had trouble on his first run. It wasn't until later that he managed to take first place. Exactly. According to a story I heard, all of the souls in the Cyan trial by fire were actually brought here from the wildlands. The fact that Bai Xiaochun got all the way into the top 500 on his first attempt at the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials is extraordinary. It looks to me like he's ranked at over 490. Now that he's in the top 500, he's not a chosen of the halls, he's a chosen of the quarters. That's a completely different status altogether. Even as the discussions raged, Bai Xiaochun appeared in a white column of light at the main gate of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials by fire. As soon as he appeared, countless disciples looked over, gazes filled with envy and other mixed emotions. To see so many people looking at him with open jealousy caused Bai Xiaochun first to blink a few times, and then begin to calm down from his frenzy of moments ago. They were all watching me? He thought, starting to get excited. Looking up at the rankings, he could see his star in the green section in the top 500. No wonder everyone was watching me, he thought, clearing his throat at the thought of how awesome he was. Puffing his chest out a bit, he tried to look as much like a chosen as possible. They were all watching me. I really am too outstanding. I should keep a lower profile. I am a hostage after all. Feeling incredibly wonderful at being the center of so much attention, and completely forgetting about his hectic final moments in the Cyan trial by fire, he stuck his chin up, swished his sleeve and strutted away. As he walked along, the eyes of the disciples who looked in his direction shone with respect. He could have simply flown along, but considering his new reputation as a chosen in the top 500 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, he realized that he shouldn't be so arrogant. Instead, he decided to give as many fellow disciples as possible a chance to meet him and offer formal greetings up close. Yet again I think of the bigger picture, he thought proudly. Everyone was quick to make way for him, leaving Bai Xiaochun feeling more pleased than ever. In fact, he even took the opportunity to wave to the nearby disciples. Hello everyone. Bai Xiaochun really felt like he was at the pinnacle of existence, with the only disappointing thing being that only a few hundred people were present. If only there were a few more people around, he thought. Sighing, he strolled away through the crowds. One of the members of that very crowd was a young woman who was currently watching Bai Xiaochun walk off. She wore a long green robe and was the type of cold person that no one was willing to get close to. There was even a sinister, frigid aura around her that made people standing in the area feel uncomfortable and unsettled. She had been watching Bai Xiaochun closely the entire time, and when he had started acting proud moments ago, she had chuckled and placed her hand over her mouth. Right now, her eyes were glittering with a very strange light. Looking up at the entrance to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials, she murmured, "They do seem pretty interesting." That young woman was none other than Gong Sun Wanner. She had parted ways with Bai Xiaochun almost as soon as they had arrived in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. She had long since been promoted to Sky Quarter Rainbow, and was now a green-robed disciple. As of this moment, her eyes were sparkling with profound light. Clearly, she was very interested in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Bai Xiaochun slowly made his way along Myriad Star Rainbow, clearing his throat to draw the attention of any groups of disciples he encountered. When he got back to Sky Quarter Rainbow, voices assailed him the moment he began to materialize in the teleportation portal. It's Bai Xiaochun. He ranks at over 490 in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Bai Xiaochun. After the effects of the teleportation faded away, he saw a large group of people gathered outside, their eyes shining with admiration and fervor. The exclamations being uttered got Bai Xiaochun even more excited than he had been. Right now, he felt more like a chosen than he ever had. Smiling faintly, he walked out, waving to the crowd. Hello, all of you. Keep up the good work, everyone. This isn't my honor and glory, fellow Taoists. It's honor and glory for Sky Quarter. Every wave of his hand caused more oohs and hs to be heard. However, what was somewhat confusing to the cultivators near the teleportation portal was that Bai Xiaochun was simply standing there. Soon, strange expressions could be seen on their faces. Why isn't Bai Xiaochun leaving? There's something strange about his facial expression. Why does he seem so different from all the other chosen I've seen? When Bai Xiaochun saw their expressions and realized what was happening, he waved his hand a final time and then left. The entire way back to his immortal's cave, he walked very slowly, taking the time to smile and nod to everyone he encountered. Quite a few people had been paying attention to his run through the trials, but the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect was a vast organization, and there were still plenty of people who hadn't heard about what happened. As for those people, they returned his smiles with blank stares. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too happy about that, and actually wished he had someone to go spread word about him. After all, considering how awesome and respectable he was, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go praising himself. This won't work. Word spreads far too slowly in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. I need to think of a method to remedy this. After arriving back at his immortal's cave, he thought back to the matter of his personal glory, and how to get more people to learn of it. I brought Su Baokai along, not just to get information, but to spread it. Leaving him down in Sky City is a big waste. With that thought in mind, he sent a message to Su Baokai telling him to handle matters in the tavern, and then get promoted as quickly as possible to come help. Su Baokai was thrilled at the prospect of his talents finally being used to the fullest extent possible. After thinking about the matter for a short while, he decided that he needed to convince Bai Xiaochun of how important he was, and quickly composed a response. Junior Patriarch, I have an idea. As you know, I'm very familiar with this sort of thing, and based on my understanding of the situation, I would bet that people are going to come offer formal greetings soon. Remember, when they show up, you have to pretend that you're not happy with your performance, and emphasize that you plan to go challenge the trials again. The more you do that, the more people will be convinced of your future potential. And don't forget, do not try to show off in front of the people who come to visit. After receiving Su Baocai's message, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that it was great advice. Therefore, after a bit of thought, He opened the door of his immortal's cave and stood there to keep an eye out for any passersby or visitors. AI, what a headache. Based on what Su Baokai said, there will probably be a lot of people coming to offer formal greetings soon. Sighing, he pulled his magical mirror out of his bag of holding and looked himself over. Then he put it away and clasped his hands behind his back, putting a somber, thoughtful expression onto his face. He even seemed to be seeking enlightenment as he stared up into the sky. Before long, two beams of light appeared, which were none other than Master God Diviner and Big Fatty Zhang. In the short time which had passed recently, Big Fatty Zhang was already in the great circle of Foundation establishment, and was surrounded by some faint, seemingly illusory mist that was quite shocking in appearance. As for Master God Diviner, he was in the early core formation stage, and was equally spectacular looking. They had both been quite shaken by Xiaochun's performance, and as for his current appearance as he stood there outside of his immortal's cave, it was beyond ordinary. He seemed lofty to an extreme degree, especially the way the wind caused the hem of his garment to stir slowly, along with his long black hair. Considering the profound look in his eye, he seemed to have the air of a transcendent being, someone who didn't even belong in the mortal world. Junior Patriarch Xiaochun. Before Big Fatty Zhang and Master God Diviner could do anything other than call out a greeting, Xiaochun swished his sleeve, looking both determined and unhappy. Glancing at them out of the corner of his eye, he said, "Don't try to convince me." Instantly, Big Fatty Zhang and Master God Diviner's eyes went wide. "I hate that Cyan trial by fire. I didn't know what I was doing, otherwise how could I, by Xiaochun, have placed only in the 490s? I'm definitely going to get my star higher. I'm going to get past the cyan part of the rainbow and into the blue portion. Actually, I'm going to go all the way to the violet trial by fire. Just wait until next time and watch me do it." The decisiveness in his voice could sever nails and chop iron, and his entire person seemed to radiate a valiant air. Big Fatty Zhang and Master God Diviner were immediately shaken, and stood there a bit awkwardly for a long moment. "Don't be discouraged, Xiaochun," Big Fatty Zhang said finally. "I heard that when you pass the blue trial, you leave a statue behind that other people who take the challenge have to beat in a fight. Of course, that also means that you have to beat the statue left behind by the previous winner. But you shouldn't have any problem next time you challenge the trials. You'll definitely leave your own statue behind." "That's right, Junior Patriarch. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect is huge, so you getting into the top 500 is already a huge accomplishment. I'm sure that next time, you'll make even a bigger stir." As they persuaded him, his gaze softened a bit. However, as he looked down from the sky, the regret and defiance could still be seen in his expression. Master God Diviner and Big Fatty Zhang weren't quite sure what to make of the situation, so they offered some more encouragement. In the end, though, Xiaochun still didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Finally, they clasped hands and left. As soon as they were gone, Xiaochun's expression relaxed, and he looked very proud of himself. "Ha ha ha! My performance was spot on. Su Baokai really earned his keep this time." Thinking back to the expressions on the faces of Big Fatty Zhang and Master God Diviner, his excitement rose. However, that was when another beam of light appeared, flying toward him, within which was none other than Chen Manyao. As she approached, Xiaochun once again looked up, clasped his hands behind his back, and put a defiant expression on his face. The profound gleam once again filled his eyes, and before she could even say anything, he said, "Don't try to convince me. I hate that cyan trial by fire." And to Chen Manyao's astonishment, he went on to repeat exactly what he had said to Master God Diviner and Big Fatty Zhang. Chen Manyao was taken aback, and almost felt as if she didn't know this version of Xiaochun who was standing in front of her. "Xiaochun, you don't need to feel bad." Over the course of the following several days, whenever people came for a formal visit, they would see this version of Xiaochun and hear the same words. As a result, the admiration and respect they felt for him continued to grow. 3 days later, Su Baokai finished wrapping up matters in the Live Forever Tavern and was promoted to Sky Quarter Rainbow. The very first thing he did was go to Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave, where the two of them hunkered down for a long meeting. Afterward, Su Baokai requested a sizable sum of merit points for operating expenses and then made his way off, bursting with smugness and pride. Su Baokai really did have some unique methods for digging up information and spreading rumors, and in this situation, he was using his talents to the absolute limit. As he propagated stories about Bai Xiaochun being a chosen, several different tales about Bai Xiaochun began to spread. Some of the stories praised him and others belittled him, and there were actually some aspects of each story that contradicted the others. However, that only led to more people talking about the subject. Before long, Bai Xiaochun's name was well known in all of Sky Quarter Rainbow. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had his own role to play. He went out every day to places where disciples gathered, his hands clasped behind his back, looking defiant and lost in thought. Of course, the cultivators on Sky Quarter Rainbow weren't familiar with Bai Xiaochun, and so from what they could tell, he looked like the picture of a proud chosen, whose determination and confidence ran deep in his bones. Because of that, many cultivators began to look forward in anticipation to the next time Bai Xiaochun challenged the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. To be the center of such attention on a daily basis left Bai Xiaochun's heart bursting with joy. Of course, he had long since gone to buy the 7-colored misty seagrass, which had been the entire reason he had challenged the trials to begin with. After combining them with the ingredients he had already prepared, he went into secluded meditation for a few days and concocted a medicinal pill that could be used to forget the self. The resulting pill glowed with 7-colored light that reflected in Bai Xiaochun's proud eyes. This time I'm definitely going to gain enlightenment of the living mountain incantation. Spirit soaring, he thought back to the stone golems he had encountered in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trial, and felt more confident than ever about succeeding. Medicinal pill in hand, he flew out of his immortal's cave and headed to Myriad Star Rainbow, and the ravine of endless mountains. Outside of the ravine, he once again saw Stone Mountain, sitting there on the boulder, looking very much like a monkey. Yet again, Bai Xiaochun was unable to determine the level of Stone Mountain's cultivation base. Furthermore, there was something about his aura that seemed similar to that of the stone golems. After staring for a moment, he clasped hands and bowed. Bai Xiaochun offers greetings, Elder Brother Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain's eyes opened, and he looked at Bai Xiaochun for a moment before giving a rare smile and then a nod. Not saying a single word, he waved his hand. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the familiar stone hand stretched out. Bai Xiaochun leaped up onto it, whereupon his vision swam and he was teleported away. When things were clear again, he once again found himself in a strange world, with countless mountain peaks stretching out in all directions. This time, his eyes shone with confidence as he retraced the path he had followed last time until he found the mountain that looked similar to the stone golems. Once he found it, he settled down cross-legged on the giant's head. Then, he produced the medicinal pill he had just concocted, hesitated for a moment, and gritted his teeth. I acquired the living mountain incantation back when I got all of the legacy seals from that legacy zone. If I don't cultivate it to completion, it would definitely be a big waste. I have to succeed this time. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at the medicinal pill he had created to forget himself. To meld with the mountain, he murmured. First forget yourself, then forget the mountain. When you wake up, you will be the mountain and the mountain will be you. Following the methods described in the living mountain incantation, he began to seek enlightenment of the structure of the mountain, and then meld with it. He tried several dozen times until it became something of a reflex to do it. Only then did he place the medicinal pill into his mouth and swallow. Once the medicinal pill sank down into his belly, it melted, transforming into warm currents that filled his body, creating something of a stream leading to his head. Then rumbling sounds filled him, almost like thunder from the heavens. At the same time, his mind began to devolve into chaos, eventually becoming a complete blank. Although his mind was a blank, he remained seated there just as before, trying to gain enlightenment of the structure of the mountain, and then meld with it. Time passed. 3 days later, Bai Xiaochun was still sitting there motionless. He had forgotten about himself, and his mind was a complete blank. He had even forgotten about the golem-like mountain he was seated upon. His mind seemed to be completely devoid of thought. Eventually, on the 7th day, some simple thoughts appeared in his mind. More days passed, and the thoughts seemed to slowly converge, transforming into the outline of a stone golem. That outline looked very similar to the mountain beneath him, and also the stone golems in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. Another half a month passed, and Bai Xiaochun still had not woken up. The image of the stone golem in his mind was growing more and more complete, and increasingly lifelike. Meanwhile, out in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, something happened that rocked the entire sect. Even the sect leader was shaken deeply. Gong Sun Wan challenged the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. At first, few people paid much attention to her. However, as her star rose, people began to notice the unique methods she was using to pass the trials, and more people started to pay attention to her. In the Red Trial by Fire, she became a god of death within the sea of lava, slaughtering beasts the entire way and using their corpses to cross the sea. The other disciples in the trial by fire with her were completely shocked to see her make a bridge of corpses. In the Orange Trial by Fire, in which the stone golems were fighting each other, all the other disciples cowered in fear, whereas she simply walked straight through. In the Yellow Trial by Fire, she did the same thing by simply walking casually across the metal being forged. In the Green Trial by Fire with the lightning, she actually absorbed much of the lightning through her mouth as she walked across the bridge. Most shocking of all was that in the Cyan Trial, her mere appearance within the trial caused the vengeful souls to tremble and hide away. Only the Soul Emperor showed up to fight her, and in the end, they fought to a draw. The entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was shocked by what had occurred. After all, the Soul Emperor's power was equivalent to the early nascent soul stage. As Gong Sun Waner stepped from the Cyan Trial into the Blue Trial, Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes in the ravine of endless mountains. He had a blank expression, and just barely visible within each eye was the flickering image of a stone golem. Only gradually did he begin to become aware of his surroundings. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he took a deep breath and was fully conscious. He felt like he had just woken up from a long sleep, with his thoughts being a bit sluggish. Did it work? Rubbing his forehead, he slowly stood up and then checked his cultivation base. However, he still wasn't sure if he had succeeded. Everything that had happened recently was a complete blank. After a moment of hesitation, he used the techniques of the Living Mountain incantation to perform an incantation gesture. When he did, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes widened as an explosively powerful force began to build up inside of him. At almost the exact same instant, the images of two stone golems grew clear in his eyes. As for the power inside of him, it continued to build, and he suddenly felt as if his own body were restricting it and making it impossible to release. Without even thinking about it, he opened his mouth. In that instant, a rumbling sound that resembled his voice exploded out in a roar. As it did, the illusory image of a gigantic stone golem appeared above him, roughly 30 meters tall. As he roared, he leapt up into the air, his eyes shining with berserk light. The power inside of him had reached the point where he felt that he had to release it. So he clenched his hand into a fist and then unleashed a punch toward one of the other nearby mountains. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as an enormous force slammed into the mountain peak, causing it to tremble violently and then explode into pieces. The sea of clouds in the area roiled violently, and from a distance, it almost looked like Bai Xiaochun was at the center of a huge vortex. The power that he had just unleashed was by no means weaker than that of the early nascent soul stage, and had been pure fleshly body power. Perhaps it was even correct to say that it was a magic pertaining to the fleshly body. It was a secret magic just like his throat-crushing grasp, mountain-shaking bash, and undying hex. After unleashing the fist strike, Bai Xiaochun felt a tremor pass through him. Then, the illusory image of the stone golem faded away into obscurity. Bai Xiaochun's face was a bit pale, and yet, his eyes were shining with disbelief and excitement. This is totally different from the undying live forever technique. although I won't be able to use it as many times in a row as the throat-crushing grasp or the mountain-shaking bash. This living mountain incantation is actually the most powerful technique I can unleash. It's way more domineering than the throat-crushing grasp. After a quick check, he confirmed that using the fist strike seemed to converge all of the different types of power in his body, and that after using it he was almost completely drained. Even still, it was worth it to be able to unleash a strike that could shake heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! I finally succeeded. From now on, the living mountain incantation will be one of my trump cards. Humph! Bai Xiaochun is now invincible to anyone under core formation, filled with excitement at how awesome he was now. He flew away in high spirits to leave the ravine of endless mountains. Upon emerging out into the open, he immediately turned to look at Stone Mountain on the boulder, hoping to share his success. After all, despite not being able to assess Stone Mountain's cultivation base, he could sense from his aura that he too cultivated the living mountain incantation. However, he quickly realized that Stone Mountain was staring off in the direction of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. Elder Brother Stone Mountain, Bai Xiaochun called out excitedly. I succeeded! Aha! Stone Mountain had a very serious expression on his face as he continued to look in the direction of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. Surprised at the reaction, Bai Xiaochun repeated himself. Elder Brother Stone Mountain, I said that I just succeeded with the living mountain incantation. Stone Mountain didn't even look over at him, and in fact, seemed to be getting even more somber by the moment. Oh, congratulations. The fact that he had just succeeded in fully cultivating a powerful trump card, but had no one to share his joy with, was a bit depressing. However, he couldn't resist the urge to look over at the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials to see what Stone Mountain found so interesting. Almost immediately, he realized that on the blue portion of the rainbow, there was a star that happened to be glittering more brightly than the others, to an eye-catching level. Focusing on the star, he suddenly found that Gong Sun Wanner's name had popped into his mind. "Huh," he said, jaw-dropping. He quickly took out a command medallion and spent some merit points to see what was happening inside the trial. To his shock, he saw Gong Sun Wanner in the blue trial, fighting some unknown young man. His cultivation base was in the great circle of core formation, and he was wearing a cyan robe. His face was expressionless, and he was surrounded by countless swirling bolts of lightning. As he fought back and forth with Gong Sun Wanner, he unleashed divine abilities that were definitely beyond his own cultivation level. Despite that, Gong Sun Wanner unexpectedly waved her finger, causing the young man to shake violently and then explode into pieces. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and as for all of the other cultivators in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect who were watching the scene, they were completely shaken. After all, the statue in the blue trial by fire was left behind by the most recent previous successful challenger. In other words, the statue she had just defeated represented a consummate chosen who occupied 8th place in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. Anyone who wanted to get into the blue section of the rainbow would have to fight the statue left behind by the previous victorious challenger. That was the only way to get into the violet portion of the rainbow. In the moment that Gong Sun Wanner attained victory, a statue of her formed right there in the blue trial by fire. That indicated that anyone who came after her to try to get into the blue trial by fire would have to defeat the statue of Gong Sun Wanner in battle. A moment later, Gong Sun Wanner vanished, to appear within the violet trial by fire. In that instant, the star which represented her on the outside rose from the blue section of the rainbow all the way to the violet section, becoming the 9th star therein. Countless cries of shock and surprise filled the air. After all, for many years, the current generation of Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars had only seen 8 stars in the violet section of the rainbow. But as of this moment, there were 9. According to the sect rules, anyone who reached the violet portion of the rainbow would have any request they made of the sect fulfilled, as long as it wasn't too excessive. Another thing happened when Gong Sun Wanner entered the violet trial. No one could see her anymore. According to the rules of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials, it was permissible to observe the first 6 trials by fire, but as for the final trial, the violet one, only the people who entered the trial itself were allowed to know what happened inside. Very few people were aware of what the violet trial by fire was like. It only took a few moments for Gongsun Wan'er to appear back out in the open, and her name remained in the 9th spot. Immediately, rumors began to spread through the sect regarding what that indicated. Even still, Gongsun Wan'er had risen to prominence by reaching 9th place. It was a spectacular accomplishment that shook the whole sect. Even more shocking, moments later, a Dermic decree was sent out from the sect leader's portion of Myriad Star Rainbow. Gongsun Wan'er, your request is granted. Henceforth, you are no longer a hostage, but rather a core disciple of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Everyone was completely stunned by the announcement, and actually, it was the first time that most people even realized that Gongsun Wan'er had been a hostage. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes were wide with shock. This was his first time realizing how amazing Gongsun Wan'er actually was. However, he also felt a bit irritated. Then he thought back to everything that had ever happened with Gongsun Wan'er, and suddenly his vigilance rose. What's so amazing about that? He muttered as he left the ravine of endless mountains. As he walked along, nobody paid much attention to him at all. They were all talking about Gongsun Wan'er. More irritated than ever, he returned to Sky Quarter, and found that all of the cultivators there were also talking about Gongsun Wan'er. Depressed, he went back into his immortal's cave and sat down. Gritting his teeth, he said, I can do the same thing. I got all the way to the Cyan trial last time. It's just that there were too many ghosts. I should figure out a way to suck all of the ghosts into one place and keep them from moving. Then I can just walk past them. Frowning, he began to think about the matter. A few days later, he looked up, his eyes bloodshot, but his expression one of excitement. They're just some little ghosts, right? It'll only take a bit of thinking for Lord Bai to figure out a way to transform them into nothing but ash. Bai Xiaochun spent several days wrestling with the problem. At first, he considered using evil warding talismans, but considering the vast numbers of vengeful souls in the Cyan trial by fire, he decided that such a method wouldn't be very reliable. Besides, back when he had first faced all the vengeful souls back then, he had plastered a good amount of such talismans on him, and it hadn't done much good at all. Evil warding talismans aren't going to work. In that case, I need to concoct a medicinal pill. Only then will I be confident enough to succeed. At that point, his eyes glittered with anticipation. After some thinking, he came up with an idea for a new pill formula that he was sure would work. It wouldn't require many medicinal plant ingredients, and would mostly serve as a vehicle with which to use the powers of gravity and repulsion that he had begun to study in the Spirit Stream sect. I need to concoct a spirit medicine that will cause all of the vengeful souls to gather together in one spot. He wanted to make something that, as soon as it appeared in the open, would cause all of the vengeful souls in the area to rush toward it at top speed. The mere idea of concocting a pill like that got him fidgeting in excitement. Eyebrows dancing in anticipation, he began pacing back and forth in his immortal's cave, continuing to analyze his new pill formula. Finally, he slapped his thigh. This is definitely going to work. The glowing sphere I made with the powers of gravity and repulsion could rip clothes to shreds, and even form hallucination smoke. I can definitely use it to gather souls together. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun made his decision. He rushed out of his immortal's cave and went over to the Hall of Devil Slayers, where he got quite a large collection of medicinal plants, after which he returned and went into secluded meditation. 3 days later, rumbling sounds filled his immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the white spirit medicine he had just concocted. Taking a deep breath, he drew upon the powers of gravity and repulsion and began to infuse them into the pill. Gravitation and repulsion were not easy to cultivate, but Bai Xiaochun had spent dozens of years on his research, and as such was able to manipulate them, albeit with some amount of difficulty. It took several hours, but he managed to infuse the medicinal pill with the powers of gravity and repulsion, after which he excitedly pulled out his copper mirror. Imposter Night Crypt, get out here. Imposter Night Crypt's soul shivered. He didn't really have any desire to emerge from the copper mirror, and yet didn't dare to refuse. Trying not to cry, he flew out into the open. Master you? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Xiaochun shouted, Take this! And then he crushed the medicinal pill. A boom rang out, and Bai Xiaochun's clothes were instantly shredded to pieces, leaving him buck naked. As for imposter Night Crypt, he instantly screamed, and yet, after a moment, the scream faded into an exclamation of surprise. Huh? I'm not hurt. Ha ha ha. I'm fine. Imposter Night Crypt hadn't been affected at all. Excited, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who was looking back at him with his bloodshot eyes twitching a bit. Imposter Night Crypt shivered, and then slunk off to the side, convinced that Bai Xiaochun was in a very dangerous mood. Panting, Bai Xiaochun looked down at the crushed remnants of the medicinal pill. Then he completely ignored Imposter Night Crypt, threw on another set of clothing, and began to concoct another pill. Another 3 days passed. Take this, Bai Xiaochun shouted, crushing the medicinal pill. A boom rang out, and this time his clothes were completely unaffected. However, the force of the explosion slammed Bai Xiaochun into the wall of the Immortal's cave, causing cracks to spread out in all directions. Only after a long moment passed did Bai Xiaochun then fall down to the ground, leaving a human-shaped indentation in the wall. Face ashen, and yet also filled with determination, he gritted his teeth and started working again. As for Imposter Night Crypt, when he saw what had just happened, he couldn't help but gasp. What kind of medicine is he concocting? Another 4 days passed, and another medicinal pill appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand. His eyes were so bloodshot that they were almost completely red as he backed up until he was leaning up against the wall. Convinced that this time would be a success, he crushed the pill and shouted, "All right, take this." This time, his clothing was again shredded to pieces, and instead of being pushed backward, he was pulled forward, body completely out of his own control as he slammed into the opposite wall. Popping sounds rang out, and cracks spread out in the wall. Meanwhile, Imposter Night Crypt looked at Bai Xiaochun, shivering violently. He's not concocting medicine, he's trying to kill himself. Imposter Night Crypt was shaking in fear and anxiety, not at the prospect of Bai Xiaochun dying, but at the fact that Bai Xiaochun had tested the first pill on him. He couldn't imagine what fate he would meet if Bai Xiaochun succeeded in concocting whatever pill he was planning. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was furious. After struggling to get out of the wall, he once again began to concoct. A few more days went by, and he had a new version of his spirit medicine. This time, he crawled into one of the holes he had previously punched into the wall, in the hopes that such a position would keep him safe. With that, he gritted his teeth and prepared to crush the pill. Unable to keep control of himself, Imposter Night Crypt wailed, "Master, spare me." Bai Xiaochun sighed and said, "Trust me. This time it's going to work." With that, he crushed the pill. Instantly, a huge boom rang out as the powers of gravitation and repulsion erupted out. This time, the pill merely exploded, and Bai Xiaochun, despite being hidden in the wall, was still hit by the blast. The entire Immortal's cave even rocked back and forth. Bai Xiaochun was wrenched out of his position in the wall and slammed into the ground, where he lay for a long moment before struggling back into a sitting position. Then, he yet again began to concoct medicine, seemingly as if his life depended on it. Imposter Night Crypt was trembling on the verge of collapse, and couldn't stop wondering what his future held. It was a true torment. Every time he saw the tragic results when Bai Xiaochun crushed one of his pills, his terror mounted. A few more days passed, and Bai Xiaochun started to get ready to perform another test. Wailing, Imposter Night Crypt said, "Master, spare me, please." He truly wished to be spared. He felt like a prisoner on death row, whose head had been placed on the chopping block, only to have the axe veer to the side and miss its mark over and over again. It was a truly agonizing feeling. "Trust me. This time it's going to work." Howling, Bai Xiaochun crushed the medicinal pill, causing another boom to echo out. Time passed, 2 whole months. During that time, Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave continued to rock and sway on a regular basis. As for Bai Xiaochun himself, were it not for the fact that he had a tremendously powerful fleshly body, he would have been severely injured on several occasions. Finally, on a day when Imposter Night Crypt was racked with despair, a boom rang out, and a powerful gravitational force erupted out. Imposter Nightcrypt was instantly grabbed up and, in almost the exact same instant, was sucked over to Bai Xiaochun's palm. Ha ha ha! Success at last! Bai Xiaochun cried, standing there in the wreckage of his immortal's cave, his hair in complete disarray, but his expression one of pure excitement. Clearly, Imposter Nightcrypt hadn't been the only one to be in torment over the past 2 months. As of this moment, he had created a medicinal pill that, when crushed, would unleash the powers of gravity and repulsion, and drag any nearby soul bodies to the location where the pill had been crushed. I'm going to call it the Soul Convergence Pill. With that, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Although he was tired, he was almost mad with excitement, and had already decided that he would rest up a bit and then go challenge the Starry Sky Dow Polarity Superstars trials again. This time I'm definitely going to show those measly ghosts a thing or two. Feeling prouder of himself than ever, he concocted some more soul convergence pills, then settled down cross-legged to do some breathing exercises. Over the following month, Bai Xiaochun went mad concocting soul convergence pills. Whenever he got tired, he would do some breathing exercises, then start work again as soon as possible. As time went along, not only did he build up a shockingly large collection of pills, but because of the constant cycle of exhausting himself and then recovering, his cultivation base began to creep closer toward the late gold core stage. One day when he finished a run of concocting, and had just settled down to do some breathing exercises, he suddenly looked out of his immortal's cave, an expression of surprise on his face. Soon, 3 beams of light became visible, flying toward him. They were none other than Master God Diviner, Chun Manyao and Su Bao Kai, and all of them looked very anxious. Considering he was at the peak of the mid-gold core stage, Bai Xiaochun could tell even from a distance that they were upset, and that something was clearly going on. Even before they reached the Immortal's cave, they began to call out at the tops of their lungs. Junior Patriarch, Big Fatty Zhang's in trouble. Xiaochun, hurry up and save Big Fatty Zhang. Upon hearing their words, Bai Xiaochun's face fell. Swishing his sleeve, he slammed open the door of the Immortal's cave and rushed out in a blast of wind. Grabbing Master God Diviner by the shoulders, he shouted, "What's wrong with eldest brother?" Master God Diviner could see how anxious Bai Xiaochun was, and knew how important Big Fatty Zhang was to him. Shivering, he replied, "Big Fatty Zhang is trying to reach core formation and fell into a deadly crisis." Looking equally anxious, Su Bao Kai offered further explanation. Last month, elder brother Zhang could tell that he was on the verge of reaching core formation and went into secluded meditation. Master God Diviner and I stood as Dharma protectors outside of his immortal's cave. At first, everything seemed normal, and we assumed he would only need a couple of months to finish the process. But for some reason, on the 3rd day, his aura began to weaken. As of now, there's only a faint bit of it left. I went too, Chen Manyao said anxiously. But his immortal's cave is sealed tight and we can't get in. We didn't want to blow up the door either, in case that would cause further problems. Considering how long she had been part of the group, she considered herself part of them now, and was just as anxious as they were about Big Fatty Zhang being in danger. After hearing their explanations, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for even a moment. Transforming into a beam of prismatic light, he shot through the air at high speed toward Big Fatty Zhang's immortal's cave. Master God Diviner, Su Bao Kai and Chun Manyao all followed along as fast as they could. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Big Fatty Zhang's immortal's cave appeared up ahead. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding with nervousness. Big Fatty Zhang was his eldest brother, and the two of them had a deep connection. After all, the two of them had begun their friendship on the very day Bai Xiaochun joined the Spirit Stream sect. His mind was almost a complete blank as he landed in front of the Immortal's cave, the door of which was sealed tightly. Bai Xiaochun quickly sent out some divine sense, backed by the power of his mid-gold core stage cultivation base. Almost instantly, he could sense Big Fatty Zhang's aura, and how weak it was. Apparently, the flame of his life force was on the verge of being snuffed out. It almost looked as if he had made repeated efforts to reach core formation, and had failed each time, causing much of his life force to waste away. How could this be happening? Bai Xiaochun said. Eyes bloodshot, he clenched his hands into fists and then called upon the explosive power of his undying hex, as well as the frigid chi that came from being on the verge of the frigid master level. Almost instantly, the door of the immortal's cave was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, before exploding into bits. Bai Xiaochun charged inside, to find Big Fatty Zhang sitting there as ashen as death, looking like little more than a skeleton. A faint mist surrounded him, some of which would occasionally be sucked into his body before flowing out again. As that happened, Big Fatty Zhang's aura slowly faded, to be replaced by an increasingly strong aura of death. From the look of it, he was hovering on the very brink of perishing. Eldest brother, Bai Xiaochun murmured. It felt like his heart was being cut in half by the sharpest of blades. Without hesitation, he reached out and put his right hand on the top of Big Fatty Zhang's head, then poured life force into him, hoping to bolster the flickering flame of his life force. It only took a moment for Bai Xiaochun to realize that there was some sort of strange power inside of Big Fatty Zhang, something that was repelling the outside life force. That power felt like some sort of complete and utter determination. Furthermore, there in Big Fatty Zhang's Dantian region was a dense cloud of mist that looked almost like a sphere. Every so often, the mist would converge together into the shape of a core, after which it would fall apart. Apparently, the mist swirling around Big Fatty Zhang had been created by the same force. What's going on? Bai Xiaochun said, stunned. Because of the force of expulsion inside of Big Fatty Zhang, any life force he sent in was almost completely dispelled. At best, he could slightly reduce the speed at which Big Fatty Zhang's life force was fading away. At the current rate, it would likely be only 2 hours or so before Big Fatty Zhang wasted away into death. It was in that moment that Master God Diviner and Chun Manyao arrived. When they saw Big Fatty Zhang's appearance, they both gasped. How is this possible? Master God Diviner said, looking shocked. Big Fatty Zhang was only in secluded meditation for a month. How could he have been reduced to this state? It looks like he made 10 failed attempts at reaching core formation. Chun Manyao looked a bit more closely at the mist, and then suddenly, she said, that mist, Big Fatty Zhang is a spirit enhancer. Could it be that he's trying to form a will core? Will core? Bai Xiaochun looked up at Chen Manyao, his expression fierce, not because of Chen Manyao, but because he was hovering on the brink of madness because of Big Fatty Zhang. Chun Manyao immediately revealed everything she knew about will cores. In ancient times, spirit enhancers often attempted to form will cores. However, it's fundamentally very dangerous, and nowadays virtually no one even tries. Only someone completely and utterly confident in their spirit enhancement abilities could attempt it successfully. It's basically like creating something from nothing. If the spirit enhancer successfully forms the will core, he will experience incredible good fortune afterward. But if he fails, he will be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. Upon hearing the explanation, a tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and he suddenly realized he had sensed a form of utter confidence within the mist inside Big Fatty Zhang. Suddenly, a look of regret appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. Will core. He couldn't help but think back to the Spirit Stream sect, and how he had tricked Big Fatty Zhang into thinking he had succeeded, all to prevent his feelings from being hurt. From that moment on, Big Fatty Zhang's journey along the path of spirit enhancement had completely changed. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun realized that Big Fatty Zhang's path of spirit enhancement was closely related to his confidence, and that his confidence had been significantly affected by Bai Xiaochun himself. You guys keep feeding him as much life force as you can. I'm going to get a nascent soul Taoist master. With one final glance at Big Fatty Zhang's dwindling aura, Bai Xiaochun raced out of the Immortal's cave and headed toward the Hall of Devil Slayers. Master God Diviner and Chen Manyao immediately began to pour life force into Big Fatty Zhang, as did Su Baokai, who had only just arrived. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot as he raced along, his mind empty except for a single thought. He could not allow Big Fatty Zhang to die. A whistling sound echoed out in all directions on Sky Quarter Rainbow as he shot at top speed toward the Hall of Devil Slayers. The Hall of Devil Slayers was some distance from Big Fatty Zhang's Immortal's cave, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more anxious. Therefore, he used as much speed as possible, unleashing the mountain-shaking bash and also relying on the power of the undying tendons in his left leg. Before long, he was nearing the Hall of Devil Slayers. However, it was at that point that, just up ahead, 5 cultivators were being blocked from passing through the area. The people blocking their path were 3 disciples wearing long green robes, with cold expressions on their faces. When they saw Bai Xiaochun hurrying in their direction, one of them realized who he was, and hesitated a moment before calling out, "You there! Get back! This whole 500-kilometer area is set aside for our young lord's personal cultivation. Yeah, our young lord is Sima Fairu." Apparently, they thought that uttering the name Sima Fairu would be a huge threat. After all, this was essentially the same thing they said to anyone who tried to pass through this area. Quite a few people on Sky Quarter Rainbow were familiar with Sima Fairu. After all, he ranked 97 in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. As a member of the top 100, he was extremely famous. At any other time, when he was in his usual mood, Bai Xiaochun would never have bickered with these people about being able to pass through. But at the moment, his heart was on fire because of the situation with Big Fatty Zhang, and he had absolutely no patience. He couldn't have cared less if Sima Fairu had the area locked down. In fact, if an even more famous chosen had done the same thing, he still wouldn't have taken the time to go around. At this moment, every breath of time counted. Completely ignoring the 3 green-robed disciples, he continued onward at top speed. The 3 disciples' faces flickered, and one of them said, "How dare!" However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun roared, "Beat it!" Instantly, a wild wind sprang up, and the 3 disciples' ears filled with deafening rumbling sounds as an incredible force smashed into them, forcing them off to the side as Bai Xiaochun shot past them into Sima Fairu's sealed 500-kilometer land. Almost immediately, a powerful aura erupted from a deep cistern within that 500-kilometer area. "Who dares to interrupt my cultivation?" Along with the voice which echoed out, a magical technique was unleashed that caused a huge face to appear above the cistern. It was the face of a young man, twisted in rage. This person was none other than Sima Fairu. In the moment that Sima Fairu's voice echoed out, a burst of late core formation cultivation base power erupted out from the cistern. Simultaneously, 10 figures shot up into the air from various directions, which were none other than Sima Fairu's followers. Cold smiles could be seen on all of their faces. Clearly, they were confident that anyone who disturbed their young lord's cultivation would meet a grisly fate. This was not the first time Sima Fairu had staked claim to a cultivation area, nor was it the first time someone had attempted to interfere with him when he did. However, nobody had ever been successful in an attempt to drive him away, and everyone always ended up backing down. As for Bai Xiaochun, in his anxiety and rage, his eyes flickered with cold light as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed down at the freezing cistern. "Shut up!" he shouted, unleashing the frigid school will evolving incantation through his right index finger. Instantly, frigid chi that bordered on the frigid master level shot down. Even as Sima Fairu prepared to burst out of his cistern, the frigid chi poured down like a beam of light, slamming into the water. Instantly, cracking sounds rang out, and the entire cistern was frozen solid. Not only was the cistern frozen, but the gigantic face was as well, and even Sima Fairu as he prepared to burst out into the open. Sima Fairu's face fell. Before he could even struggle, he was locked in place, and the terrifying frigid chi that entered him turned him into a statue of ice. His mouth was stuck open, and his eyes were wide with complete and utter disbelief. As for his followers in the area, they all gasped, and their eyes went wide. How is this possible? Is that Bai Xiaochun? Heavens! He only ranks in the 490s, doesn't he? I can't believe he sealed Sima Fairu with the single wave of a finger. Sima Fairu's followers were left with minds spinning as Bai Xiaochun flew past them. Considering his speed, it didn't take him long to reach the Hall of Devil Slayers, which he entered without the slightest hesitation. Outside, Bai Xiaochun wasn't extremely famous, But inside the Hall of Devil Slayers, everyone treated him with the utmost respect. Because of how Feng Yud cared for him, Bai Xiaochun could do virtually anything he wanted. Nobody dared to interfere with him at all, and within moments, he was in front of the main temple. Upon entering the temple, he immediately caught sight of Feng Yud sitting at the far end. Hurrying over, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Bai Xiaochun offers greetings, Taoist Master. Taoist Master, I beg of you to save a life. What's wrong this time? Feng Yud said, a bit begrudgingly. Bai Xiaochun quickly explained the situation with Big Fatty Zhang, and continued to beg for Feng Yud's help, bowing over and over again at the waist as he did so. Feng Yud's expression soon turned serious. He had never seen Bai Xiaochun acting so earnestly. After hearing the situation, he thought for a moment, and then frowned. I will core, huh? Very well, I'll go take a look. With that, he rose to his feet. Even as Bai Xiaochun continued to bow and scrape, Feng Yud flicked his sleeve, taking Bai Xiaochun away with him in a teleportation. When they reappeared, they were about 500 kilometers away, whereupon they teleported again. That put them outside of Big Fatty Zhang's Immortal's cave. To see a teleportation magic like that with his own eyes left Bai Xiaochun shaken, and at the same time a bit envious. Feng Yud led the way into Big Fatty Zhang's Immortal's cave, where Master God Diviner, Chen Manyao, and Su Baokai were waiting. When they saw that Bai Xiaochun had brought Feng Yud with him, they quickly bowed and backed away. Feng Yud cared about Bai Xiaochun, but not the others, so he paid them absolutely no attention. Walking over to Big Fatty Zhang, he put his hand onto his forehead and sent some divine sense into him. After inspecting him for a moment, his expression turned even more grave than before. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, his heart began to pound, and his face drained of blood. It really is a will core, Feng Yud said, withdrawing his hand and frowning. Sighing, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Half a month ago, I might have been able to help. But at this point, he's a candle flickering in the wind, only a step away from death. I simply don't have the power to save him. Bai Xiaochun felt like he had been hit with a sledgehammer. His heart was pounding, and his face was pale white as he staggered backward a few paces. Grief filled him, pushing him to the point where he felt like he was going to collapse. Almost immediately, he began to think back to all his memories of Big Fatty Zhang. Isn't there some other way? He said, looking over at the corpse-like Big Fatty Zhang. Who is he to you? Feng Yud asked, a profound light gleaming in his eyes. He's my eldest brother, Bai Xiaochun replied. From the look in his eyes, he would clearly pay any price to save Big Fatty Zhang. Feng Yud was shaken by the level of determination he saw. Up to this point, he had only been watching out for Bai Xiaochun because of the promise given him by the Heavenspan emissary. But now, after seeing the look in his eyes, he could sense a level of sentiment in Bai Xiaochun that he hadn't seen for quite some time. Who would have thought that this kid would care so much about his friends? He murmured inwardly. Based on the level of his cultivation base and his years of experience, he could tell that Bai Xiaochun was not putting on a show. After a moment of thought, he inspected Big Fatty Zhang more thoroughly. Enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, whereupon he said, You might still have a chance to save your eldest brother. However, the help of a nascent soul cultivator won't do it. You would need a Deva realm cultivator from the senior generation. Either that or the power of a Deva. Only then could the chaos surrounding the will core be nullified, and the core fully formed. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes began to shine with bright light. Without the slightest hesitation, he said, The power of a Deva? How do I get that? I'll pay all of my merit points if I have to. Even Master God Diviner, Chen Manyao, and Su Baokai could sense the unswerving determination in his voice. Feng Yud shook his head. The power of a Deva can come only when an almighty Deva gathers some of his or her aura into a talisman, transforming it into a disposable magical item. Usually, Devas will give such talismans to their apprentices as a form of protection. Such items take years to craft and are astronomically valuable. They're not the type of thing you can purchase with merit points. Master God Diviner sucked in a breath and exchanged a glance with Su Baokai. Based on what they had just heard, it didn't seem like ordinary disciples would ever be able to get that type of item, something which was normally reserved for the apprentices of Devis. Bai Xiaochun turned even more ashen than before, and yet, he now had hope. If you want to get the power of a deva, Feng Yud continued, you would have to take a deva as your master. Either that or challenge the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials and reach the violet section of the rainbow. At that point, you would receive a boon from the sect and could request the power of a deva. The violet section of the rainbow? Su Baokai said faintly. Is that even possible? Despite having only been in the Rainbow District for a short time, Su Baokai had learned a bit about the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, and he knew that reaching the violet portion of the rainbow was indescribably difficult. The violet trial by fire was the final trial, and in the current generation of disciples, there had long since been only 8 in that group. It was only recently that Gongsun Wan'er had become the 9th. If someone else reached that level, there would be 10. Su Baokai wasn't the only one to be taken aback. Master God Diviner and Chun Manyao were also shocked. Although all of them had confidence in Bai Xiaochun, when they heard that he needed to get the power of a deva by reaching the violet portion of the rainbow, their faces fell. Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly for a few breaths of time, then looked up. How much time do I have? Feng Yud sighed. You've made up your mind, then. Very well. I'll take your eldest brother back to the Hall of Devil Slayers to watch over him. Even still, you'll have no more than 12 hours. The look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned as sharp as the edge of blade. Many thanks, Taoist master. I'll leave this instant, without even the slightest hint of hesitation. He turned, rushed out of the Immortal's cave, and sped toward the teleportation portal. 12 hours. Bai Xiaochun thought as he sped across Sky Quarter Rainbow. As of this moment, his veins of steel were pulsing, and he seemed ready to risk his life and fight to the death. He couldn't just let Big Fatty Zhang die, nor any of his other friends. He knew that the cultivation world was a brutal place, and that he was relatively powerless to alter the course of major events, but he still couldn't give up. Back when war had been on the cusp of breaking out between the spirit and bloodstream sects, he hadn't given up. Back during the fight between the river-defying sect and the Sky River Court, he hadn't given up. Back during the fighting at the Mountain of Legacy Seals, he hadn't given up. And neither would he give up now. That was his way of walking the path of immortal cultivation. That was his decision. That was what was important to him. Bai Xiaochun drew upon all the power of his cultivation base to shoot at top speed toward the teleportation portal. Then, he sped through Myriad Star Rainbow toward the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. From the moment he busted open the door of Big Fatty Zhang's Immortal's cave to the moment he reached the entrance of the trials, only 2 incense sticks worth of time had passed. Currently, a few hundred cultivators were gathered there. Many of them spent a lot of time at the entrance, watching the performances of others in the hopes of improving their own chances of success. There was quite a din of conversation in the area, but as soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared, he was noticed by some of the gathered cultivators. After all, his previous charge all the way to the 400s had been an unusual event that drew a lot of attention. Bai Xiaochun, he's back. How long has it been? I've heard of this guy. People said he was really irritated at his last performance, and that the next time he challenged the trials, he would definitely rise in the rankings. Everyone began to look over at Bai Xiaochun, which would normally cause him to slow down and relish the praise. But he wasn't in the mood for that now. His expression was grim, and he even radiated a murderous aura as he shot past the crowds and into the entrance, not pausing for a moment. When challenging the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials, one had to start all over from the beginning. That was a standard rule that no one could change. Regardless of the fact that Bai Xiaochun's star was high up on the cyan portion of the rainbow, he still had to start from the first trial. His vision swam, and when things became clear again, a blast of heat hit his face. Without pause, he leapt off of the cliff and dropped down toward the sea of lava. As soon as he touched the surface of the lava, his eyes glittered, and he unleashed all of the speed he was capable of. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he shot forward, causing huge waves to roll out on the sea of lava. He almost seemed to be running along a flat surface, which, combined with his murderous aura, caused all the other trial takers in the area to gasp. Meanwhile, some in the crowd outside were already spending merit points to watch Bai Xiaochun's performance. Of those, most had expected him to do the same thing he had last time, and swim through the lava. Therefore, the scene playing out now caused their hearts to seize with shock, and almost immediately, people began to cry out in shock. That in turn caused more people to start watching him challenge the trials. He's doing something different from the first time. He's actually running on top of the lava. Heavens! It was shocking enough when Gong Sun Wan'er killed her way across, but seeing Bai Xiaochun run on the surface of the sea is equally astonishing. As everyone outside cried out in shock, Bai Xiaochun proceeded forward with a grim expression on his face, not reducing his speed at all and, in fact, accelerating. He only used a bit more time than it takes half an incense stick to burn to cross the entire sea of lava, step onto the far shore, and enter the second trial. In the second trial, the stone golems were still fighting fiercely. Boulders rained from the sky, and fierce winds swept about. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't stop for even a moment. None of the obstacles in the challenge seemed to affect him at all, and all of them actually crumbled before even touching him. However, that almost didn't count for anything compared to the most shocking development of all. To the astonishment of the crowd, the two enormous stone golems actually stopped fighting when they noticed Bai Xiaochun. "Get me through this place," Bai Xiaochun said, calling upon the power of the living mountain incantation. Although he didn't summon his own stone golem, the aura of the incantation itself was enough that the stone golems could sense it. To them, it felt very familiar, almost as if something or someone was communicating with them. As soon as Bai Xiaochun asked for help getting through the trial, it was to the utter astonishment of the crowds that one of the stone golems actually reached down toward Bai Xiaochun, not to attack him, but to grab him and throw him through the air toward the exit. Explosive rumbling sounds could be heard as Bai Xiaochun was propelled by the full power of the stone golem, transforming into something like a shooting star that pierced through the air of the second trial and right into the teleportation portal leading to the third trial. He had passed through the first and second trials in less time than it takes an incense stick to burn. Everyone on the outside was going mad with astonishment. Heavens! This Bai Xiaochun? He was actually holding back last time. By now, the cultivators outside were starting to send messages to their friends, causing more and more cultivators to pay attention to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trial. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was already in the third trial, the one that featured the enormous blacksmith and ironworks. Currently, the enormous sword that was the path to the exit was being beaten by the blacksmith with his hammer. Just like before, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for a moment. Instead of trying to make his way across the sword, he dove right down into the frigid sea below. This time, he didn't absorb any frigid chi, but instead, drew upon his own frigid chi to freeze everything in the area. Then, just like he had done with the sea of lava, he began speeding across the surface. Something different happened in this trial, though. Almost as soon as the huge blacksmith noticed Bai Xiaochun in the frigid sea, his expression twisted with rage as he recalled what had occurred last time. Roaring, he reached down with his huge hand to grab Bai Xiaochun. As the hand bore down, Bai Xiaochun's murderous aura spiked, and instead of dodging, he drew upon his undying live forever technique, and especially the fleshly body power in the undying tendons of his left leg. Then, just before the hand grabbed him, he managed to kick off of it, causing incredible rumbling sounds to echo out. Blood sprayed out of his mouth from the force, but he managed to make use of it to accelerate and fly at top speed toward the exit. As for the hand, it stopped in place, the veins stretching out from the point of the kick's impact apparently having been sealed. The hand was temporarily locked in place, causing the blacksmith to roar in rage. Then he slowly clenched his hand into a fist, causing many of the veins to burst before he regained motion. However, in that short period of time, Bai Xiaochun disappeared into the exit. Again, he didn't even use the time it takes an incense stick to burn. As of this moment, he was in the fourth trial. The green trial had the Bridge of Lightning. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't appear to be fazed by the lightning at all, and instantly proceeded forward with incredible speed. Lightning slammed into him, but he didn't slow down at all. No matter how the lightning inundated him, his speed wasn't reduced, and in less time than it takes an incense stick to burn, he was at the end of the trial. When he disappeared into the exit, the people in the audience looked on in stunned silence. He only used 2 incense sticks worth of time to pass the first 4 trials. Heavens! How much was he holding back last time? This speed is unbelievable. He's crushing the trials even more than Gong Sun Wanner. This is crazy. He's heading into the Cyan trial now. Last time, that was where he stopped. Everyone seemed to think that there was something strange going on with Bai Xiaochun, but didn't put too much thought into it. They were all very curious to see how he fared in the Cyan trial. The Cyan trial was a world of vengeful souls and endless gravestones. As soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared, Cyan smoke rose up, and countless terrifying souls appeared. Staring at Bai Xiaochun, they let loose heaven-shaking, earth-shattering howls. The sight of so many vengeful souls left Bai Xiaochun shivering a bit. Ghosts filled him with indescribable fear, and yet, right now he had no other option available but to face them. "Shut up!" he yelled with just as much rage as all the howling vengeful souls. Time was of the essence at the moment, and the only thing that occupied his thoughts at the moment was that he only had 12 hours to get to the Violet trial by fire. Big Fatty Zhang's life was on the line. Even as Bai Xiaochun yelled at the souls, they flew into the air toward him. As for Bai Xiaochun, he didn't back down, nor did he slow his pace. Instead, he shot directly toward the vengeful souls. Outside, the cultivators of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect looked on, their eyes glued to the scene playing out in front of them. All of them were incredibly intent on seeing how Bai Xiaochun tackled the Cyan trial. It looks like this Bai Xiaochun is going to use some sort of divine ability or something. This trial tests how long you can stand up to the bombardment of the vengeful souls, and how many you can take out. Anyone who wants to last any length of time has to be very careful about their spiritual power, and not waste a single bit. It requires a lot of control. Gong Sun Wanner pulled off something of a miracle. The vengeful souls didn't dare to actually fight her, although the effect didn't do anything to the Soul Emperor. Even still, something like that never happened before in history. I wonder how many souls this Bai Xiaochun will take out. Even as the discussions played out in the audience, Bai Xiaochun was inside the Cyan trial, rocketing toward the incoming vengeful souls at top speed. From a distance, it looked like a sea of souls, shaking heaven and earth as they screamed through the air. However, in the moment before that sea crashed into Bai Xiaochun, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill. It was white, and didn't emit any medicinal aroma. In fact, it didn't seem to be extraordinary in any way. As for the audience, they were stunned, and couldn't imagine why Bai Xiaochun would possibly pull out a medicinal pill at this critical moment. But then, Bai Xiaochun hurled the pill down toward the ground, simultaneously shouting, "Take this!" The instant the pill hit the ground, it shattered, sending invisible ripples spreading out in all directions. At the same time, the faces of the incoming vengeful souls flickered as they suddenly changed directions and flew down toward the location of the shattered pill. Apparently, their soul bodies were completely beyond their own control. Some sort of indescribably powerful gravitational force had appeared, which sucked in the vengeful souls, crushing them together. First it was 10, then 100, then 1,000, and then 10,000. Almost instantly, an opening appeared within the sea of souls, right in front of Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, more than 10,000 souls were sucked down toward the ground, screaming the entire time. In the blink of an eye, a black, fist-sized sphere took shape. Within that glowing sphere were more than 10,000 vengeful souls. The audience members' minds were spinning, and they looked on with wide eyes as Bai Xiaochun flew forward without pausing for a moment. As he did, he produced another of his soul convergence pills. Every time he threw out one of the pills, all of the souls in the area would be sucked into a black, glowing sphere. Gradually, the vengeful souls grew fewer and fewer as more and more black spheres appeared. each of them filled with numerous screaming souls, none of whom could escape. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun saw the enormous Soul Emperor in the middle of the Cyan trial by fire. Unleashing his cultivation-based power, the Soul Emperor shot toward Bai Xiaochun and howled, "Begone from this place!" Power erupted from the Soul Emperor, causing the sky to dim, and yet, Bai Xiaochun simply waved his right hand, throwing out dozens of soul convergence pills at the same time. "Take this," he shouted. As the pills exploded, the howling Soul Emperor's face suddenly filled with disbelief and shock. Without any warning, his body suddenly split up into dozens of parts, all of which were sucked away and sealed by the medicinal pills. Bai Xiaochun didn't even pay attention to the result. Instead, he continued to speed here and there, tossing out medicinal pills. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the Cyan trial by fire, which had caused problems for countless cultivators in the past, was devoid of even a single vengeful soul. Bai Xiaochun sped past countless gravestones toward the far end of the trial by fire, and then vanished into the exit. The spectators outside were trembling in shock. They had had their speculations about what would happen, but never could any of them have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would use a shocking method like this to pass the trial. From ancient times until the present, no one had ever done anything like it. Everyone knew that the point of this trial was to exterminate as many vengeful souls as possible. And yet, as of this moment, the trial was completely empty. I thought Gong Sun Wanner's performance was spectacular. I never thought that this Bai Xiaochun would actually surpass her. The vengeful souls didn't dare to attack Gong Sun Wanner, and she fought to a draw with the Soul Emperor. But Bai Xiaochun, he actually absorbed the Soul Emperor. Soon, a deathly silence fell over the audience. Bai Xiaochun's run through the trials was doing much the same as Gong Sun Wanner's. The entire sect was shaken as word spread, and more people began to turn their attention toward the trials. Back on Sky Quarter Rainbow, in the main temple in the Hall of Devil Slayers, Big Fatty Zhang was sitting cross-legged just like he had been before. By this point, he was completely without consciousness, and the flame of his life force was almost gone. Were Feng Yud not there to bolster him, that flame would already have flickered out. Outside of the temple, Su Baokai and Master God Diviner were watching the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials, along with Chun Manyao. All of them were completely shaken by what Bai Xiaochun was pulling off. The other disciples in the sect didn't really know Bai Xiaochun, but they did. Given his personality, they knew that he normally wouldn't take risks like this. Everything he was doing was for the sake of Big Fatty Zhang. As the news about Bai Xiaochun spread, shaking the sect, he appeared within the blue trial by fire. In total, he had used only a bit more than an hour to pass all 5 of the previous trials, and yet that was not a reason for him to relax. He was now at the final challenge, after which he would be able to enter the violet stage. In terms of ranking, he didn't care about that and wasn't even thinking of it. However, he knew that this trial would be the most difficult. After all, his opponent here would be Gong Sun Wanner, or, more precisely, a statue of Gong Sun Wanner. The dimension in which the blue trial took place wasn't large, only about 30,000 meters across. Beyond those borders, everything was a blur. Within the very center of the 30,000-meter area was a lone statue depicting a young woman. She was beautiful, but there was something strange about her. She pulsed with a frigid aura that caused everything around her to turn a light blue color. At almost the exact same instant that Bai Xiaochun appeared, the statue's eyes opened, revealing an intense coldness as they locked onto Bai Xiaochun. That gaze was like a pair of knives stabbing into Bai Xiaochun's own eyes and piercing into his mind. A tremor ran through him, along with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. He had fought once with Gong Sun Wanner, long ago. However, after returning from the Bloodstream sect, he had always felt that there was something very strange about her, although he couldn't quite put his finger on what that was. Because of that, he had always avoided her. At long last, in this blue trial by fire, he would be tangling with her once again. Although this was only a statue representing her, Bai Xiaochun knew that it would attack him with the full power that Gong Sun Wanner had used when she challenged the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. Furthermore, he knew that unless Gongsun Wanner had held back during her own fight, this statue would be just as powerful as she was in real life. Although it wouldn't be quite as intelligent as she was, because it wasn't a real life form, it wouldn't sense any pain. In the end, the statue's strong points would cancel out its weak points, and vice versa. As soon as Bai Xiaochun's gaze locked with Gongsun Wanner's, her body blurred, and 4 versions of herself appeared, almost like clones. Incantation gestures flashed, and they all waved their fingers in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Instantly, streams of light shot toward him, each one a different color. As they streamed through the air, they intersected with each other, forming into an ice flower with 4 petals, each one a different color. Then, the flower began to rotate rapidly as it shot toward Bai Xiaochun. As it passed along, the ground beneath the spinning flower froze up, and the temperature dropped rapidly until cracking sounds rang out in all directions. On each of the 4 flower petals was a face that resembled Gongsun Wanner, smiling in enigmatic and bizarre fashion. Bai Xiaochun was even sure that he could hear sinister chuckling. Despite the hair-raisingly terrifying smiles, Bai Xiaochun knew that there was no time to ponder the situation. Drawing upon his frigid school will-evolving incantation, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then shoved it out in front of him. That simple gesture, backed by the frigid school will-evolving incantation, as well as his gold core, caused frigid chi from the frigid adept level to surge out, distorting the air as it shot to meet the 4-colored ice flower. When they made contact, a huge boom echoed out in all directions. 3 of the flower's petals shattered into ash, but the final one only grew larger, transforming into an ice blade that sliced through Bai Xiaochun's frigid chi and continued onward. The shocking speed of the ice blade caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker. After making contact with the ice flower, his frigid adept power had been almost completely sucked away, and as the ice blade neared, the intense cold caused his blood to begin to freeze up. Thankfully, in addition to his Heavendao gold core, he also had his undying Heavenly King core, which vibrated as it stimulated his fleshly body power. As the ice blade neared, Bai Xiaochun howled and clenched his right hand into a fist, which he punched out at the ice blade. A huge boom could be heard as the ice blade shattered into bits. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood and then looked down to see the flesh of his right hand shredded and bleeding. However, now was not the time to retreat. Instead, he blurred into motion, heading directly toward the statue of Gongsun Wanner, unleashing more frigid chi and using his frigid shadows to perform a minor teleportation. Shockingly, he appeared right in front of the expressionless Gongsun Wanner, whereupon his left leg swept out in a kick, backed by the full fleshly body power of his undying tendons. In the same moment that Bai Xiaochun attacked, Gongsun Wanner, seemingly ignoring him, performed an incantation gesture with her left hand and then pushed her finger down onto her forehead. As she did, a burst of frigid chi emerged that vastly surpassed that from before. Everything around her instantly froze, and at the same time, an enormous ice hand materialized behind her, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun as if to grab him. Bai Xiaochun had already sent his foot flying through the air with explosive power, so it smashed into the ice hand, destroying most of it. However, the hand still continued onward to slam into Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was sent spinning backward, blood spraying from his mouth. And yet, his eyes shone with ferocious light as he completely ignored his own injuries and once again summoned a frigid shadow as he prepared to teleport to safety. As he did, his expression flickered as he realized that Gongsun Wanner's frigid chi had formed something like a sealing power, a barrier that obstructed his ability to change locations with his frigid shadows. As for the mostly destroyed ice hand, it quickly repaired itself, and then began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, it was fully 300 meters tall, and once again began to rumble through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Up to this point, Bai Xiaochun hadn't even been able to get close to Gongsun Wanner, who currently stood behind the ice hand, staring at him coldly. The ice hand closed in, growing larger the entire time, until it was more than 3,000 meters tall. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted as he realized that he wasn't sure what to do at this point. For the entire time during this fight, he had been reacting, and had yet to take the initiative. If he couldn't turn things around, then he would surely meet defeat. So, you want to compete in terms of frigid chi? Fine, let's do it. Anxiety for the safety of Big Fatty Zhang was the most important thing right now. So Bai Xiaochu knew that if he couldn't defeat this statue of Gongsun Wan'er, he wouldn't get into the violet trial. Therefore, he took a deep breath and then drew upon a vast amount of frigid chi from his gold core, all of which he converged upon his right hand, causing it to turn a deep blue color. Then, he shoved his blue hand directly toward the ground. Frigid. Mountain. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the frigid chi exploded downward toward the ground, causing a mountain of ice to form, and freezing everything in the area. Even as the ice hand closed in, the mountain of ice rose up hundreds of meters into the air. Then the two forces met. He was drawing upon so much frigid chi that his chi passageways were pulsing with pain, and yet, he didn't seem to notice. He was drawing upon virtually all of the frigid chi his gold core was capable of, completely regardless of the consequences. It almost seemed like an insane suicide attack. The ice mountain continued to grow rapidly, until it was also 3,000 meters tall. That was when the ice hand reached it. Detonate! Bai Xiaochun shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Boom! The ice hand shattered and the ice mountain exploded, sending a powerful shockwave out in all directions. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he was sent tumbling backward, and for the first time, the statue of Gongsun Wan'er was harmed by Bai Xiaochun's seemingly insane attack. Popping sounds emanated out as a tremor ran through her. Shockingly, Gongsun Wan'er's forehead split open, a crack that ran all the way down to her mouth, and was completely terrifying in appearance. The battle had only just begun, but had already reached a completely shocking level. Everyone watching outside was glued to the action, especially because of the fact that Gongsun Wan'er had only recently become famous by breaking into the top 10. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was only in the mid-gold core stage, putting him at a clear disadvantage. Everyone watching the fight was completely shocked. Mid-gold core stage versus late gold core. This Bai Xiaochun has really been hiding his strength. He has frigid chi, and so does Gongsun Wan'er. This battle is going to be determined by who has better control. I never thought that this Bai Xiaochun would get so far. All of the top 100 Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars who heard about the matter were moved, and instantly stopped whatever type of cultivation they were currently practicing to watch. Fights like this were not often seen, and in fact, even the superstars in the top 10 came out of their immortals' caves to observe. In the battlefield that was the blue trial by fire, Bai Xiaochun was gasping for breath as he stared at the statue of Gongsun Wan'er. Gongsun Wan'er had used frigid chi when he fought her back in the Spirit Stream sect, but her control of it in this battle was on a completely different level. She used it with a finesse that left Bai Xiaochun completely shocked. He wasn't sure what method she used to cultivate frigid chi, but however she did it, the results were astonishing and seemed to surpass his own frigid adept powers. In addition to that, their cultivation bases were not on the same level. He was in the mid-gold core stage, and despite how close he was to a breakthrough, he was not in the late stage. As for Gongsun Wan'er, considering the fluctuations of her cultivation base, it was obvious that she was in late core formation. It doesn't matter, he said, his eyes glittering with cold light. I have to win this fight. He had just used all of the frigid chi at his disposal in a near-suicidal attack, which had resulted in wounding his opponent. As of now, the situation was different than before, and this was the moment in which he needed to clinch a victory. With that, he blurred into motion, using the fleshly body power of his left leg to shoot forward at incredible speed. As he did, he slapped his bag of holding, causing numerous flying swords to emerge, all of which had received multiple spirit enhancements. At the same time, a flash of black light could be seen, which was none other than his renegade dragon horn. The renegade dragon horn formed the center of a sword formation that descended like rain toward the statue of Gongsun Wan'er. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's right hand shot out in a gripping motion that flashed with black light, the throat-crushing grasp. However, even as the sword formation descended onto Gongsun Wan'er, the statue's eyes flashed and her right hand shot up, ripping into her own throat and then, in completely shocking fashion, dragging a spine-like bone sword out of her own body. As the bone sword appeared out in the open, a sound like that of countless screaming souls filled the entire blue trial by fire. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was instantly filled with a sense of profound and deadly danger. Everyone on the outside devolved into cries of shock and astonishment. At the same time, the statue of Gongsun Wan'er didn't hesitate for even an instant before slashing the bone sword viciously toward Bai Xiaochun's incoming sword formation. The air shattered around the bone sword, as though heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Everything in the area turned black, with the starkly white bone of the sword shone so brightly that it became the only light in the dimension. One by one, the flying swords began to shatter into pieces, until only the renegade dragon horn was left. Even that couldn't last for very long before cracks spread out on its surface and it began to collapse. In the final moment, it was sent spinning off to the side as the bone sword slashed toward Bai Xiaochun with shocking power. "So, this is your trump card, huh?" Bai Xiaochun murmured, his pupils constricting. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, causing a black scale to fly out and block the path of the bone sword. Simultaneously, he took a deep breath and then stretched both hands out wide before pushing them down toward the ground. Eyes shining with bizarre light, it was with the softest of voices that he said, "Water swamp." In the same moment that Bai Xiaochun spoke, the 30,000-meter frozen area suddenly filled with piercing pulses of moisture, water vapor so thick that it made it difficult to see. From a distance, that 30,000-meter area seemed to have been transformed into a frozen swamp. Bai Xiaochun's hair whipped around him as a burst of energy surged out from beneath his feet. At the same time, a brutal and wild aura erupted out, along with a roar that seemed to echo from ancient times, something that left all onlookers' minds spinning. Roar! It wasn't just the cultivators watching the fight who heard the sound. Even cultivators in other areas could hear the echoing cry of some beast. Disciples throughout the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect looked around with flickering expressions, and many of them even cried out in alarm. "What was that? Did you guys hear that? What type of beast makes a sound like that? Heavens! Even though we're outside of the trial by fire, we can still hear it. What kind of divine ability does that?" Meanwhile, on Starry Quarter Rainbow, there was a bright red mountain that rose high into the sky. At the top of the mountain was a young woman with hair like fire, sitting there meditating. She was very beautiful, and seemed to be surrounded by shapeless, invisible flames that would instantly eradicate anyone who got too close to her. Moments before, she had been completely focused on meditation, and hadn't been paying attention to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. But as soon as the beast roar echoed out, she detected it, and her expression flickered as she looked over in the direction of Myriad Star Rainbow. And here I thought Gongsun Wan'er would be the only one to make it onto the violet portion of the rainbow before the soul-hunting expedition. Apparently, I was wrong. That young woman occupied third place among the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, Chen Yueshan. She wasn't the only one who noticed what was happening. In a deep cistern on Polarity Quarter Rainbow was a bare-chested young man with thin lips and cold eyes. He seemed like the completely merciless type, and was currently fighting a fierce battle with a host of vengeful souls. Despite the fierce attacks of the souls, they were being efficiently exterminated by the young man. As soon as the roar echoed out, he stopped in place and looked up, his eyes shining with mysterious light. "It doesn't matter how many people get onto the violet portion of the rainbow. When the soul-hunting expedition begins, I'll kill anyone who gets in my way." This young man was one of the top superstars in the sect, who ranked even higher than Chen Yueshan. He occupied second place, and was known by the Taoist name Heretic. Considering that the roar was so powerful even people outside of the trial heard it, there was little need to mention how it affected the statue of Gongsun Wan'er. Her eyes began to shine brightly, and instead of backing up, she propelled the bone sword toward Bai Xiaochun with even greater speed than before. As it pierced through the air, it emitted ear-splitting whistling sounds. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's murderous aura skyrocketed as he shoved his hands high into the air and shouted, "Kingdom! Ear-splitting rumbling sounds spread out as the entire 30,000-meter area turned into a huge, watery swamp. Then, an indescribably large spike rose up like a mountain out of the ground, filling the entire world. Beneath the enormous spike, it was possible to see black, scaled skin. In addition, there were more spikes spreading out all over the creature below. The 30,000-meter area was actually like a window, allowing only a glimpse at the shockingly large beast beneath. As soon as the first huge spike appeared, it smashed into the statue of Gong Sun Wanner, causing indescribable rumbling sounds to echo out. Everyone watching the scene gasped, and as for those who ranked higher in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, they seemed to be the most shocked of all. That was especially true of Chen Yueshan and Heretic, both of whom looked on with widening eyes. Deafening rumbling sounds filled the entire blue trial by fire, sounds which surpassed heavenly thunder. It was almost like two continents colliding, releasing a destructive shockwave that instantly shattered Gong Sun Wanner's bone sword into countless fragments. At the same time, her statue dimmed and was covered with countless cracks, as though it might collapse at any moment as she sped backward in retreat. However, her bone sword was by no means ordinary in any way. Despite its physical form having been destroyed, its sword chi still existed, and it actually pierced all the way through the huge bone spike to Bai Xiaochun. This was the first time anyone had ever pierced his water swamp kingdom, and the sword chi moved so quickly that he had no time to evade it. When the sword chi hit him, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his entire body was racked with pain. Whether it was his bones or his flesh, he felt like he was about to explode, and he tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. Apparently, these two opponents were evenly matched, and had just seriously injured each other. Everyone on the outside felt their hearts being battered by waves of shock. Not only were they completely shaken by Xiaochun's magical technique, but they were filled with fervor from being able to watch this most ultimate of core formation battles. It was easy to imagine how, even if Bai Xiaochun ended up losing in the end, he would still become quite the center of attention. Both of them are almost on the same level as nascent soul experts. Gong Sun Wanner is already in the late core formation stage, but this Bai Xiaochun is only in mid-core formation. I asked around, and apparently Bai Xiaochun is from the river-defying sect in the Middle Reaches, and so is Gong Sun Wanner. Heavens! I can't believe the river-defying sect is so incredible. Both of the hostages they sent are completely heaven-defying. As everyone discussed the events playing out, back inside the blue trial by fire, the cracked statue of Gong Sun Wanner looked up, her eyes shining with cold light. Then she reached up and placed her palm onto her forehead. A pop could be heard as her forehead collapsed, and more cracks spread out over her body. However, by opening her forehead, she apparently drew on the truly frigid coldness of her life essence, which erupted out with utter madness. As the frigid chi spread out, cracking sounds could be heard, and everything around the Gong Sun Wanner statue was frozen. Within the blink of an eye, she transformed into an enormous ice giant, dozens of meters tall. If all that happened was that she became an ice giant, it might not have been a big deal. However, as she grew in size, a frigid chi began to swirl around her that seemed lethally cold, dropping the temperature in the 30,000-meter area so rapidly that, in the blink of an eye, everything was completely frozen. The frigid chi was so powerful that even the air froze, and the land began to crack to pieces. In fact, the only sound to be heard in the dimension were the popping sounds of everything freezing up. Furthermore, Gong Sun Wanner was only continuing to grow larger. Frigid extermination. Everyone on the outside was so shaken that even the nascent soul experts were watching the fight, some of whom recognized where Gong Sun Wanner's frigid chi actually came from, leading to exclamations of astonishment. As more and more of the nascent soul cultivators picked up on the clues, their expressions flickered with shock. Even the sect leader of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect emerged from his secluded meditation facilities to watch the fight. If they had such reactions, there was little need to even consider how everyone else was reacting. Within the blue trial by fire, Bai Xiaochun's face fell as he sensed the exterminating power of the frigid chi. He could tell that, within moments, he would be frozen solid, killed in body and soul. Damn it! How did Gongsun Wan'er get frigid chi like this? In the critical moment, Bai Xiaochun looked around at everything rapidly freezing, and knew that he only had one option. Living mountain incantation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the images of 2 stone golems appeared, one in each of his eyes. At the same time, a stone golem began to take shape around him. After melding with the mountain, you become the mountain, and the mountain becomes you. Ru Yuyuumble. Bai Xiaochun was no longer visible. Instead, what everyone saw was an enormous stone golem dozens of meters high. Instantly, the stone golem emitted an aura that would cause any core formation cultivator to be stricken with shock. Even the nascent soul cultivators were left gasping. As that energy surged out, it slammed into the frigid chi, resulting in a deafening explosion. Soon, cultivators on the outside recognized what it was that they were seeing, causing cries of astonishment to echo out. Even the nascent soul cultivators were shaken. The living mountain incantation. Gongsun Wan'er's frigid extermination had been shocking enough. But then the living mountain incantation was thrown into the mix, leaving everyone thoroughly flabbergasted. I can't believe someone actually succeeded in cultivating the living mountain incantation. This Bai Xiaochun is completely incredible. Even the sect leader had a very serious expression on his face. Meanwhile, outside of the ravine of endless mountains, Stone Mountain sat there on the boulder, his eyes shining with a strange light. Apparently, his smile was one of excitement. As of this moment, a huge ice giant was facing off against an enormous stone golem, and the energy emanating off of the two was causing the entire blue trial by fire to tremble violently. Die! Bai Xiaochun howled. As soon as Bai Xiaochun shouted die, a scene of violent destruction played out in front of the eyes of all onlookers. Bai Xiaochun shot forward in a beam of blue light, drawing upon the living mountain incantation and leaping forward with the mountain-shaking bash. The strength of the stone golem bolstered Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body, making it vastly more powerful than before, to a virtually indescribable degree. Furthermore, he moved so quickly that it almost seemed like a teleportation. He pierced through the frigid chi, unleashing a series of sonic booms that crushed everything around him before appearing directly in front of Gongsun Wan'er. The statue had already been seriously damaged, and of course was only a statue, not the true Gongsun Wan'er. As such, it was completely incapable of dodging or evading the attack. Instead, her hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as she attempted to block the strike. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bright red as he put everything on the line in this last-ditch effort. If he couldn't secure victory at this point, then not only would he lose his chance to advance to the Violet Trial, but he would also be unable to rescue Big Fatty Zhang. That was not an outcome he could accept. There was only one thought in his mind. I have to win. Howling, he closed in, using the stone golem's body to launch a spinning kick with his left leg, which slammed directly into the ice giant summoned by Gongsun Wan'er's statue. The power of that kick was backed by the fleshly body power of the Undying Live Forever technique, as well as the living mountain incantation and the mountain-shaking bash. Furthermore, it also contained his undying hex. It was a devastatingly deadly attack. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the foot sailed through the air, causing the entire blue trial by fire to tremble. The statue of Gongsun Wan'er attempted to use both arms to block the incoming left foot, but as soon as it made contact, the statue's arms began to collapse. Bai Xiaochun's foot smashed through them like a boulder crushing a drinking glass to land directly on the statue's chest. Almost instantly, the statue's chest began to cave in, and then cracks spread out in all directions. However, the statue wasn't dead yet. All Bai Xiaochun had managed to do so far was destroy an outer layer of ice shields. Although the statue was seriously damaged, it was still able to defend itself. However, as the statue fell back, Bai Xiaochun drew once again upon the power of the stone golem to launch into another mountain-shaking bash, fueling it further with the power of his left leg. This time, he sent the stone golem's hand shooting out, its thumb and forefinger glittering with black light. It was none other than the throat-crushing grasp. Rumbling echoed out as the throat of the statue was crushed, and then, the entire statue began to fall apart. The final move had come as fast as lightning, and was delivered with ruthless efficiency. In the blink of an eye, the ice giant was destroyed, and the statue shattered. As that happened, a beam of teleportation light shot down, which was none other than the entrance to the Violet Trial. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun's living mountain incantation faded away, and the stone golem vanished. Bai Xiaochun was revealed in person, his face ashen as he floated down to the ground. Clearly, he was having trouble standing, and even coughed up 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. Despite his seeming weakness, though, his eyes shone with a gleam of determination that left everyone in the audience completely shaken. He won. A mid-core formation cultivator fought someone in the late core formation stage and actually won? Heavens! He just beat the statue of Gongsun Wan'er. Doesn't that mean that he qualifies to enter the Violet Trial? He's going to become the 10th superstar to be on the violet portion of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect Rainbow? Outside of the trials, everyone was devolving into a huge commotion. Nearly half of the entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect was shaken to the core, even more so than when Gongsun Wan'er had recently challenged the trials. An uproar was sweeping through the sect, and especially through Sky Quarter Rainbow, where Bai Xiaochun came from. The hubbub there was far more intense than in other locations. Back on that very rainbow, Song Ke was standing outside of his immortal's cave, his hands clenched tightly into fists. It was difficult to read his expression, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He simply could not bring himself to admit that he didn't measure up to Bai Xiaochun, but the endless succession of evidence had pushed him to the brink of collapse. Su Baokai, Master God Diviner, and Chun Manyao were all shaken deeply, although all of them knew that Bai Xiaochun was no ordinary cultivator. Never could they have imagined that he was this incredible. Gongsun Wan'er was also on Sky Quarter Rainbow, sitting outside of her immortal's cave on a boulder, looking up toward the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. She had just watched the entire fight play out between her statue and Bai Xiaochun, and at the moment, a strange expression could be seen on her face. In fact, when her statue collapsed, she actually smiled. "So, my sweetie is as awesome as ever." She even clapped her hands softly, a mysterious light flickering in her eyes. Outside of Sky Quarter Rainbow were Chan Yueshan and Heretic, both of whom were superstars and chosen from the top 3. They were completely shaken by the battle they had just witnessed. As for Chan Yueshan, her eyes shone with a mysterious light, whereas Heretic simply snorted coldly. Although he didn't say anything, the arrogant look in his eyes couldn't have been clearer. Even nascent soul cultivators in the sect had been watching, and were moved by Xiaochun's actions. As of this moment, it was correct to say that within the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, there wasn't a single person who didn't know Bai Xiaochun. However, even as everyone devolved into exclamations and discussion, someone suddenly cried out, "No, wait, look at Bai Xiaochun. He's starting to practice cultivation." In response, more people looked over and saw what was happening. Frigid Qi. Look at the frigid Qi. Bai Xiaochun really was practicing cultivation, although it wasn't intentional. After Gongsun Wan'er's statue was destroyed, frigid Qi began to spread out from it and fill the blue trial by fire. And since it had nowhere else to go, it began to stream toward Bai Xiaochun. Whether Bai Xiaochun wanted it or not, the frigid Qi began to pour into his body, sweeping through his Qi passageways and heading toward his Heaven Dao gold core. It was strong frigid Qi, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vortex with Bai Xiaochun at the center. As it rushed into his gold core, it filled it to 30% capacity, then 40%, 50%, 60%. As more frigid Qi rushed into him, he trembled at the sensation of his cultivation base rising. Before, he had been at the peak of mid-core formation, but as of this moment, he was breaking through into late-core formation. It took only a short moment for the overall frigid Qi in his gold core to reach 60%. And yet, it hadn't stopped. His gold core was made from 9 spiritual Cs, 60% of which were now a world of intense coldness. And then, Bai Xiaochun shivered, threw his head back and let loose a long cry as his frigid chi reached 70%. The frigid school will evolving incantation involved gathering frigid chi into the gold core, which meant that 30% was the peak of the early stage, and 60% was the peak of the mid-stage. Earlier, his overall level of frigid chi had reached roughly 60%, but now, having reached 70%, intense rumbling sounds exploded within him as his cultivation base released shocking power. This was the late gold core stage, and things weren't over yet. More frigid chi poured into him, pushing his gold core frigid chi past 70% to 80%. When the final bit of frigid chi was sucked in, his gold core frigid chi capacity had reached 85%, and his cultivation base was still climbing. As of now, he was very close to reaching 100% capacity and being at the great circle of the gold core stage. As his cultivation base rose and his energy surged, the blue trial by fire shook violently, and on the outside, the star that represented Bai Xiaochun shone with blinding light. Everyone outside was completely shaken. This Bai Xiaochun, he actually just had a breakthrough. Late core formation. He just reached late core formation. He could fight late core formation when he was only in mid-core formation. Now that he's in the late stage, doesn't that mean he could fight someone in the Great Circle? What good fortune! It's all because he cultivates a technique that uses frigid chi. By absorbing the excess frigid chi from Gongsun Wanner statue, he was able to break through. Although it might not have seemed possible, the commotion outside grew even more chaotic. This second time in which Bai Xiaochun challenged the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials had involved him pulling off one miracle after another. First was the incredible speed with which he made it through the early trials, then was his victory over a late core formation expert while he himself was only in the mid-stage, and finally was his cultivation-based breakthrough. Because of all those things, everyone outside was left reeling. After all, of the group that made up the 9 cultivators who were already in the violet portion of the rainbow, 8 were in the Great Circle, with Gongsun Wanner being the only one in late core formation. And yet now, someone else had joined, someone who had entered the group in the mid-stage and then immediately risen to the late stage. As everyone discussed the matter, Bai Xiaochun shivered, and the frigid chi inside of him settled down, placing him firmly in late core formation. However, there was no time for him to probe his cultivation base. Instead, he shot toward the light of teleportation. Even as he did, numerous motes of light in the area swirled together to form another statue. It was a statue of Bai Xiaochun. When he stopped for a moment to look back at it, he saw that it resembled him perfectly, and its aura was very similar to his. However, the statue's expression was cold and blank as it stood there, completely unmoving. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He knew that from now on, anyone who tried to get into the violet portion of the rainbow would have to fight his statue as the last part of their trial. After a moment, he looked away, headed into the teleportation light, and then vanished. Of course, the discussion among the audience didn't die down at all. The events which had unfolded on this day were things rarely ever seen, especially considering that there were now 10 extremely famous cultivators in the sect. It was a momentous, joyous occasion. Because Bai Xiaochun had made his breakthrough after the battle, that meant that anyone who tried to challenge that trial in the future would fight the mid-core formation version of him, not the late-stage Bai Xiaochun from after the victory. That statue represented a certain status in the sect. As long as it remained undefeated, no one would be able to enter the violet trial, and as of this moment, more people were staring at the statue than there had been people watching Bai Xiaochun himself. As for Bai Xiaochun, when he stepped into the teleportation light, he vanished, disappearing from the blue trial by fire and reappearing within the violet trial. Meanwhile, on the violet portion of the rainbow, a 10th star had appeared, and all the eyes that had been focusing on the statue shifted over to look at it. Although no one could see what was happening with Bai Xiaochun now, everyone was wondering. The mere fact that no one knew what was going on in the violet trial made the entire scenario more mysterious. That added level of mystery made everyone want more than ever to know what would happen next. In a short few months, 2 people had reached the violet portion of the rainbow, and the mere thought of what happened inside that violet trial was a motivating force for many other cultivators. As such thoughts filled the minds of all present, Bai Xiaochun appeared within the very violet trial that no one else could see, to find himself in a dimension that was different from all of the other trials by fire. Stretching out in front of him was a river, upon whose bank he stood. A blank look could be seen in his eyes, as though he had forgotten something. Furthermore, as he looked around, he got the sensation that nothing around him was real. What did I forget? He thought in surprise, sitting down on the riverbank to think. However, even after some time passed, the only thing he could remember was his name. All of his other memories seemed to have disappeared. The confusion in his eyes grew deeper. His original plan upon entering the light of teleportation had been to abandon the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trial as soon as he entered the next stage. After all, by that point, his goal would have been met, and he could request the power of a deva to save Big Fatty Zhang. Time was of the essence. However, as soon as he entered the mysterious violet trial by fire, he couldn't remember any of that. No, he murmured. I remember that there was something important I needed to do. Frowning, he tried harder to think back to whatever it was that he'd forgotten, and it was in that moment that he suddenly heard someone singing. The voice rose and fell, making the lyrics of the song impossible to make out. However, the person singing seemed old, ancient even. A moment later, a lonely boat appeared on the river. An old man sat in the boat, wearing a wide bamboo hat, and pushing the boat along with a long bamboo pole. Upon nearing the bank, he looked up, revealing a face wrinkled with age. Smiling, he said, "Is your heart unsettled?" Bai Xiaochun looked up at the old man and the boat. Feeling confused, he replied, "I feel like I've forgotten something." "Everyone forgets things sometimes," the old man said with a smile. "Why don't you come aboard and listen to my ballad? Perhaps that will help you remember whatever it is you've forgotten." Bai Xiaochun sat there quietly for a moment, then rose to his feet and hopped into the boat. With that, the old man pushed on the bamboo pole, and the boat once again began to move down the river. As Bai Xiaochun sat there in the lonely boat, the old man began to sing. Strangely, no matter how closely Bai Xiaochun paid attention, he was unable to make out any of the words the old man sang. After a moment, he couldn't hold back from asking, "What are you singing?" "A folk song," the old man replied. Bai Xiaochun listened for a bit longer, then asked, "Does it have a name?" "It doesn't." Smiling, the old man continued, "It's a ballad, the end of which no one will ever hear. 9 other people came before you, and none of them listened to the entire song. The first person listened to it for the longest, but gave up eventually." With that, he continued singing. Bai Xiaochun sat there silently, both listening and also trying to recall what it was that he had forgotten. The water in the river was by no means still. Waves rolled back and forth, and after a bit of time, a rather large one hit the side of the boat. As Bai Xiaochun swayed back and forth with the rocking of the boat, his mind stirred, and suddenly he remembered something. He was in a room with his father, who was gripping his hand tightly as he said, "Xiaochun, you have to keep on living." A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as that memory sparked a fire which raged through his mind, causing his memories to flood back into him with mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. "I have to save eldest brother," he thought, shivering as he remembered everything from before. He suddenly stood up, whereupon the boat vanished, along with the river. The entire room around him was now completely empty. In front of him was the old man, who turned and looked at Bai Xiaochun, eyes sparkling with bizarre, mysterious light. "Do you see clearly now?" the old man asked. "Huh," Bai Xiaochun said. "Oh, I don't want to participate in this trial by fire. I need to save someone." Now that he had regained his memories, this trial seemed even stranger than before. The old man looked at him for a long moment, and then repeated, "Do you see clearly now?" Bai Xiaochun was starting to get a bit angry. However, he only got one word out of his mouth before the old man shook his head and interrupted with a sigh. "Fine, I know what you're thinking. Get into the violet trial and you can ask for a boon from the sect. As long as it's not too excessive, your wish will be granted. For example, your hostage status can be removed. I want the power of a deva, Bai Xiaochun said immediately. The old man nodded. After you leave, someone will deliver it to you. With that, he waved his hand, causing a vortex to spring up in the void, which began to tug Bai Xiaochun toward it. Just before going through the exit, Bai Xiaochun stopped and looked back at the old man, who was walking away from him into the void. Just now, Bai Xiaochun said. You asked if I could see something clearly. What were you talking about? The old man didn't look back. Voice cool, he replied. Your Dao. Bai Xiaochun was confused. The old man continued to walk away, and as Bai Xiaochun sank into the exit, he called out, I'm not sure what my Dao is, but I do have a wish, and that's to live forever. The old man stopped walking, looked back, and smiled. That's your Dao. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and Bai Xiaochun vanished, to appear moments later outside of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials. The first thing that met him was the sound of numerous discussions, shortly after which, his vision grew clear. Almost immediately, he caught sight of countless cultivators looking at him with envy and respect. At the same time, a solemn voice spoke out from the sect leader's portion of Myriad Star Rainbow. Hostage Bai Xiaochun of the river-defying sect, your request has been granted. You will be bestowed with the power of a deva. A bright beam of light shot down from the sky to appear in front of Bai Xiaochun in the shape of a crystalline leaf that pulsed with incredible power. Everyone in the area felt incredible pressure weighing down onto them, making it hard to even breathe, almost as if their cultivation bases were being suppressed. Shockingly, that leaf contained wood-type deva power. Furthermore, it was a full portion of power, not just a tiny scrap. When Bai Xiaochun appeared outside of the trials, and the sect leader's voice echoed out, everyone who had been watching his performance was left completely shaken. It only took moments for countless fervent gazes to be turned in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Normally speaking, he would have given everyone an opportunity to approach and offer words of praise. But he was in no mood for that now. As soon as he had that power of a deva, he shot into the sky, transforming into a beam of light that sped directly toward the teleportation portal. He had no idea how much time had passed, and anxiously wished to get back to the Hall of Devil Slayers on Sky Quarter Rainbow to save Big Fatty Zhang. As he left, numerous discussions broke out amongst the audience. Bai Xiaochun was now listed among the absolute most high-level disciples within the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. He was in the top 10. Although no one was sure of what he had experienced within the Violet trial, they did know that the Violet portion of the rainbow now had a 10th star. It was easy to imagine how, in the days to come, Bai Xiaochun's name would continue to rise to unprecedented heights within the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. However, Bai Xiaochun was not in the mood to revel in the glory of his achievement. He pushed forward with all the speed he could muster until he was at the teleportation portal, where he vanished, to reappear moments later on Sky Quarter Rainbow. As soon as he stepped off of the teleportation portal there, he saw numerous Sky Quarter Rainbow cultivators gathered, looking at him with expressions of awe as they called out greetings. Greetings, elder brother Bai. Bai Xiaochun was too nervous about Big Fatty Zhang to do more than simply nod in response, and then hurry on his way. Considering he was now in late core formation, he could move faster than ever as he shot off in a beam of light. Literally nothing could have blocked his path, although no one attempted to do so, not even when he passed directly through some of the other 10 halls. Because he was in the top 10 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, he had a special place in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, as well as special privileges. Thus, he arrived at the Hall of Devil Slayers in less time than it takes an incense stick to burn. Instantly, numerous cultivators emerged to offer formal greetings, their faces filled with respect. Back before he had challenged the trials, everyone in the Hall of Devil Slayers had only pretended to respect him, and secretly scorned him for relying on a powerful backer to become important. Some of them had changed their tune a bit after he got into the top 500. But now that his name was on the violet portion of the rainbow, everything had changed. Greetings, elder brother Bai. Elder brother Bai. More and more people appeared, and more voices rang out. There were some people Bai Xiaochun recognized, including Master Cloud Dao, who was waiting outside the main temple. As soon as Master Cloud Dao caught sight of him, he clasped hands and bowed in deep and exaggerated fashion. "Congratulations, elder brother Bai." Master God Diviner, Su Bao Kai, and Chen Manyao were also waiting outside of the main temple, and when they caught sight of Bai Xiaochun, excited expressions appeared on their faces. Bai Xiaochun nodded to everyone, then walked into the temple looking very serious. The first thing he saw was the gaunt, skeletal form of Big Fatty Zhang, sitting there cross-legged in the middle of the temple, a pained expression on his face. Clearly, his life force was so faint that it was almost non-existent, and a strong aura of death surrounded him. Had Feng Yud not been there the entire time bolstering him with his nascent soul cultivation base, Big Fatty Zhang would have long since slipped into death. "Taoist Master, I've brought the power of a deva." Looking trepidatiously at Big Fatty Zhang, Bai Xiaochun quickly pulled out the wood-type leaf he had just received. Feng Yud looked up and made a grasping motion, causing the leaf to fly over and come to a rest above Big Fatty Zhang's head. Expression somber, Feng Yud performed an incantation gesture and pointed out at the leaf, which began to tremble and emit a greenish glow. At the same time, green strands of energy emerged from the leaf and began to bore into Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang shivered, and the look of pain on his face faded away. Almost immediately, a faint, ruddy glow could be seen on his cheeks, and the mist which surrounded him began to swirl back inside of him. Instead of spreading out in all directions like it had been, it was taking form inside his Dantian region. Seeing that, Bai Xiaochun's nervousness immediately began to fade. Finally, Feng Yud took a deep breath and rose to his feet. "With the help of the power of a deva, your eldest brother's core formation should proceed smoothly from here on out. However, he did drain a lot of his life force. The process should take a full half-year before it's complete." He sighed. "Fine. You can leave him here for me to watch over." "Many thanks, Taoist Master," Bai Xiaochun said excitedly, clasping hands and bowing deeply. Then he looked over one more time to confirm that Big Fatty Zhang was safe, which was when he realized how exhausted he was. The fight with the statue of Gongsun Wan'er had been a huge draw on both his cultivation base and his energy in general. Coupled with all the anxiety he had felt regarding Big Fatty Zhang, everything returned to hit him at once. Now that he was sure Big Fatty Zhang was safe, he left the temple and returned, not to his immortal's cave, but rather one of the empty residences in the Hall of Devil Slayers, where he sat down to do some breathing exercises and recuperate. He rested for 3 days straight. During that time, the commotion which had begun 3 days before continued to sweep through the sect, and Bai Xiaochun's name grew more famous than ever. Soon, the details of his background became more commonly known. As such, the cultivators in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect came to know of the river-defying sect. After all, 2 of the top 10 Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars were from the river-defying sect. This river-defying sect is extraordinary. It's hard to even wrap your mind around the fact that 2 river-defying sect hostages are in the top 10. I heard that when Bai Xiaochun came from the river-defying sect, he brought some Dao protectors with him. I bet those Dao protectors are incredible too. Slowly but surely, the identities of Bai Xiaochun's Dao protectors came to be known. Song Quebec, Big Fatty Zhang, Su Baokai, Master God Diviner, Chen Manyao. Those 5 names gradually became the subject of much discussion. Su Baokai didn't think much of the matter, and actually basked in the glory, whereas Song Ke had a hard time accepting it. In fact, on the 4th day, Song Ke left his Immortal's Cave and headed toward the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials to prove that, although he might not be Bai Xiaochun's equal, he was still not far behind. Because he was one of Bai Xiaochun's Dao protectors, a lot of people paid attention to his run, and when he ended up being ranked within the 600s, it caused quite a stir. After Song Ke was Chun Manyao, who placed around the same as Song Ke, neither very high nor very low. Master God Diviner didn't really want to go, but ended up being convinced, and after going all out, reaching a rank in the 900s. Su Baokai hesitated about whether or not to go, and in the end, didn't dare to try. As far as he was concerned, If he couldn't get into the top 1,000, then it would be too embarrassing to try. Su Baokai didn't challenge the trials, but Song Ke, Chan Manyao, and Master God Diviner all did, and it caused the name of the river-defying sect to rise to even greater heights. Eventually, the Peak Lord of Sky Quarter Rainbow personally sent down instructions to notify the river-defying sect of what had occurred, and to give them a bit of a reward. The reward itself didn't count for much, but the Peak Lord's attitude did. Furthermore, the performance of Bai Xiaochun and his Tao protectors ensured that the other three great sects in the Middle Reaches were even more hesitant than before to cause any problems for the river-defying sect. That was especially true because of how both Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wan'er had reached the top 10. The other three sects were shocked, and immediately did their best to contact the river-defying sect and improve relations. In response to all of this, the patriarchs of the river-defying sect were very excited. Patriarch Frigid Sect threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Ah, Xiaochun, wherever the kid goes, he becomes a star. Nothing can keep him down. The other disciples in the sect were overjoyed, especially Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan, as well as Bai Xiaochun's other friends. A month went by in which Bai Xiaochun's name continued to rise in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, to the point where literally everyone had heard of him, even the Devis. As for Big Fatty Zhang, he never awoke, but was in stable condition. He was no longer gaunt and skeletal, and the mist which surrounded him was slowly merging into his body. He had passed the moment of deadly crisis, and within a few months, would have formed his will core and stepped into core formation.